Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the big entrance of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and his lovely wife, the Crown Princess. Everyone's showering them with congratulatory hugs, declaring that the Empire's future has never looked so fantastic. Meanwhile, the heroine is standing slightly off to the side, all like a wallflower at a prom. The princess spots Vettis, flashes her a smile, and waves like she just won a beauty contest. Vettis raises her glass and beams back at Rosanna, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. But just like that, Vettis' ancient heartaches decide to throw a welcome back party. Those tears she's been bottling up for 6 years come rushing out like they just found the exit door. She bolts out of the hall faster than a cat avoiding a bath, desperate to hide the river running down her face. She makes a beeline for the balcony, gasping for fresh air, like she just ran a marathon with her tears hitting the balcony railing. The dramatic finale of her life's novel is creeping closer, and her stomach's doing the cha-cha again. 7 years have zipped by since she landed in this world, and it feels like she just blinked. She's somehow trapped in the body of the main heroine's personal knight, and now they're facing a full-blown rebellion. At first, the heroine was a total bundle of nerves about the future, but she nailed it like a pro. I mean, she played her part as if she had rehearsed it for years, but now she's totally clueless about what tomorrow will bring. Vettis stares into the abyss, pondering what kind of crazy circus is about to unfold. Come morning, a maid appears trying to wake up the slumbering heroine, warning her that the lady of the house is on a direct path to her room and there's going to be trouble. Vettis' mom storms in like a whirlwind, fuming that her daughter slept through morning training, insisting that she'll never become a knight that way. The moment she hears her mom's irritated voice, Vettis leaps out of bed like she's had a 6-shot espresso. Rubbing her eyes, the heroine figures she must still be dreaming because she definitely hit the bottle too hard last night. Mom's barking orders for her to get downstairs and chow down, or else she'll have to make up for it all during evening training. As she stomps out, she warns her darling daughter to take it easy on the drinks for a spell, even though she's finally hit the legal age. Vettis is completely bewildered, wondering what on earth is going on and why she can't shake off this fog. The maid suggests bringing the young lady some cold water to splash on her face, which feels like a solid plan. All dolled up by her maids, Vettis gears up for the day ahead. She dries her face, gazes out the window to get her bearings. No doubt about it, she's standing in the El Dorado estate, which she recalls going up in flames. But surprise, surprise, everything looks brand new. She's only been hanging out at this estate for a year, and back in her old life, she was always shuttling from one relative's home to another, as if she was the house guest no one wanted. It was here at El Dorado that she finally learned what real family warmth felt like. Thanks to them, the girl quickly got used to living as Vettis like a fish in water. Her maid, Amelia, has been her guardian angel, helping her since she was a wee little thing. She was the real MVP who helped the heroine settle down in this new world. After sprucing her up and giving her a fresh outfit, Amelia suggests they head to the dining hall. The heroine, fiercely independent, insists she doesn't need a babysitter for breakfast and sets off solo. The truth, she just doesn't want Amelia catching her semi-meltdown. The heroine's completely flabbergasted about how to handle all this overwhelming confusion. Suddenly, she feels a presence sneak up behind her calling her name, and she jumps shocked as a startled cat. She knows that voice, the one that begged her to escort the princess through the secret passage. Her brother swings his arm around her shoulder like a true buddy and asks what's eating her. Vettis spills the beans that Mom gave her a royal dressing down. But when her brother suggests their mom might be a tad rough, she insists it's all for her benefit. Still, he thinks Mama Bear's going a bit hard on Vettis. He's gearing up for his officer's exam, and she doesn't even flinch. Mom, unaware of her son's little struggle, strolls up behind him, completely oblivious that he's in the mood for some tough love. Yesterday, she informs Vettis that she's got to skip breakfast because the princess is waiting for her. A carriage is already parked out front like a fancy invite to a royal gala, and Vettis is thrown off her game since she didn't remember scheduling any royal rendezvous with Rosanna. Her mom claims the princess ordered her to come to the palace ASAP, promising to spill the tea when she gets there. As her parents wave goodbye, they keep reminding her to be on her best behavior, but Vettis thinks they're acting a little strange today. As she rides through the city, everything looks just like it did before the uprising. But that's not her concern right now. She's way too busy pondering why Rosanna would summon her. Vettis is seriously trying to kick that habit of calling the princess by her first name. Sitting in the palace drawing room, she keeps reminding herself, address her as your highness or else, because you know disrespecting the royal family is essentially a one-way ticket to a royal faux pas. The door swings open and Vettis jumps to her feet like a startled deer ready to greet the princess. Following proper etiquette, she bows deeply, offering her most polite greeting to Her Highness Princess Mosberg. Rosanna grins, maintaining her composure, and greets Miss Eldorado with super pristine manners. She turns to the maids, dispatching them with a wave so she can chat with the girl in private. The moment they're out of earshot, the princess rushes toward Vettis, snatching her hands and pleading for assistance. The girl is utterly bewildered and has zero clue what Rosanna's on about. The princess admits she just got a little too worked up and begs Vettis to just forget anything wild that just happened and to take a seat. They plop down, facing each other, and Vettis feels like a rabbit under Rosanna's intense gaze. Her brain feels like it just hit a roadblock. But Vettis thinks they're acting super bizarre. Cruising through the city streets, she spots that everything looks just like it did before the big chaos. But now's not the moment to get all sidetracked, and she begins to wonder why in the world Rosanna would have summoned her. Vettis realizes she really needs to kick the habit of calling the princess by her first name. In the palace drawing room, the door swings open, and Vettis leaps up to greet the princess. Sticking to the rules, she bows and provides a courteous greeting to Her Highness Princess Mosberg. Rosanna flashes a smile, keeping her composure, and acknowledges Miss Eldorado with spot-on etiquette. She turns to the maids and orders them to exit so she can chat with the girl privately. As soon as they clear out, the princess dashes over to Vettis, grabs her hands, and pleads for her assistance. The girl is utterly confused, doesn't have a clue what Rosanna's talking about or what exactly she wants. The princess says she just got a little carried away and asks Vettis to erase everything that just went down and take a seat. They plop down, facing each other, and Vettis squirming under Rosanna's pen. Keeping her cool, she gives Miss Eldorado a big ol' smile and greets her like a pro. She then turns to the maids and tells them to skedaddle so she can chat with the girl privately. As soon as they're out of earshot, the princess zooms over to Vettis, grabs her hands like a lifeline, and pleads for help. The girl's totally lost, clueless about what Rosanna's babbling on about. The princess explains she just got a bit worked up and asks Vettis to block everything that just went down and take a seat. The girls plop down, facing each other while she's squirming under Rosanna's laser-like stare. It's frazzled and tells Vettis to just pretend that whole mess never happened and to have a seat. The girls plop down across from each other, and she's practically doing cartwheels under Rosanna's laser-focused gaze. Her brain's gone blank of anything she's done that needs talking about. Vettis' hands trembling like she just downed a triple shot of espresso, grabs her tea as the princess lets out a sigh, so heavy it could sink a ship. Then, out of nowhere, her expression does a complete 180, and the princess reassures the girl that everything's peachy keen. She apologizes for the surprise party invite, claiming a total whirlwind of chaos just dropped into her lap. Not wanting to spill the tea on the details, Rosanna casually asks Vettis to become her personal knight. The girl is in shock because this is moving faster than a cheetah on roller skates, and they weren't even supposed to be having this chat for another few months. Vettis exclaims that she isn't even a fully official knight yet, and is totally not cut out for this gig. But the princess chimes in that she doesn't want anyone else for the job. Leaping to her feet, she starts babbling like a caffeinated squirrel about how talented Vettis is and promises to yak with the king to get her knighted. Our girl usually sticks to the script, so she's utterly lost on how she ended up in this pickle. She's baffled about how Rosanna even knows. Did her dad brag about her enough for the word to travel all the way to the palace? Vettis clenches her fist, trying to calm herself down and not freak out. The girl thanks the princess for believing in her abilities, but she fears that won't cut it for her father, the commander of the Royal Knights. She sighs with relief, thinking she's squashed the drama. But then, out of nowhere, the princess bursts into tears like she just watched a sad puppy movie. Seeing Rosanna's tears sends Vettis spiraling into panic mode. She dashes to the princess and pleads with her to stop crying, saying it's all her fault. Rosanna insists she's the one person she can trust right now. The princess doesn't get why the girl is being such an ice queen towards her. Dropping to her knees, she says things are going to go south if they keep following this path. Grabbing her by the shoulders, the heroine tries to wrap her head around what the princess just blurted out. She asks if she's really talking about a rebellion. Rosanna asks her how she knows about the uprising, and the heroine is just as curious. Then the princess tells her to brace herself and just listen up. She confesses that, as wild as it sounds, she's back from the future. Rosanna gets all flustered, stammering about how banana pants this sounds, but Vettis interrupts and declares that she is also back from the future. The heroine explains that she dozed off on Rosanna's wedding day and woke up here surprised. The princess calms down and wonders how they both time-traveled back together. The girl admits she was astonished too, and even kind of hoped for it when she called Vettis. The heroine's mind is blown. Rosanna even thought to reach out to her because when she got the invite, she was so stunned that all she could think about was why in the world this was happening. The princess fesses up that she's just as scrambled too. But since they can't change the past, she figures they might as well try to do something about it. The protagonist's presence is so intense, it's like staring at the sun. Plus, Rosanna thinks this could be fate giving them a second shot. She asks Vettis if she's ever regretted the fall of their kingdom Mosberg. Grinding her fists together, the heroine remembers their harrowing escape through chaos with the city ablaze behind them. Of course, not a single day slips by that she doesn't think about it, haunted by the images of those who suffered. Both girls agree that if they had just jumped to action and realized what they were capable of, their loved ones would still be around today. So Rosanna proposes that this time, they save the people of their kingdom. These girls have to put the brakes on the uprising and rewrite the future. The aide hands his boss a report on the happenings in the capital. He takes it, flips through. It sees nothing too wild, but then his eye catches an unscheduled meeting between Rosanna and Miss Eldorado. When his aide suggests digging deeper into this mystery, the guy shuts him down faster than a cat on a hot tin roof. Hearing that everything's set for a capital trip, he decides this is the moment to hoof it out the door. The family is sitting around the table like a bunch of statues. The only sounds are glasses clinking and silverware performing a quiet symphony. The father turns to Vettis and asks what she and the princess discussed at their tete-a-tete. The girl explains how Rosanna offered her a position because she caught wind of Vettis wanting to become a royal knight. The father jumps up from his chair, but the mother rolls her eyes and signals him to chill. She's pressing to find out if Vettis was summoned to the capital just for this, and whether the royal family is in any kind of pickle. I'm trying to explain that the princess is just curious about how I plan to become a knight. I mean, Rosanna's my age, for crying out loud. Maybe she just wants to be friends because of that. With a glare that could cut through steel misses, Eldorado says, "That's probably all it is." Dad's bummed because he was really rooting for me to follow in his knightly footsteps. With a heavy heart, she tells her parents she's really sorry. My brother chimes in with, "What's their deal?" He promises to stand by his sister, no matter her choice. That night, the hero flops onto her bed, totally wiped after a day that felt like it had been brought to you by chaos incarnate. She can feel the story twisting, and the future doing the tango along with it. Turns out she's caught up in the fantasy novel Twilight Princess, where everything kicks off with the dramatic fall of the kingdom of Mosberg. Princess Rosanna, the dazzling gem of the royal clan and the star of this story, lived her life like a bird trapped in a lovely but limiting cage. Luckily, the rebels didn't take her seriously, allowing her to escape the castle with her trusty knight Vettis. They shook off the traitors and made it to the neighboring empire. At first, Rosanna struggled to rein in her magical might because of the less-than-ideal conditions, but the freedom of that place helped her unlock her magical mojo. Rosanna became a legend as a phenomenal alchemist, and even Rosanna had a tough time controlling her magical powers due to the harsh conditions, but the free-spirited vibe of the place helped her unlock her true magical potential. Rosanna became known as a fantastic alchemist and even managed to charm the pants off the main character, Prince Aveen. They tied the knot and rode off into the sunset like it was straight out of a cheesy fairy tale. Vettis began to wonder if she could shake things up in the story's original plot, but that could backfire since she was just some bookworm before. But then it hit her that the kingdom of Mosenberg was like that kid in class who always gets picked last for kickball where the nobles held all the cards. Maybe the rebellion's leader was one of those power-hungry nobles, and things could have been a whole lot different if Vettis hadn't thrown in the towel back in the day. Maybe she wouldn't have had to loathe herself after the nightmare she witnessed. That day, she waved the white flag and accepted reality, deciding to stick to the plot. Meanwhile, people were kicking the bucket just for the sake of a fairy tale ending. She chose to play along anyway, despite her dad's wise words about, but with the novel's ending just around the corner, she was determined to reach it come what may. because otherwise her family's sacrifices would be for nothing. She tried to convince herself their sacrifices meant something, but she was starting to believe otherwise. And after the bloody coup, she couldn't move another inch. But for Rosanna, it was a whole new ballgame. Now the heroine couldn't catch some Z's. With thoughts of the princess's wish to call off the rebellion swirling in her mind, she tried to explain to the princess that this could lead to them not even being able to lay eyes on the prince. To her shock, the princess was all for that plot twist too. Of course, it would be a major bummer since he was her go-to guy in the past. Just imagining them being strangers now made her heart ache. But if forced to choose between his shiny empire and her own cozy little Mossberg, she'd roll with her homeland because, hey, she's a princess. Anyone with half a brain aiming to rule with a sense of wisdom has to prioritize their duty, even if it means tossing their own happiness out the window. Event told Roseanne that once, and wow. Now, after the uprising, chaos reigned in the kingdom, and Prince Aventon's forces seized the moment and grabbed control. Roseanne not only lost her throne, but her entire homeland was wiped off the face of the map. Discovering the truth about the prince left her utterly deflated. That's why Roseanne's sure Aventon will get her decision, even if she doesn't choose him. Vettis never thought the princess was taking this so seriously. She figured that after finding love, none of this noble drama would matter. The heroine wonders if Roseanne can ever carve out her own slice of happiness if the future flips upside down. She muses that she wouldn't mind a bit of happiness for herself either. Just then, a shooting star zooms past the window like it had somewhere important to be. The heroine chilling in the library and buried under mountains of books she's already devoured, and those still yet to conquer knew her brain had some limitations, but now it felt like everything was totally bonkers. If the history of the Helvetic Empire had stuck to the script, none of this nonsense would be happening. Suddenly, a ton of books topple and scatter across the table, and Vettis, already running on fumes, is shaking with fury. At the meeting, the princess asks her if she's forgotten everything about the kingdom. Vettis shrugs and says maybe it's just too much time gone by. Rosanna tries to ease her worries, saying she can't remember squat either. But Rosanna is convinced that if Vad sticks around, she'll definitely jog her memory since this is her homeland. The catch is she's spent her whole life in Korea, and since the memories of the body's original owner didn't come along for the ride, she's going to have to pull an all-nighter studying. She used to be able to tap into her future knowledge, but then she just followed the story like a robot. Suddenly it hits her. There's a spot where she can actually use her future smarts. Excited, she bolts out of the library, but Amelia calls out to her like a bat out of hell. According to the maid, it's not a study session. A royal carriage is here for her. Amelia's all about making sure our girl doesn't look like a hot mess and rushes her off to change. In the meantime, the heroine's mom watches in silence, not looking too thrilled about the chaos. When they meet, Rosanna Vettis jumps in and asks if she's sniffed out anything on those sketchy nobles. The princess hasn't cracked the case just yet, but she's totally caught off guard by how glammed up Vettis is. Our girl sheepishly admits the maid played fashion police and asks Rosanna a bit flustered if she looks out of place. But the princess assures her Vettis looks absolutely splendid, just like a princess should. Turns out the kingdom's throwing a noble shindig, which is why there are carriages lined up like it's a parade. The idea is that the big wigs from the most powerful families gather to hash out the kingdom's future, but instead it's turned into a total dumpster fire where major players are trying to one-up each other and undermine the royal court talk about drama. Vettis asks whether Rosanna brought her here for this hoedown. The princess reveals she spotted Marquis Heaven's name on the guest list for the upcoming party. The main character's read in a book, that's the queen's family name. Rosanna confirms that the Maris is her cousin on her mom's side. He didn't get a mention in the book, which Vettis finds odd because the Maris must belong to a seriously powerful family to be invited to the noble gathering. The heroine wonders if Rosanna suspects the Marquis of being part of the uprisings, but she shoots that down with a quick "no way." The princess is convinced he's not a traitor because he'll be dealt with before anyone has a chance to start a rebellion. The heroine's jaw hits the floor as she double-checks with Rosanna, making sure she heard right. The princess summoned Vettis specifically to save even Hale's life. Rosanna's in a tough spot. Right now, she can't directly help him, and meeting him alone is totally off the table. That's why she's calling on her for backup. Called her in specifically because of this gathering. According to the princess, she spotted Marquis Heaven's name on the guest list for the upcoming party. The main character read in a book that's the queen's family name. Rosanna confirms that the Maris is her cousin on her mom's side. He wasn't even mentioned in the novel, which Vettis thinks is weird, because the Maris must hail from a pretty influential family if he's mingling with the nobles. The heroine wonders if Rosanna suspects the Marquis of being an insurrectionist, but she says, no way. The princess is convinced he can't be a traitor, because he'll be dealt with before any rebellion even kicks off. The heroine is completely shook by this and double-checks with Rosanna to make sure she heard her correctly. The princess called Vettis, here specifically so she could even save Hale's neck. Rosanna feels trapped. She can't directly help him at this moment, and meeting him alone totally no-go. That's why she wants you. She's got her eyes glued on him while Khalid's in hot water. You can practically see the worry lines on her forehead. No more living with what-ifs for her. She swears she'll bend over backward if she needs to. Really. Apparently, Khalid promised he'll pop by once the meeting wraps up. The princess figures it's probably in the rearview mirror now, and the Marquis must be cruising over. She asks Vettis to keep it cool with Khalid, considering they're going to be glued at the hip. Suddenly, it all clicks why Rosanna was buzzing about her looks. Just as she's about to plop down, there's a rap on the door. The butler announces the arrival of Marcus Haven, and Rosanna zips over to give him a proper hello. She's itching to see the dude she's supposed to rescue. Well, wouldn't you know, the Marquis strolls into the living room, and Vettis can't help but realize he's got the looks of a cover model. The heroine is flabbergasted that the author sidelined such a ridiculously good-looking character without giving him a shot at fame. Rosanna greets her cousin and asks how the meeting went. The Marquis flashes a smile and says it was, you guessed it, loaded with knuckleheads trying to get under his skin. Just when things are getting cozy, Hale's eyes widen as he spots someone else lurking in the room. His gaze lands on Vettis, and she practically jumps out of her skin, feeling their glares lock like magnets. Hale is peeved that his cousin didn't give him a heads up about having another guest. Rosanna scoots over to introduce them, but Hale shoots her a look that could skewer. The three of them sink down around the coffee table like you could hear a pin drop. Rosanna introduces Lady Vettis of the Eldorado Earldom, her very own knight in shining armor. The Marquis nods and gives his name to this new acquaintance. While the cousins are yapping away, Vettis thinks to herself that the Marquis is nothing like the side character she'd imagined. She thought he'd be a minor player since his name didn't even pop up in the original story. But there's obviously a bond with the princess. Vettis wonders if they should chalk Khalid up as a buddy, but the frosty ticked-off look he's giving her throws her for a loop. The heroine remarks out loud that there's a seriously warm friendship between Her Highness and the Marquis. Rosanna chimes in, mentioning they spent countless hours playing as kids. And since Khalid's an only child, he ended up being kinder and gentler than her own brother. Looking at Marcus, Vettis is baffled about how this moody guy could possibly be kind-hearted. Khalid suggests that Lady Eldorado must have Rosanna wrapped around her finger. He's shocked his cousin spilled her guts to Vettis after just one sit-down, especially since she's locked away secrets about him from her own family for 5 long years. It hits him that Rosanna is apparently smarter than she lets on. He's genuinely impressed by Lady Eldorado's social maneuvering. Yet the Marquis thinks everything is super sketchy and decides he'll unravel it all later. Haven inquires about how Lady Eldorado and Princess Rosanna became such besties. He's scratching his head over why these girls act like they're practically sisters. Seuss. And she decides to investigate later. Haven asks how Lady Eldorado and Princess Rosanna became such good friends. He's curious why the girls are acting practically like sisters. Looking at them, the girls begin to sweat bullets because spilling the beans on time travel is not on the agenda. The Marquis is aware they hardly knew each other until recently, and he's poking around about how they managed to bond so fast. Vettis feels like he's putting them through the ringer, which makes total sense. Everything appears way too convenient. Our girl chimes in that she and the princess just clicked personality-wise, even if it sounds a bit cheesy. Sensing Rosanna's shocked expression, Vettis gives her a kick under the table to back her story. Rosanna nods in agreement, saying she just needed a personal night, and voila! The perfect one appeared out of thin air. The Marquis smirks and looks away, but you can read his poker face like a book. He's not biting their story. He claims he might just pretend to buy their tale, which sends the heroine's frustration through the roof. The Marquis knows Lady Eldorado isn't at all the cookie-cutter image society paints of her, much like himself. They say Vettis spends her days getting her swordplay on point, which is why she's struggled to fit in with the upper crust. The girl admits she can't exactly refute those rumors about her. To be precise, the gossip jeers that fencing is just a cover story, and the real reasons for her social struggles are something altogether juicier. The Marquis says if she just sits around doing nothing, she'll have an even tougher time adapting. After saying that, the Marquis keeps his gaze fixed on the wide-eyed Miss Eldorado, while the princess covers her mouth in disbelief. Grabbing Vettis by the arm, she asserts, "Vettis can adapt. She just doesn't want to, because even within the Order of Knights, there are a bunch of folks who think she's a catch." Hearing about this order from the Marquis, he can't fathom why anyone could dislike the daughter of such a well-respected knight, but he knows some folks just can't find the fine line between admiration and envy. The princess is sure everyone will be blown away when they see Vettis strut her stuff. She's so talented she could easily roll with the Imperial Knights today. The Marquis points out that Imperial Knights have a reputation for being the creme de la creme. He wonders if Vettis is keeping her skills under wraps because reports only said she was better than the average bear. Suddenly, Khalid asks Vettis if she could show him her hand. Right before jumping back in time, Vettis hid her battle scars with gloves, but now her hands look like they've been through a bakery, and the princess picks up on her fluster. She springs up and declares that it's downright rude for Khalid to ask to see a lady's hand when they're not even at a ball. Haven bows and begs the girl to excuse his ignorance. All of a sudden, the princess chimes in saying Khalid's got his reasons to be suspicious. Nonetheless, Rosanna would stake her life on Vettis, and she wants her cousin to feel the same way about the girl. According to the Marquis, he knows darn well that Count Eldorado is loyal to the Emperor, and that's precisely why he can't put his trust in Vettis. The heroine jumps to her feet, demanding Ked explain what on earth he means. The Maris looks taken aback. Doesn't the girl know anything about the Haven family? But all the heroine knows is that Her Majesty belongs to that clan. Hesitating slightly, the princess decides to spill the tea that the Maris' family isn't exactly on the best of terms with the Emperor's family. So per Khalid, they keep a low profile when around other nobles. The Marquis is surprised Rosanna hasn't clued in Vettis about this yet, but the princess thinks it's not the kind of thing one just casually drops since it ties in with Khalid's parents. The Marquis isn't the least bit surprised Vettis is proficient with a sword, because let's be real, her political skills are a total dumpster fire. Upon hearing that juicy tidbit, the heroine loses it. She strides up to the Marquis and demands he spill the beans about what's happened. But surprise, surprise, Haven declines to share anything and tells her to figure it out herself. Just as he's about to bounce, Khalid says he assesses who to trust based on who they are, not what they can do. If she discovers what went down between the Haven family and the Emperors, then he'll trust her. The heroine is curious about what happens if he doesn't trust her. Khalid says he'll leave that one up to Rosanna. But judged by that, Vettis should just wipe his name from her memory entirely. Now the heroine's on a mission to earn the Maris' trust, so he'll actually tune in when she tries to save him. Without even giving it a second thought, Vettis agrees to his terms. Grinning, the girl promises she'll uncover the whole truth before too long. Slipping on her cloak and tucking her dagger into its sheath, the heroine steps out of the carriage. Here, using her knowledge of the future, she can unearth more about Mark Heaven. Strolling down the familiar street, she takes note that the place looks even more fabulous than she remembers. However, the real entrance to her destination is that shabby building right next door to the official entrance. Pushing the door open, the girl begins to cough from the dust clouding the room. The shopkeeper inquires if she's looking for something specific, and Vettis replies that she's got business with the owner, Lavanche. But the man insists Lavanche is in the posh building next door. He states that he only knows of one salon with that name in the whole capital and can't fathom how the girl could confuse it with such a dump. But Vettis knows that even with only one place holding that name, depending on which door she chooses, she could end up in a totally different spot. If the heroine had taken his advice and headed to the building next door, she would have ended up in a regular cafe. But if she takes the elevator behind the shopkeeper and heads down, she'll find herself at the Levant Information Guild's HQ. It's a place where folks swap info they know for the juicy details they need. Vettis found this place even before she jumped through time. After getting a golden ticket for giving the guild leader intel about the future, with a smile, she asks the shopkeeper if he'll take her to Lavanche's owner now that she has spilled everything she knows about this place. Hearing that the shopkeeper leads the girl to a secret door and lets her in, the heroine walks into a lavishly furnished office and pulls the hood off her head. She settles into an armchair, ready to unravel what's brewing between the Marquis Haven family and the royal court. She starts considering what sort of information she can offer in return for that. She's stressing about waving too many red flags if she starts spilling the beans about the Helvetic Empire like it's a juicy gossip session from her past life. While she's deep in thought, the orb on the table across from her starts glowing like it's signaling a UFO. That orb is like the world's worst surveillance camera, letting others peek in on the room, and currently it's broadcasting to Haven Khalid and his sidekick. The sidekick recognizes Lady Eldorado from her photo in a report talk about the glory of the internet. The Marquis is just as confused as a cat in a dog park, pondering what Lady Eldorado is doing in the VIP lounge. Another guy strolls in and mentions it's a bit strange since she's never set foot in the Information Guild or the restaurant before. What a plot twist. The Marquis raises an eyebrow, asking if he's really sure Vettis is a newbie. According to this guy, if she were one of their clients, he'd have way more dirt on her, but she looks way too confident for someone who's a total rookie. Growing tired of the waiting game, she starts waving at the magical orb as if it's a waiter who forgot her order. Khalid is scratching his head, utterly mystified about what in the world this girl is all about. His assistant vows to figure out what the lady wants by pretending to wear the guild's hat. Little does he know that Marie is already 2 steps ahead, digging into his connections with the royal court like a gossip columnist. Khalid can't help but wonder if this is all just a wild coincidence, because owning Levanche is supposed to be a closely guarded secret. He decides to take matters into his own hands and meet Lady Eldorado face-to-face talk about showing up uninvited. The mayor's plans to throw on some incognito and disguise spells, borrowing his assistant's look like it's Halloween. Walking into the office, he smoothly apologizes to Vess for making her wait as if he was backstage at a concert. And the man introduces himself as Joel, the kingpin of the Levant Information Guild. The mayor's in disguise can't help but smirk. His grand plan miraculously didn't crash and burn. Plopping down in a chair, he asks the girl what intel she's on the hunt for and how she even heard about the guild in the first place. Vades is itching to get the scoop on Marcus Haven Ran and his relationship with Khalid and the royal court. All she knows is that the Marquis is Her Majesty's nephew, and things aren't exactly rosy between him and the royal family. Per Joel, the king and queen did the old-school move of tying the knot for political gain, classic soap opera material. The Marquis Haven's family. Vades is still on the hunt for all the juicy deets about the relationship dynamics between Marcus Haven Ran Khalid and the royal court. She knows the Marquis is Her Majesty's nephew, and they're definitely not pals with the royal family. So Joel spills that the king and queen did the whole political marriage dance. Yep, goes to the Marquis Haven's family. Became the sugar daddy for the flailing royal court, and they were living the good life off all that juicy authority. But then just 5 years later, both Maris and his wife kicked the bucket in a car crash. Khalid was gazing out the window as the rain poured down like a bad omen when he got the shocking news about what happened to his folks. The poor guy was only 18 when he got thrown into the role of Marcus. The Haven family just couldn't deal with the heat and ended up losing it all. The young master was as green as a cucumber and drowning in responsibilities, so the vassals ghosted him. At this point, his family couldn't keep footing the bill for the royal court. Viz is taken aback that the royal family actually reaped the biggest rewards from the Haven family's downfall, yet they're at each other's throats. The heroine thinks it's bizarre that someone with such a commanding presence couldn't keep a grip on power. Something's definitely fishy in this whole saga because she's still scratching her head over some details. Fixing her gaze on the guy across from her, she states she wants to inquire about something else. Suddenly, Vettis leaps up, whips out a dagger, and shoves it against Joel's throat. The girl demands to know who he is, but the guy just smirks and tells her she's being way too hasty. Vettis tells him to quit dodging the question because she can feel his mana. At first, she thought he was just gearing up a defensive spell because of a shady client. But now, she's not buying that anymore since the dagger at his throat hasn't fazed him at all. Now Miss Eldorado is convinced a masking spell is at play here. The girl insists he spills the beans on where the real guild leader is and what they've done with him. The guy claims Joel is perfectly fine and is probably watching them from his office right now. Meanwhile, in the office, the Marquis' assistant is on high alert, ready to rush to his aid. Placing his hand on the dagger, the guy begs Vettis to lower her weapon. As Miss Eldorado carefully puts her dagger back, she inquires who's actually sitting in front of her. Caught in a fib, the Marquis is sweating bullets trying to find his next escape plan. He thought he'd hidden his mana signature like a pro. He claims that's the shiniest intel in Levanche and doubts a lady like her can afford it. Slumping back in her chair, Vettis guesses he's either part of the guild or one of their shady financiers. The guy gives a massive fake yawn to show her how little he gives a hoot. Vettis declares she's willing to barter for that intel no matter the price. The guy claims the info is priceless and wants to know how much Miss Eldorado is willing to cough up for it. Turning his back, he says if she's not interested, she can hit the road. As an apology, he won't charge her for the scoop on Marquis Heaven, but Vettis isn't having that nonsense. Someone's life is on the line after all. Hearing that Maris freezes like a deer in headlights, the heroine, fed up with his mood swings, slams her dagger into the table in frustration. But the dude assures her he was dead serious when he asked her about this. She's considering spilling the beans about the upcoming royal shindig and the mana stones. In the southern part of Mosselberg, there's a mountain of mineral deposits, a vast treasure trove of crystal-clear stones. The mayors can't wrap their heads around the fact that there are mana stone mines in Mosselberg. I mean, this is a special mineral packed with mana, which can seriously boost a mage's powers. It amps up their stamina and expands their abilities exponentially. Plus, the stone opens up endless avenues for alchemy and various sciences. All this time, Mosselberg's been relying on imports. And if this is the real deal, the entire continent is going to be knocked sideways. But to the guy, this all sounds too bonkers to be true. But Vettis isn't kidding around. She knows the precise coordinates of the deposits, but she doubts that knowing the true identity of the guy in front of her is worth that much. Poking him in the chest, she realizes he's actually much more muscular than he seems at first glance. The Marquis knows she's definitely got the upper hand on Vades. She's played him, and he can't skedaddle without revealing the truth. Heaven thanks her for the info, snaps his fingers, and appears before her in his usual snazzy outfit. Startled, Vettis jumps back, baffled about why Khalid is standing there. The heroine figures the intel she got from him was wrong, but the Marquis insists it's accurate. The Levant Guild's job is to dish out solid info, and she would have gotten the same scoop from Joel that she got from him. The Marquis doesn't think he should be treated like this, and Vettis asks what he's even talking about. When asked if he's one of their money men, Khalid admits there's some truth to that, and the guild's been keeping secrets about him. In that case, the girl asks him to spill what really happened between him and the royal family. She did her job and found out that the mark was herself, so now she wants her due. If Khalid keeps hiding info, it'll tank his reputation. Before she can get answers, Haven needs to ask one more thing. What did Vettis mean by the danger that's coming? She recoils, trying to play off that she didn't say anything of the sort, but the Marquis closes in on her. He wants to know whose life she was alluding to. Standing her ground, he lists the suspects, Rosanna, Vettis' close friend, or even Vettis herself. She realizes she has to build trust with Khalid, so she can't backtrack now. Her heart's racing, but she admits she can't answer that question. In that case, the Marquis withholds info about his relationship with the royal family. Haven noticed that when Vettis discovered his disguise, her first concern was for Joel's safety. The girl agrees, but she's freaking out because she has no clue what to do next. Out of the blue, Haven says he can't tell her the whole truth, but he's willing to take her word for it. The heroine is pumped to find out there won't be any strings attached this time. Marquis claims it would be a total snooze fest to keep talking to her while acting like they're total strangers. Haven's assistants, peering through the magic orb, are scratching their heads trying to figure out what in the world just went down. The knights stumble out of the forest, totally psyched because they can see the royal road ahead. Captain Leos is leading the gang, having been away from home for 2 months. He gives a shout-out to his knights for a job well done and promises them all a 3-day vacation once they get back. Enoch approaches the captain to see if he's heading to the estate straight away. Enoch's itching to tag along because there's someone at the estate he's dying to see that beats family any day. Viz is slumped in the carriage, his head buried in his hands, stuck in thought about everything that went down today. The heroine dashes to her mother, begging if she has any free time today, but her mother gives her the cold shoulder, saying she's booked with meetings. She breezes past her daughter, declaring she'll be glued to land management and investment reports all day. The next day, Vettis is back at it, knocking on her mother's office door, but a servant opens it and says that Madame is busy, but told him to inform her that the girl needs to step up her sword skills. After hearing him out, the heroine turns away, feeling deflated. As he closes the door, the servant casually mentions to Mrs. Eldorado that the girl probably lost interest in fencing at this point. The woman wonders if her daughter will muster the courage to visit her tomorrow. As she sits at her desk, the Countess hopes her daughter is chasing other passions with just as much zeal as she wants to meet with her. A servant suggests she should carve out some time for a chat with her daughter. Surely it's cool with her. If Vettis figured out her own path, she's bummed that her whole family is always tied up and she can't just kick back with them for a bit. Amelia surprised her ladies by relating that she's been the same way herself since forever. She'd spring into action right after waking up, sharpening her ball skills after breakfast. After a quick lunch break, she'd dive into practicing her mana until dinner. When Amelia wonders why Vettis isn't doing the same old grind, she says she has changed just a tad. The maid asks how she intends to spend time with her family. With a heavy heart, she admits she just wants to be near them. Amelia asks if her lady's been feeling a bit lonely lately. Vettis reluctantly admits that maybe she was, but now she's feeling different. Things have shifted a little, and perhaps she just needs some space to breathe. But at the same time, she doesn't want to be a drag on her family or hold them back from their stuff. Amelia quickly reassures Vettis that nobody sees her as a hassle. She's certain that her parents care about Miss Eldorado as much as she cares about them. While working in his study, the Count sneaks peeks at the girl through the window. Amelia confesses she's worried about Vettis too, bursting into laughter when she thinks about Amelia's family. The maid recommends the heroine spill her feelings to her family. In response, Vettis unleashes a tickle attack on Amelia until she's practically crying from laughter. The heroine's convinced she'll feel better after dinner with her folks. Just then, she catches the sound of hooves and leans over the railing to see the maids all flustered. Realizing her big brother Vettis is back at the estate, she bolts to greet him. Lo and behold, she was standing right in front of Leo's and Enoch. Vettis missed her big brother so much, she leaps into his arms for a bear hug. He's finally back home after that monster hunting mission. Enoch greets her, and you can see he's over the moon to see her. She admits she missed him too, and the dude instantly turns beet red. The captain quips that his knight missed his little ones more than his own family. Turning around, she asks Enoch if that's really the truth. The guy's blushing even harder, admitting that it absolutely is. But Vettis misreads the situation, thinking he's referring to her younger brother, Valen. Suddenly, the Countess Eldorado's voice rings out as she strides in to greet her son. Her younger son comes trotting in, thrilled to see his brother. Valen asks what Eno is doing here, and Veta pipes up saying he just missed him like crazy. Mom chides Leo, saying he should have told her he was coming. She'd have whipped up something special for his arrival. The woman's planning an epic dinner and asks her son if he has any special requests. Vettis feels a little down because Mom was busy all day and didn't spend time with her, but she quickly shakes that off. Her big brother hasn't been around for 2 whole months after all. Enoch strolls over to our girl, noticing she looks a bit troubled, and asks if anything's bothering her. He offers his help and promises to do whatever he can. Our girl thinks it through and realizes she needs to kick those silly thoughts to the curb. So she suggests a sword fight with the knight. Moments later, Vettis is already on the training ground, sword in hand. Facing her is Enoch, the vice captain of one of the kingdom's top monster-slaying squads. Royal Order Knights are a force to be reckoned with, but she hasn't been one of them for 7 years, and she's got no idea how she'll handle this. Still, these knights could throw a wrench in the rebellion's plans, so she needs to size up what Eno's working with. Leo shows up immediately, declaring he'll take her on himself since keeping an eye on the knights is his gig too. She tells him to stop treating her like a kid and underestimating Enoch, even though her brother insists he'd be more useful. Facing her is Enoch, the vice captain of one of the kingdom's top monster-slaying squads. Royal Order Knights are as strong as a bull on a rampage, but she hasn't been one of them for 7 years and has no clue how she'll face this challenge. Still, these knights could throw a serious wrench in the rebellion plans, so she's got to scope out what Eno's capable of. Leo shows up right on cue, announcing he'll take her on himself since babysitting the knights is part of his job description too. She tells him to quit treating her like she's still in kindergarten and underestimating Enoch, even though her brother insists he could be more useful than him. She claims she wants him to play judge, but honestly, she's still shaken up from that last riot, so getting into a brawl with Leo's. That sounds like a wild ride. That's why she's like, let's kick this off right now, and barks at everyone to get into position. Just like that, Vettis and Enoch are staring each other down, and she's telling him not to even think about letting her win. Leo's hanging out next to a twitchy Amelia, calls for everyone to gear up, then drops his hand signaling the rivals to go for it. Vettis bolts forward, ready to rain down everything she's packed into this fight, closing the gap faster than a cat chasing a laser pointer. She throws the first punch, which he barely manages to block. But let's be real, the knight's way stronger, deflecting her attack like it's a fly buzzing around. Since Vettis can't ramp up her speed, like before her big glow-up, she decides to leverage mana to make up for her lack of muscle. Meanwhile, Amelia's shaking like a leaf and shuts her eyes, unable to stomach the showdown. In her clash with the vice-captain, Vettis is going toe-to-toe matching skill for skill. The Countess, who's been quietly lurking, is floored. When did her daughter level up to this degree? She's on Enoch's caliber now. The heroine is slaying it, keeping perfect distance, and no one can figure out how she's pulling this off, since you usually earn skills like that only in real-life brawls. Suddenly, Vettis spins around and spots the Countess herself peeping her fight. Totally caught off guard, she loses her footing and lands smack on top of Enoch. After checking to see he's okay, she asks her mom how long she's been there playing the audience. The Countess strolls over, showering her daughter with compliments despite having no idea how she got this fantastic. The heroine's mind is racing for an answer because, even if her dad and brother keep it hush-hush, she knows mom would definitely have her suspicions. Just then, the Countess unexpectedly apologizes to her daughter, Mrs. Ilarato realizes Vettis has been down in the dumps because she hasn't had a minute to spare. Ever since her daughter landed the gig as Her Highness's personal knight, she dropped the ball on training. So the Countess thought Vettis might have lost the spark. Being young, Vettis never bought into the age-old myth that women can't rock the knight gig, and always boasted she'd blow everyone away with her mad skills. When she got the call to be the princess's knight, the Countess thought Vettis would throw a fit since they're both gals, but her reaction was totally chill. So the heroine finally connects the dots about why her mom had that look during dinner when she dropped the family news. According to the Countess, she knew fighting public opinion was a losing game. That's why she supported her decision to become a royal knight. And even if her daughter had caved from the heat, she also would have been cool with that. To the Countess, no matter what happens, Vettis will always be her darling daughter, someone she's ridiculously proud of. But when the girl folded, that's when the woman lost it, because throwing in the towel without even giving it a whirl and then backtracking, yeah, that just screams weakness to the world. The Countess was secretly hoping Vettis would ditch the knight in shining armor fantasy and join the Royal Knight Squad because otherwise defending their family felt utterly pointless. She confesses she was evading her daughter because talking to her would have opened up a can of emotional worms. In the end, she ended up hurting Vettis, and that's why she couldn't face her. Lost in her thoughts, the Countess didn't even realize how much her daughter had blossomed. She wasn't fibbing when she said she'd do anything for Vettis. She's bursting with pride. Tears start to pool in our girl's eyes, and she wraps her mom in a bear hug. Before this story can wrap up, she finally feels like her shattered heart is mending. Struggling with her family drama, she finds her courage in her sense of duty and plans to use that strength to carve her own unique path. Amelia presses a cold pack against her mistress's swollen face. Just then, Enoch strolls over to check in on how Vettis is holding up. She reassures the knight she's all good and flashes a smile. She's grateful he's down to fight her because it seriously helped her out. Vettis feels bad for hogging all of Enoch's time since he came by to see her little brother. That's when the guy drops the bomb that he's not actually here to see Volin. Enoch came to the Ilarato place to spill some tea to Vettis. He zeroes in on the girl who's completely in the dark. She asks him what he wants to chat about. Meanwhile, Amelia, sitting on the next bench, is eavesdropping like it's a soap opera. Vettis is racking her brain over what could be so important that Enoch has to share. Blushing, the guy stammers, clearly uneasy about discussing it in such a public spot. Losing her patience, she demands he just spill it already. But Enoch gets so flustered that he jumps up from the bench, swears to let her in on everything after dinner, and dashes off. Vettis is just left scratching her head at what in the world just happened, and Amelia's just as perplexed. After dinner, she's fuming on the couch, convinced Enoch's pulling a fast one on her. Amelia comes over to see what's up. The chef absolutely crushed dinner tonight, but Vettis was too frazzled about this talk to even savor it. No way she's bringing it up first. He needs to come to her. Amelia's like, seriously. You're clueless about what Enoch wants to discuss, but Vettis is genuinely stumped and pushes Amelia to spill the beans, but she's tight-lipped. Nothing like this popped up in her past life, so she's completely thrown. Even with all the changes she needs to face the fact, she's got a whole new future ahead of her. Stuff that never happened back then could totally unfold now. So she's totally taken aback. Even though a lot's flipped upside down, she needs to wrap her head around the fact that she's got a whole new future laid out before her. Events that went down in the past could totally happen now. But something feels extra suspicious to Vettis tonight. Even Amelia picks up on the vibes, and she's usually in the dark. Suddenly, the girl gets this distant look, like an epiphany just hit her like a ton of bricks. Seeing this, the maid gets all jazzed up and declares it's like spring has finally sprung for her mistress. Amelia's convinced Eno's gearing up to ask her to be his date. At the royal ball cue the romance music. Vettis admits she's thought about it too, but she's certain the maid's reading too much into it, so she coolly tells her to chill out. Amelia's all, why are you so sure of that? The truth is, she was Eno's partner at the royal ball before her do-over in life, and she rushed to polish her etiquette and dancing skills back then. She only went with him because the dance card was looking empty that night. The heroines, convinced there's no spring romance blooming because she's just his best bud's little sister. Vettis doesn't want to think about it right now, knowing any mix-up between them will turn into a family drama. Winding down a bit, the heroine rises from the couch and strides over to the window, wishing she could figure this whole partner situation out before the ball rolls around. Just as she's contemplating how she'll have to turn Enoch down this time, he magically appears out of nowhere. She's annoyed that he teased her interest, and then poofed, Enoch tries to zoom over to her, but Laos and Volin held him up like traffic lights at rush hour. Moving closer, the knight asks if she still wants to chat about what he had in mind. Amelia, watching the show unfold, is so wired up she feels one spark away from bursting. Enoch apologizes to Vettis, saying he was waiting for the perfect moment and didn't want to spring it on her out in the training grounds. He reaches for her hand and asks if she'll be his partner at the royal ball, catching her completely off guard. Enoch spots the shock on her face and assumes she's got someone else on her radar, but she shakes her head. The knight declares he's more than willing to wait for her answer until the day of the ball, asking her to really think it over. As soon as he fills the room with his absence, Vettis crumbles to the floor, clutching her head like it's a game of whack-a-mole. She has no clue how she's going to untangle this messy web. She should have just turned him down right away, even in the kingdom of Mosberg. 4 families ran the show, dubbed the Fantastic Four. This crew includes the Royal Sword Count Eldorado and the Guardian of the Chilly North Count Nolam. The third in command is the richest gal in the kingdom, the Golden Queen Baroness Talarin. The final member of this elite squad is Marquis Bennett, the Lord of the Magic Tower. Out of everyone, Rosanna had a hunch that the Marquis was stirring the pot of rebellion, a suspicion that was backed up even before her rebirth at the royal shindig. The heroine just happened to eavesdrop on a chat about some secret preparations where the mayoress got the big thumbs up from all the mages. Vettis tried to tail them, but she hit a snag. Enoch caught up to her just as she was trying to ghost out of the ballroom unnoticed. He definitely wasn't going to let her fly solo. His protective instincts were kicking in. Even when she tried to ditch him in the ladies' room, he was still right on her tail like a faithful puppy. But when Vettis finally managed to shake him off, the Martianist Bennett was MIA because she got completely turned around in her search. She didn't even score a single dance that night. Now she's staring down the barrel of a dilemma she needs someone to partner up with for the ball. Someone who's got some sway. Someone she can genuinely trust. He should probably not freak out if she disappears in the middle of the ball. He won't be scared by her absence, and he definitely won't throw a fit about it. She suddenly has a light bulb moment to find a one-day partner through the Levant Guild. And then it hits her like a ton of bricks. There's someone who checks all those boxes perfectly. Marquis Haven is sitting in his study twiddling with a letter he just got from Lady Eldorado. He flips it over in his hands, noticing that the family seal is MIA. The maid Vettis brought it on behalf of the lady and swore she was clueless about what was inside, which is basically a big ol' sign that it's a top-secret message. He inspects the envelope like it's a rare artifact, utterly stumped about its content. His assistant pipes up saying he doesn't trust Lady Eldorado. He thinks she's like a powder keg ready to blow up any second. If she uncovers what they've really been cooking up, the plan they've been brewing for the last 5 years will turn to smoke. Not wanting to hear any more of the assistant's worries, Haven cuts him off. After all, when it comes to trust with Vettis, he's pretty sure she doesn't trust him fully either. The assistant is practically begging the Maris to tread carefully because they've got no clue what Lady Eldorado is hiding. Slicing open the envelope, Haven declares that eventually they'll figure out what she's up to. The letter reveals that this girl wants Khalid to be her partner at the royal ball. The assistant jumps up, itching to see what else is in there. She admits she wants to hash out all the details with the Maris face to face and asks him to send a response with a date and time that suits him. Khalid realizes he's clearly not grasping what this girl is really cooking up. Vettis is lounging with a cup of tea when a maid barges in, bringing a reply from Lavanche. She is surprised her mistress found the time to swing by such a snazzy place, but our girl decides it's best to keep the truth quiet about not being at a cafe, but rather a secret guild. In his reply, Viz notes that the Marquis's no-nonsense personality shines right through his letters. Hearing that her mistress is bound for Lavanche, Amelia begs to tag along. Mistress actually found time to swing by such a swanky spot, but our girl decides to keep mum about her actual whereabouts. It wasn't a cafe, but a secret guild. In his response, Haven doesn't beat around the bush and straight up invites her to drop by the Lavanche salon tomorrow. Viz notices Marquis' no-nonsense personality shines through even in his letters. When Amelia learns her mistress is heading to Lavanche, she practically begs to tag along. She's just here to snoop around while the madame makes small talk with the lads. Perfect timing. Vettis struts into Lavanche Cafe, Amelia tagging along, and everything around them screams too posh for comfort. A waiter sidles up to Lady Eldorado, ready to lead her to the exclusive room, reserved just for Her Royal Highness. Amelia gets steered to the waiting room, throwing her boss a break-a-leg kind of luck. The leading lady strolls into the room where Mary's little paradise awaits her. Her stomach does a somersault because, wow, this is her first rodeo in such a ritzy place where everyone caters to hail. Marquis pipes up, pointing out that most folks waltz in here clueless and only later realize they've wandered into the Intel Guild. He plops down on the couch, suggesting they get down to brass tacks, admitting her letter caught him a bit flat-footed. Before they dive deeper, Vettis needs to clear the air and spill why she wants him as her partner. The mares flinch but give him the mental nod to keep going. After a tense beat, she turns to Haven and asks if him vanishing during the ball would bug him. The Marquis, utterly befuddled, calls for a fuller explanation. It takes a good chunk of time for her to lay out her criteria for her escort. Khalid thinks it must have been no cakewalk finding someone who ticks all those boxes. Hearing that, she leaps to the conclusion he's on board to be her partner, but the Marquis slams the brakes, deeming the notion completely bonkers. With it being Miss Eldorado's grand debut, her plan to ditch her date could send their reputations spiraling. He delivers this bombshell so coolly that Vettis feels goosebumps. Khalid can't help worrying about how they'll look to the crowd if he doesn't even dance with her. He doubts Vettis can sidestep the rumors if she doesn't groove with her partner. Hearing all this, the girl feels deflated because she never had to sweat the small stuff in her past life. According to the Marquis, a simple answer is to snag some easygoing chump to sneak away from the bash without him clocking it. But Vettis isn't convinced her escort could stir up a ruckus. If she pulls a disappearing act, he'll squeal to her family faster than you can say party foul, and she'll be stuck explaining her escape plan. The Marquis asks if she wants to flit around the ball without any prying eyes, because if she goes with him, she'll be in the spotlight throwing a wrench in her getaway plans. Vettis imagines showing up at the ball and the crowd just buzzing with chatter. Plus, the Marquis himself is keen on not being the center of attention, so he's backing out of any assistance. Snatching a pillow from the couch, Vettis clings to it, moping about her next move. Suddenly looking at the downhearted girl, the Marquis suggests he might have a little something to offer. Vettis freezes, completely stumped about what he could mean. When Khalid inquires if anyone has approached her about being her partner, she mentions getting an invitation. Hearing the name Enoch, the Marquis realizes she's rattling off the third son of Count Royfield, the vice-captain of the Royal Knights. He tells her to cough twice if she wants to bolt from the ball. Khalid vows to distract Enoch so she can sneak off, and Vettis expresses her gratitude. As a parting thought, the Marquis decides to give her a nugget of wisdom. It's probably in her best interest if she acts like she and Haven are total strangers. The Marquis rushes out of the room, and the girl thinks his advice feels more like a foreboding hint. After Lavanche, the heroine, and Amelia make tracks to a dress shop. The maid's trying to snap her mistress out of her daze, but she's off in another world. Amelia finally breaks through, urging her to focus. The shop assistant wants her to try on this dreamy dress. As she strides towards the dressing room, Vettis reassures the maid that she's got it all sorted back at Lavanche, but every time she fixes one problem, another one sneaks up. Stuck in her thoughts, Vettis ducks into the dressing room while the clerk helps her with the attire. The Marquis' words about pretending they don't know each other keep running through her mind. She's made her decision. She'll let his tone slide this time. The heroine recalls him saying he'd use the intel he got from her. He calls it advice, but there's more lurking beneath the surface, and she's determined to get to the bottom of it. Now all dressed up, Vettis suddenly hears a ruckus behind the curtain. Peeking out from the changing room, she asks Amelia what's going on, learning that some lady is making a fuss in the store. Out of the blue, this girl spots our heroine and is shocked to see her in a place like this. The hero just blinks, utterly confused, trying to figure out what's going on. As the girl approaches the changing room, she announces with flair that she's got places to be, but couldn't resist the urge to check in, convinced that Vettis couldn't possibly pick a decent dress with her taste. Grinning, the girl offers to share some fashion tips. The hero quietly pulls back the curtain and steps out of the changing room. Amelia gazes at her mistress in awe. She looks like $1,000,000 in a dress that fits her like it was made by fairy godmothers. Vettis worries the fabric is too sheer, leaving her sword hidden underneath high and dry. The stranger raves about the hero's outfit, assuming it's all thanks to her maid. Vettis sizes her up, ready to fire off a question. The main character sheepishly apologizes, admitting she doesn't remember her at all. Hearing that the girl gets so furious she might just pop a vein. The main character leans over to Amelia, whispering, "Who is she? And why should I remember?" Amelia gazes at her mistress in awe, who looks absolutely stunning in a dress that seems custom-made for her. Vettis is fretting that the fabric is a bit too sheer, and people might catch a glimpse of the sword hidden beneath. A stranger praises the heroine's outfit. Assuming it's all thanks to her maid, Vettis sizes the girl up, about to ask a question. The main character apologizes, admitting she doesn't have a clue who she is. Hearing that the girl gets so mad she's practically seething. The main character leans into Amelia, whispering who that is and why she should even care to remember her. So, according to the maid, it's her childhood buddy, Lady Mattia, from the Torque Earldom. Even though they weren't exactly BFFs, Vad starts recalling Torque Earldom, that wacky family known for their nightly shenanigans. The main character sees Mattia acting all weird, figuring that it's because the girl just can't stand her. She's got Zippo for memories about Vettis' past life, but she's definitely still packing her old habits and feels. But hey, the main character feels nothing for Mattia since she dodges her like the plague whenever she tries to chat. Blushing red and looking like she just bit a lemon, Mattia shoots daggers at Vettis with her eyes' teeth practically grinding. The heroine just laughs it off like it was all a big joke, saying she's thrilled to see her. But as Mattia turns on her heel, she throws out a warning to never pull a stunt like that again. Amelia, ever the polite one, suggests Mattia just skedaddle back to whatever she was doing instead of hanging out with her mistress. Flopping onto the couch like a cat, the girl reassures the maid not to sweat it. She's totally cool with chilling here. The heroine tells Amelia to let Mattia be, claiming she's not bothering her at all. If she squints just right, Misha kind of resembles a little kid, and Vad wonders if she's always had this vibe. With the first dress settled, the maid suggests the mistress check out some other options, and soon the heroine finds herself being raved at by those super enthusiastic salespeople, each one praising a new dress like it's a diamond. Vad's head is spinning with all the choices, so she just points at the first dress she notices. But hold up, Mattia's not having any of that. She declares that those lace patterns were last year's news and only cool for a hot minute, to which Vettis just blinks in response. Then Mattia points at another dress and says, "That one's a hot commodity. At least 10 other gals are going to show up in it at the ball." Vettis thinks to herself that Mattia must really know her fashion stuff. Eager to wrap this up and get home, she asks Mattia for her expert opinion, ecstatic that Vettis trusts her fashion sense. Miss Torque jumps at the chance to help, since she knows if Vettis ends up as the punchline of the ball, the Eldorado family's pride could take a nosedive. Mattia insists she's not exaggerating and genuinely just wants to help out. As Lady Torque picks out a dress, the heroine has a revelation. Despite Mattia's sharp tongue, there's no real hatred brewing there. After finalizing the selection, the girls bid farewell to the saleswoman who promised to deliver the dress to the Ilorado estate. The heroine thanks Mattia, claiming she got the perfect outfit thanks to her guidance. Lady Torque hopes Vettis doesn't plan on stashing all those dresses in her closet and forgetting about them. Mattia is mumbling something about taking Vettis out, but the girl doesn't catch that. Instead, she remembers she's got royal night tryouts right after the ball and promises to rock a dress next time. Upon hearing this, Mattia goes off again, still baffled. The girls are fuming later that night. All they seem to do is swing their swords around. Mattia storms off to her carriage, and her maids sheepishly apologize to Vettis. Amelia mentions she's heard folks from Torque County are super nice, so she can't figure out why Lady Mattia is being such a jerk. Vettis asks the maid if she thinks Mattia holds a grudge against her, and she simply... Even so, the heroine has a hunch that she and Mattia have a unique bond brewing, just like Amelia had said. Before the ball, the heroine looks like a brand new person, but seeing Amelia's thoughtful gaze, Vad assumes there's something off, and that dress must be a flop. Suddenly, Amelia screams, still clutching the comb, "My lady, you look absolutely incredible. It's driving me bananas." The maid is totally baffled. Why would Lady Mattia choose that stunning dress for Vettis and then go and spread all those nasty rumors? Apparently, Torque's been yapping to everyone that Vettis is rushing into her debut because she's terrified of missing her shot at snagging a husband while being all about that knighthood gig. Plus, she claimed there isn't a single man in the whole country brave enough to handle a strong-willed woman like her. Amelia's fuming that Mattia would be so low as to spin such malicious gossip, even if there isn't. Our girl tells the maid to chill. Someone else might have thrown those rumors out there. Amelia can't wrap her head around why Vettis is standing up for Mattia. Even though there's no proof, she just knows it's Mattia behind it. The maid recalls all too well how Lady Mattia would always pull her shenanigans. Every time she approached Vettis pretending to be all nice and sweet, she'd twist everything and try to make a scene just to humiliate her. The heroine strains to remember details about Mattia from their past, but all that comes to mind are their epic throwdowns. One day stands out in her memory. Even though the heroine can't pin down the exact date, she remembers hiding in the bushes of the palace garden, wanting to avoid a potential showdown with Mattia. While crouched behind the bushes, the heroine thought about how utterly exhausted she was since sleep evaded her. Suddenly, Mattia walked by with her maid, who was trying to calm her, insisting that Lady Eldorado... Lady Torque was all riled up upset that Vettis had turned away without giving her a proper greeting. The maids pleaded with her to chill and keep it down since they were still inside the palace. Sniffling, Mattia confessed that Vettis definitely looked down on her because her family always sided with her. Unlike Lady Torque's own family, Mattia was furious, declaring that Vettis wouldn't stay in her little fantasy for long. "You look so amazing. It's driving me completely nuts." The maids all confused. Why in the world would Lady Mattia pick that dress for Vettis and then spread all those wild stories about her? It seems Torque has been blabbing to everyone that Vettis is racing to make her debut because she's all worried about missing her shot at landing a husband, what with being so into knighthood. Plus, she claimed there's no guy in the whole kingdom brave enough to handle a woman with such a strong spirit. Amelia is furious that Mattia would even dream of crafting such nasty rumors, even if there weren't someone courageous out there. Our girl tells the maid to chill out. Somebody else could have started those tales. Amelia can't figure out why Vettis is defending her. Even without proof, she's sure it was Mattia. The maid recalls how Lady Mattia used to love messing with her. Every time she popped up to Vettis pretending to be all sweet and innocent, but then she'd flip everything around and create a scene just to make her feel small. The heroine struggles to dredge up memories about Mattia from the past, but all she can picture are their throwdowns. One day stands out vividly in her memory, though the heroine was racking her brain to remember anything about Mattia from the past, but all that came to mind were their epic blowouts. One day in particular screamed for attention in her mind. Even though our heroine was so out of it that she couldn't tell a Sunday from a Tuesday, hiding out among the bushes in the palace garden when, bam, she bumped into Mattia. Spotting the girl, the heroine whipped around like a cat who just got its tail stepped on, trying to dodge her, because if they started chatting, it could turn into a scene louder than a marching band. As she sat there blending in with the bushes, the heroine couldn't help but think about how utterly exhausted she felt. Sleep was a distant dream at night. At that exact moment, Mattia strolled by with her maid, who was desperately trying to convince her that Lady El Dorado wasn't looking down her nose at her since they were practically twins in age and their families were tight-knit. Lady Torque was throwing a fit that Vettis just spun around like a top, ignoring her entirely. The maids were practically begging Mattia to take it down a notch and stop sobbing so loud since they were inside the royal palace. Between sniffles, Mattia confessed that Vettis acted like she was beneath him, all because her family always had her back, unlike Lady Torque's own clan, which made her furious. She declared that Vettis couldn't keep hiding in his little dreamland forever. It all came rushing back to her like a wave of poorly made instant noodles. She was so freaked out about messing up the original story that she totally overlooked all the little hiccups and glitches. Maybe she overlooked something with Mita, just like when she finally got why her mom was so sincere after traveling back in time. Grabbing Amelia by the shoulders, she spills that she totally gets her concern. That's why she's planning to hit up Mitch about these wild rumors herself and really dig deep into it all. So Vettis jumps into a carriage with her sidekick Enoch to roll up to the royal ball. When she admits she's a little nervous, the knight assures her not to stress and vows to have her back. Helping Vettis out of the carriage, he promises nothing will bother her. And so Sir Enoch, Conrad Royfield, and Vidal El Dorado strut into the ballroom all chummy. She can feel everyone's eyes on them, and Enoch suggests they find a spot that's not so jam-packed. Vade strolls through the hall and spots Mattia surrounded by a gaggle of ladies. Mattia locks eyes with her and for some inexplicable reason flinches a little. The heroine beams and waves at Lady Torque, but she turns away like she just spotted a ghost. They definitely made eye contact, yet Mattia acts like she's never met Vettis. Noticing the heroine's raised eyebrows, Enoch asks what's up. She tells him to play it cool and just follow her lead. Right now, she needs to focus on Marquis Bennett. The chit-chat with Mattia can wait. Standing on the balcony, Vettis sees Marquis Bennett surrounded by his entourage. The aristocrats to his right are hanging tight, so he's probably leading the charge in this rebellion thing. Enoch approaches the girl and asks if she's searching for someone. Smiling, the heroine responds that she's just making sure she remembers every aristocrat's name. Spotting the Marquis heading out, our girl decides it's time to make her move. She tells Royfield there's someone downstairs that she thinks she recognizes. Before Enoch can even blink, Vettis bolts like a bat out of hell, but he's right on her heels, and she realizes this plan might not hold water. She's keeping a hawk's eye on Marquis Bennett, trying to track where he's headed. Just like back in her past life, the Marquis is scooting out of the hall with a few dudes. This palace is a total labyrinth. So many rooms Vades has to catch up or she'll lose him. She recalls Marco Haven's offer to cough twice when she needs a diversion. Right now, she really needs someone to give Enoch a run for his money so she can slip out unnoticed. Scanning the room, she thinks, how's he gonna hear me cough in this noise? The place is a total zoo. Still, the heroine decides to take a shot in the dark and coughs loudly twice. Sir Royfield, sounding concerned, asks if she's okay. While he's stressing over how to help her, an old-timer comes stumbling over. One more second, and he trips crashing right into Enoch while grabbing his jacket on the way down. The guy mumbles an apology, saying he had one too many drinks and lost his footing. Hot on his trail, a woman steps up and starts giving her husband the 3rd degree for drinking too much. Turning to Enoch, the woman points out that a button's gone rogue on his suit. The guy hands Royfield the button and promises to fetch a servant to fix it up quick. Grabbing Enoch's arm, the old fella yanks him away, urging him to hustle so they don't miss the dance-off. The guy reluctantly shuffles after him, not wanting to leave Vades all by her lonesome. But he notices the drunk guy's wife has already found her side. Figuring Vades won't even notice, the woman gives her a wink. The heroine realizes Marquis Haven sent these two, and she waves to Enoch, promising she'll catch him soon. Already entertaining his gal oblivious. Figuring Vades wouldn't even notice her partner was MIA, the woman threw her a cheeky wink. The heroine pieced it together that Marquis Haven sent these two, and she gave Enoch a wave, promising she'd see him soon, like a magic trick gone right. Once the dudes are out of sight, the woman turns to Vettis and says it's time to get down to business, rummaging around under her skirt. She pulls out a cloak and says the Marquis had it sent so the girl could blend in better with the crowd. The woman wishes Vades good luck, and she smiles, thanks her, and throws on the cloak. Dashing down the hallway in the direction Marquis Bennett went, the heroine finally manages to catch up, and ducking behind a wall, she takes a moment to catch her breath. The Marquis is whining about his buddy's clumsiness, saying, "That's why they got stuck." Now Vettis is sure she'll catch every shady detail of their convo. As the whole gang piles into one of the rooms, our girl makes a beeline for the door next to it. She checks to make sure nobody's home and breathes a sigh of relief. This room's right next to where the Marquis went. Leaning against the wall, Vettis amps up her hearing with Mana, and now she can clearly hear what's cooking next door. Bennett's telling his buddies to keep their lips zipped about what he's about to show them. After securing their promise for secrecy, the Marquis reaches into his pocket. A second later, he whips out an exclusive gadget from the Magic Tower, a teleportation artifact. According to him, the artifact needs to be juiced up with magical power, and the second part needs to be set up at the destination. Then the teleport will work like a dream. Vades is totally blown away by this info because if she recalls correctly, mages from Mosenberg and sorcerers from the Helvetic Empire teamed up to create that gadget. The Magic Tower alone couldn't crank out something like that. Even an alchemist wouldn't pull this off unless they had a brainiac like Rosanna helping. Marinette's twirling his mustache, knowing he's wowed the socks off these guys. They're convinced that with this gadget, they can finally one-up that snooty Baroness Talaroon. The Marquess thanks the guys for banking on the artifact, saying its performance is smashing expectations like a piñata at a birthday party. When asked if Burnett has any other tricks up his sleeve, he chuckles and says he's whipping up something utterly game-changing. He vows to produce something even more colossal than Mosenberg's pièce de résistance. The heroine thinks they're talking about the entire kingdom, because if it's that monumental wowza, but the Marquis mentions that the teleportation gadget still needs some fine-tuning, and the price of mana stones keeps going up faster than a hot air balloon. One of the guys brags that they're set to double their investment this quarter, because hey, no delays allowed. But they want Bennett to spill the juicy deets on his groundbreaking project. When the Marquis tells them they're all going to triple their investments, he asks them to pump the brakes and think it over for a hot second. He turns to Viscount Jeff and asks if he's done what the Marquis requested. Jeff says he installed the second part of the gadget in the garden just to hang tight and give it a think. He asked Viscount Jeff if he actually did what Marquis told him to do. Jeff grinned and confirmed that he installed the second part of the artifact in the garden just like he was instructed. In that case, the Marquis suggests changing the scenery and continuing the chat elsewhere, then poof, he disappears using the artifact. The heroine's jaw drops at Bennett's abrupt vanishing act. She darts out onto the balcony trying to figure out which garden they're off to and feels a surge of mana coming from the artifact. Peeking down, she's convinced she can make the jump from here without breaking a leg. So without thinking twice, she grips the railing and vaults over the edge. One floor down, she locks eyes with Marcus Haven chilling on the balcony. He can't believe what he's witnessing. As he strolls to the railing, he peers down, squinting into the darkness, trying to catch a glimpse of where the girl leapt off. Vet hits the ground, wondering if she'd just hallucinated spotting Haven on that balcony, but there's no time for pondering. She needs to hustle before the mana trail fades away. Kita's getting a kick out of the girl's antics. Considering she mentioned wanting to be stealthy, he sips his wine and realizes he can't just let her flounder out there. Following the mana trail, Vet finds the guys, hoping they don't decide to teleport to Timbuktu. Now Bennett gets why the investors are clueless as deer caught in headlights. They're complete numpties. He and Jeff are yapping about how smoothly everything went and how even these dimwits can be turned to their advantage. Hearing them scheme about turning the investors' cash into shiny jewels and bribing the Lord of the Magic Tower, Vettis realizes they're nothing but a bunch of hustlers. Jeff asks if they should send the stones to the Magic Tower as usual, but Bennett tells him to shut his pie hole and not blab about stuff like that where everyone can hear. The guy apologizes to the Marquis, who tells him to hang on a sec. Then bang! Bennett rips up a magic scroll that'll block any eavesdropping like a ninja. Vettis watches all of this unfold and realizes the Marquis just hit the mute button on the world. She wonders how many magical gizmos this guy has tucked away. Our girl's thinking it would be a bummer to come all this way and leave empty-handed. Just giving that barrier a little poke would be enough, and Vettis wonders if she can sneak up on them. But just as she takes a step toward the con artists, someone puts a hand on her shoulder, and next thing she knows, she's wrapped in a bear hug from Mary Haven, who decided to put the kibosh on her plan. She's like, what is he doing here? Was Khaled on her tail the whole time? Haven tells Vettis to quit poking him in the chest with her elbow and lets her go. Meanwhile, the con artists decide to saunter back to the ballroom. The heroine's feeling down in the dumps because all her scheming went to waste, and the guys she was tailing are now MIA. She's fuming at the Maris, who's sure Vettis was about to do something crazy. Khaled figured out she was trying to listen in on those two guys' chit-chat, but he's sure the Viscount would have caught her red-handed before she even got close. Still, Vice thinks she had the shot that maybe she wouldn't have been spotted in the dark. Getting up from the ground, he says the girl will get another chance next time, because banking on something as vague as luck is basically waving the white flag on other possibilities. The heroine admits she rushed things, that she was so fixated on catching the rebels she got way too impatient. He even got anxious because someone who was supposed to be stealthy just dove off the 3rd floor, so he followed her. Yet the Marquis is convinced he did the right thing by coming here. The heroine grumbles, annoyed that she made it a point to ensure nobody was around before she jumped. Even now, she hadn't realized Khaled was loitering so close until he snagged her. She wonders if it's magic since she recognized his mana back in Levanche. The Marquis admits he wasn't being careful with her because he doubted her skills. Vad decides to poke fun at Haven, asking if he's confident in her abilities now, but the Marquis floors her. He pulled off magic without a trace of mana, showing he's a total pro at controlling it. Now she's thinking she totally underestimated him too. Since the ballroom shindig has kicked off, the heroine remembers Enoch and bolts into the hall. Even though she dodged being late, Vettis can't spot her date anywhere. Some ladies notice and start gossiping about why Miss Ilorado is flying solo right now. The girls joke that her partner must have ghosted her, legged it from Vades, and hearing this makes her blood boil. Just then, Marquis Haven struts into the hall, and the girl realizes she's out of options. She sprints over to him, grabs his sleeve, and pleads with him to rescue her one more time. At that moment, taking a closer look at the Marquis, the heroine spots a scar running across his entire face. The girl rubs her eyes, and when she looks at him again, she notices the scar has disappeared. The Marquis explains it's masking magic similar to what he pulled back in Levanche. And since Vettis is already in the know about his true identity, the effect just sorta evaporates like last night's pizza. When Haven gets grilled about why he's keeping his mug hidden, he zings back that she's the only one in this joint who knows he's a big deal. A painstakingly crafted masquerade, nothing more than a papier-mâché mask nobody cares about. That's the real Maris Khaled for you. Now that Vettis is in the loop, he tells her to steer clear, because there's a whole posse watching. He starts to dip out, but Miss Elorado yanks on his jacket like a toddler holding on to a candy bar, claiming she's not ready to lose him just yet, even though he's practically throwing her a "please leave" invitation. Vettis can't believe this is what he meant by "let's act like total strangers," and warns her she's about to drop her reputation quicker than a hot potato if she hangs around him. Stopping in he tosses the question right back at Maris, asking what exactly he should be taking her for. Because honestly, if she gave a hoot about her reputation, she'd never have picked up a sword to begin with. Haven falls silent, and for a heartbeat, it's just them standing there in a super awkward face-off. Feeling the cringe, she tells him to not push it if he's not feeling it. Grabbing Vettis as if they're about to hit the dance floor, he casually mentions he warned her, but honestly, he doesn't give a flying flip about what happens next. Enoch, meanwhile, is on a wild goose chase looking for Vettis, thinking she must have ghosted him. He figures the best spot to wait is the ballroom, where he might have missed her while playing hide-and-seek. As he strolls in, he overhears people chit-chatting with his brooding vibe and that gnarly scar on his face. Glancing at the girl, Enoch is like, "This has spiraled out of control." Maris tells her to chill during the dance, but she jumps in, saying she's practiced 1,000,000 times to dodge stepping on his toes. Haven confesses to Vettis that he's totally aware of what Marquis Bennett was throwing down in the garden. The girl's jaw drops since he tosses out a suggestion to hash things out in Levanche, clear the air about their plans, and stop playing the sabotage game. Spotting Vet twirling with Khaled, the princess starts to freak out like she's just spotted a ghost. The Marquis proposes a partnership, but makes it clear he won't stop helping her regardless. The heroine beams at his surprise offer. As their dance winds down, Haven asks the girl if it's cool for him to bounce. The heroine breathes a sigh of relief that she didn't stomp all over his feet even though she was practically blindfolded. Suddenly, the Marquis vanishes like a magician's rabbit. Enoch creeps up behind her and Vettis turns red as a tomato upon hearing his voice. She spins around, bows, and pleads for his forgiveness. She explains she just needed a breath of fresh air and took a wrong turn on her way back. And when she finally returned, the dance was already in full swing. Vet's gotta fess up she couldn't find Enoch and was so frazzled that she just grabbed the first guy in sight and spun with him. Royfield tells her to rise up, saying he couldn't find her either, and in her mind she promises to track down all the rebels and be the hero. Lady Elsa swoops in, labeling Vettis as a pretty gutsy gal. She comments that the guy she was with seemed pretty intimidating, but maybe sword wielders are just a different breed. The crowd starts buzzing. Is she that girl from the gossip mill? And they just can't wrap their heads around how a lady could get swept up in something so dangerous. Enoch pulling the superhero act steps in front of the heroine and calls out Lady Elsa for her shady remarks. When Vettis queries who the girl is, he leans in close to whisper, "She's the Earl's daughter." Apparently, Vettis' older bro Leo's gave her the cold shoulder when she tried to catch his eye. Eliza nudges Mr. Royfield not to get all whose quirky pastime appears to be getting a thrill out of danger. She decides to brainstorm some new hobby ideas for Vettis that might be more her speed. Eliza suggests she give Beast taming a whirl instead of sword fighting. In her book, that would totally suit her style. Vet figures Eliza must be a seasoned animal whisperer to have cracked that code. The heroine thinks about how folks are always nitpicking stuff that's supposed to be all right. Meanwhile, Eliza's practically vibrating with anger when suddenly the princess herself pops up. Rosanna announces she came over because she was totally intrigued by their riveting chat. She takes a shot at the nervous Eliza and asks if she thinks Lady Vetta's sword fighting is merely a hobby. According to Rosanna, the girl isn't just into wielding a sword. She's genuinely got some serious skills. She'd call it a gift, not some amateur side project like Lady Eliza's seems to be. The girl fidgets nervously with her fan, unsure of how to respond to Her Highness. Unable to handle the pressure, Eliza covers her face and scurries. The princess says she's not trying to stir up trouble, so she'd like to set the record straight right here and now. Rosanna has decided to pick a personal bodyguard through the Royal Knight exam coming up this year, and she's throwing Vettis' name in the ring for the job. The dudes in the crowd are scratching their heads, not getting why the princess needs a bodyguard when the palace is already filled with guards. Rosanna fires back that she absolutely needs a bodyguard, and boy does she have her reasons. She declares to everyone present that she's an alchemist, and with a flourish, sends a wave of floating flowers cascading through the hall, dazzling the guests. Maris Bennett is facepalming hard because the main skill in alchemy is mastering that complex mana control, and these flowers, well, she was so frazzled that she grabbed the first guy she laid eyes on and went to twirl with him. Royfield told her to straighten up, claiming he couldn't find her either, which made her feel even guiltier since he was completely clueless. In her head, she vowed she was going to track down all those rebels and save His Royal Highness. Lady Elsa sprinted over to them, calling Vettis quite the daring fellow. She mentioned that the guy she was seen with looked pretty menacing. But hey, maybe folks who can wield a sword really are cut from a different cloth. The crowd started buzzing, wondering, is that girl the one from the gossip mills? They simply couldn't wrap their heads around how a lady could get tangled up in something so risky. Shielding the heroine, Enoch shot Lady Elsa a curious look, asking what her game was with her comments. When Vettis inquired who that girl was, Enoch whispered back, "She's the Earl's daughter." Turns out Vettis' older brother Leos totally rejected her when she tried to catch his eye. Eliza took a jab at Mr. Royfield for being overly defensive, saying she could totally get where that lady was coming from, considering her odd hobby of chasing after danger. She thought she might suggest some alternative hobbies for Vettis that would be more up her alley. Eliza proposed she try her hand at taming wild beasts instead of all that sword play. In her humble opinion, that type of thrill would be just her speed. Vet figured Eliza must have some hands-on experience in taming since she clocked it in an instant, and Eliza flushed as red as a tomato. The heroine pondered how people sure love to nitpick things that are supposedly fine. Eliza was practically trembling with fury, and just then, the princess herself strutted over. Rosanna announced she was curious about their riveting chat. She asked the timid Eliza if she thought Lady Vetta's sword skills were just another hobby. According to Rosanna, the girl wasn't just toying with a sword. She was downright impressive, not some amateur collection hobby like Lady Eliza's. Eliza fidgeted nervously with her fan, completely at a loss for words. Feeling the heat, Eliza covered her face and bolted from the hall as Rosanna gushed about how happy she was to finally meet Vettis. The princess said she didn't want to make the girl feel uncomfortable, so she wanted to clear things up right there and then. Rosanna decided to recruit a personal bodyguard through this year's Royal Knight exam and was throwing her hat in Vettis's ring for the job. The guys in the crowd were confused, wondering why the princess needed a bodyguard when the palace was crawling with guards. Rosanna shot back that she absolutely needed one, and she had a mighty good reason too. She announced to everyone present that she was an alchemist, and with a dramatic wave of her hand, the entire hall blossomed with floating flowers, dazzling the guests with their sheer beauty. Maris Bennett had to facepalm because the key to alchemy was all about complex mana control, and those flowers were a prime example. Nothing special about it at all. So being a princess's bodyguard sounds cool, right? Well, hold on to your tiaras because things get spicy when the princess is an alchemist. The guys in the hall start eyeing each other, dreaming about what it must be like to woo a princess with magical potions. But Vettis is convinced she'll snag that gig, no matter how many feet she has to step on to get there. Everyone's giving the king high fives for having such a talented alchemist in the family. Mark Bennett gives Rosanna a thumbs up, and she responds with a grateful smile. Turning to Vettis, he urges her not to take the princess's words too seriously, insisting they were just her nerves talking. Lady El Dorado rolls her eyes at that lame excuse. Maris shrugs it off and says Rosanna was worried the lady might not handle the royal knight business. Seriously, this has never happened before. Some jobs just seem a little too heavy for the ladies, right? Bennett thinks Vides should just become a princess's maid and let the knight stuff be tough enough for her dad and brother. The crowd starts buzzing. They're saying Lady El Dorado's fancy rank would make her the absolute best personal lady-in-waiting for the princess. Out of the blue, Vettis strides forward, radiating confidence like a catwalk model, leaving those poor guys speechless. Rosanna had to keep her alchemical skills under wraps for so long because of society's ridiculous judgments. But now that she's made it to the Empire, she's finally letting her talents shine. It seems the Marquis thought Vettis would throw a fit at the crowd's judging glares, but he clearly underestimated her. So Vettis waltzes up to Bennett and confidently states that she believes being the princess's personal maid would be a massive honor. But if she ends up a lady-in-waiting, then who's going to pass this year's knight exam? Vettis chuckles, pointing out there's no way they'll choose someone weaker than a maid to be a bodyguard. Maris is just flabbergasted that the princess would opt for such a prim and proper girl. But Rosanna just laughs, telling him to chill out since he was making too much noise for anyone else to speak. Then in a tone that could shatter glass, the princess declares she only wants female guards. There's no law saying otherwise, and it's her royal prerogative to choose her crew. Desperately, the Marquis pleads with the king to stop Rosanna from this nonsense. After all, aren't women just too delicate to be knights? The princess pulls a fierce face and argues back, saying that there are plenty of capable women out there. Bennett sticks to his guns, insisting the king should settle things like this. Rosanna retorts that they'll need to pick 4 people, and if anything's left open, they can fill those too. The guys in the crowd snicker, thinking she's totally clueless about reality. Meanwhile, security is shooing away children who are just chilling while streetlights are being switched out. Ladies gossip about how the princess, who's now the tax overlord, is tossing money around replacing just fine street lamps. One woman chimes in, claiming these new lights shine brighter and last longer than the old ones. Vettis can't help but eavesdrop as the women chatter excitedly about the princess's plan to upgrade the alchemy program, which could make them rich like Scrooge McDuck. The heroine beams, knowing that the townsfolk love these changes. Rosanna's worked her tail off for this, and it's finally paying off. Vettis jumps for joy, eager to dive into work, and hoping everything goes smoothly to nail down that partnership. As she strides into Lavanche, Syrian Pablo greets her with a glare that could wilt flowers. Maris quickly tells his assistant to chill and lead Lady El Dorado to him. Vettis flops down on the couch like it's a throne, and Syrian pours her some tea, which she graciously accepts. Then Marquis Heaven's personal assistant introduces himself like he's on a game show. Since she and Vettis have decided to be a power duo, Khalid thought it best to drop the formalities. He even brought Syrian along for backup. He confesses that when she first arrived, both his assistants were spying on them from behind a curtain. Now Vettis asks Syrian what he thinks about her after watching her play sword fight with his boss. The assistant reassures her, saying he doesn't judge the Marquis's choices entirely by his emotions. Vettis asks Khalid where to kick off their conversation, realizing they have a ton to unpack. Khalid suggests they start with their goals, and once they're on the same page, then move on to the Maris-Bennett dilemma. Nodding along, Vettis goes first, asking if it's true that Heaven has a burning dislike for the royal family, to which he replies with a definitive, "Yep," despises them. The heroine chimes in, revealing she and Rosanna are plotting to break away from royal ties, their main mission to take down those nobles who are all smiles while pretending not to be shady. Haven scratching his head, confused as to why she sounds like the kingdom is in hot water, especially since things have been stable after all that noble squabbling. Vettis declares there are indeed folks gunning to shake things up and plan a revolt. Syrian jumps to his feet, furious and screaming about how dangerous wild rumors can be messy gossip about the royal family being weak and all. Khalid, ever so pragmatic, coolly states that ordinary citizens aren't out for blood, and the first names that pop into mind are from the four great houses. Syrian's perplexed about why those rich families would risk everything, like millions worth of fortunes, for a little rebellion. Vettis shrugs, saying they don't like sharing their toys, so they're trying to figure out how to hoard everything for themselves. It's only been 5 years since Marquis Haven kicked the bucket, the dude who, with the royal family's help, crushed the nobles and amassed power like a game of Monopoly. Khaled's boiling about the audacity of anyone trying this after the House of Haven got all weakened as a heads up to others. Vettis stands there dumbfounded, thinking about what's next. Said they were a possessive bunch, always looking for a way to snag everything for themselves. It had only been 5 years since Marquis Haven passed, the guy who, thanks to the royal family's support, stomped the nobility and climbed to the top. Khalid was raging that they dared to pull a stunt like this just when the House of Haven took a hit, sending a loud and clear message to anyone else thinking of stepping out of line. Vettis was completely baffled by what the heck was going on. The guy's all confused and wants a definition for warning. Syrian just facepalms as Khalid decides it's time to spill the beans about their little shindig to the girl. The Maurice's grudge against the royal family is keeping his identity under wraps, and the reason he went after Vettis, who was creeping on Bennett, is because he's itching to take him down. Khalid's got a hunch the big four are... So when he hit the big 1-8, he and his dad were out on a leisurely stroll. Rosanna, who was just a tiny 11-year-old at the time, came running up to Khalid with a bouquet of flowers like she was in a race. She handed him the flowers and sweetly wished him a happy birthday. Marquis Haven gave Rosanna the classic uncle compliment, "You look lovely as always," and she graciously accepted it. Since his dad had to dash off for work, Khalid decided to hit the playground with his cousin. The guy had free reign at the castle since the Maris was deep in serious state business with His Majesty. Khalid patted Rosanna on the head like a proud big cousin and thanked her for being so thoughtful. As he strolled into the gazebo, he casually asked the girl how her aunt was holding up. She mentioned that her mom was fretting about her wild son, wishing he could be a tad more like Khalid since they were both in the same age boat. Khalid figured his cousin must have been fuming at that comparison since he wasn't exactly a fan of him. Once Mary Haven's abode snagged the full trust of His Majesty, the royal power and treasury, which were on the brink of collapse under the previous rulers, began to perk up. Even though the nobles were throwing a tantrum, they knew they had no say in the matter. If things had kept cruising in that direction, the prince would have been inheriting a prime throne. But instead, the nobility feared Mark Haven's family way more than they did the royal family, and the prince kept his distance from Khalid to ensure his house wouldn't try to pull any strings. The guy couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Rosanna devouring pastries, amused by the entire circus going on. Khalid never had any intentions of stealing his little cousin's spotlight. He wasn't that far gone to be the glory thief. That evening, he sat by the window, watching the rain tap dance outside, mulling over how long it had been since he'd visited this house. Khalid confided in Siri about his dark feelings towards the place. He decided to hit pause on meeting the master of the magic tower until later and asked Jeff to relay the message. Khalid was well aware that turning down an invite from the magic tower was a big no-no, but taking a joyride down a washed-out road seemed a little too risky for his taste. It struck him as strange that he was involved. Siran guessed the tower wanted to cozy up to the House of Haven. The master of the magic tower was milking gold from both their family and Mark Benet, draining both houses like a leaky faucet. The assistant chimed in, suggesting that maybe he'd rather have the future Marquis Haven over a lackluster magician like Bennett. Khaled appreciated Sirian's vote of confidence, but still felt he was off the mark. If the Havens lassoed the magic tower under their control, the nobles' griping would only escalate, but a little mutual support could cool their jets. Sirian got what Khaled was laying down, which was obviously something the Tower Master figured out too. Khaled reminded the kid that if he wanted to be his assistant long-term, he needed to beef up on his political smarts. Just then, a maid knocked on the door, and the young master invited her in like it was a royal audience. The maid announced that Lord Haven had declared an urgent return to the royal palace. The kid sped down the stairs faster than a cat on a hot tin roof to figure out what was up with his parents. His dad filled him in that His Majesty had sent an urgent summons, so they had to tuck tail and leave immediately. Count Nolam had news from the borders about monster attacks, and this was a top priority. Marquis Haven was fully aware that if he didn't rein in all the big houses at this gathering, chaos would reign supreme. His parents vowed to return post-haste once everything was settled. Sirian had a gut feeling that the monster war might erupt all over again. Khaled knew it was serious if the Count himself was delivering the report, but guessing wouldn't do him any good. So, he figured it was time to take charge. He instructed Sirian to fill Marcus's assistant, Baron Pabel, in on all the details, and to inquire about the Haven family's financial situation. This war could tank the family, and that thought gnawed at Khaled as he peered out at the rain pouring down. He swung open the window, still puzzled about why he felt so unsettled. Suddenly, Jeff and Baron Pabel stormed into the mansion, drenched to the bone and panting like they just sprinted a marathon. Jeff rushed up to Khaled and pleaded for him to keep his cool. They broke the devastating news that his parents' carriage had tumbled over a cliff and they weren't coming back. Khaled was ready to race over there faster than a speeding bullet to see what had happened. Baron Pabel insisted that the young man should stay at the mansion as the last bastion of hope for these lands. He feared the situation would turn even messier if the young Marie ventured out and something went sideways. After the initial shock wore off, Jeff recounted how he stumbled upon the accident site while heading back from the magic tower. The lord's bodies had been moved to his wagon, leaving their carriage under watch. "We need to rustle up some wagons quick to transport everything." Khaled understood he had to step up. If rumors got loose, it would be total bedlam. The title of Marquis Haven and all his territories now belonged to the only surviving member of the family. Baron Pabel and Jeff dropped to their knees, ready to fulfill their master's wishes. Without a second thought, Khaled instructed Jeff to gather his reliable crew and move his parents' carriage back to the mansion. He told Baron Pabel to summon the chamberlain and ensure the servants stayed locked up in their quarters. For himself, he would take on the weighty task of relocating his parents' bodies to their bedroom and getting in touch with his aunt at the royal castle. He had to walk a tightrope. Without a second thought, Khaled ordered Jeff to round up some trustworthy folks and haul his parents' carriage to their mansion. He tasked Baron Pabel with summoning the chamberlain to make sure the servants didn't poke their noses out of their rooms. He took it upon himself to move his parents' remains to their own bedroom and reach out to his aunt at the royal castle. He had to tread lightly, so after locking himself in his study, Khaled whipped out his communication sphere. When he reached out to his aunt, she thought he was Mark Haven at first. The queen said she was in a pickle because she and her sister had ghosted on their meeting. Khaled cleared his throat and explained that it was him, not his dad, who was calling, and delivered the somber news about his parents. His aunt was in disbelief that they had kicked the bucket on their way to the palace. It blew her mind that such a thing could happen, and her voice dropped to a hush. She found the nobles' smug behavior at the meeting a bit fishy, like they were on to something shifty. Khaled felt a surge of rage at this, but his aunt said she needed to report everything to His Majesty and hung up like it was a hot potato. It seemed beyond odd to Khaled that the big houses chose the exact day his parents took their last ride to swap up their game. The Earl's surprise visit and that last-minute meeting practically forced his parents out in treacherous weather as if someone had scripted the whole tragedy. Khaled decided it wasn't just a chance happening. It felt more like a trap set on purpose. Once the carriage rolled up to the mansion, the young Marquis jumped right in to investigate. But the rain had washed away all the clues, turning the whole thing into a messy puzzle, since the enemies of the Haven family were some serious heavy hitters. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Khaled's mind, and he asked Sirian where his fancy carriage had gotten off to. The assistant replied it was still chilling in the neighboring carriage house since Khalid had postponed his trip to the magic tower. Hearing that, the young Marquis dashed to the neighboring carriage house with Jeff and Syrian tailing right behind him, clueless about his. Leaning down to check out the carriage wheel, Khalid's suspicions were confirmed. There was a demolition seal stuck to the front axle. Jeff piped up that the master's carriage was missing those exact wheels and they'd totally lost track of the supports. If Khalid had really headed to the magic tower, he'd have been toast, just like his parents. The Marquis ordered the stablemaster and coachman to track down anyone who'd been loitering in the stables since last night and lock them up in the mansion's basement. He then demanded they fetch him a working carriage so he could jet off to the royal castle and urge them to investigate his parents' untimely demise. He had to beat the grand houses before they hit the royal road, and time wasn't on his side. Leaving his mansion under Baron Paybel's watch, the young Marquis galloped off to the royal castle. On his ride, it finally smacked him like a brick. He was all alone. Khalid vowed to hunt down those responsible for his parents' death and make them pay, convinced the royal family would back him. Upon reaching the palace, he demanded to know what in the world was happening. Khalid couldn't wrap his head around why the king and queen were ghosting an investigation. They had a lead, but there they sat, heads hanging, like they were in timeout. According to His Majesty, they couldn't be sure if those nobles were the ones pulling the strings behind the carriage accident. He didn't think there was enough solid proof that a noble set off the explosive seal. Trembling with frustration, Khalid pleaded with the queen to speak up because he was convinced the aristocrats were the real baddies. He reminded her how her younger sister had bitten the dust, but she just sobbed quietly. She recalled how, upon hearing the dreadful news, she'd told the king, who was sure the nobles would be the ones at the center of the storm. The king wasn't too optimistic about the Haven family holding their ground right now. After all, those nobles had already crossed several lines, and who knows what craziness they might pull next. Grabbing his wife by the shoulders, he pleaded with her to think of the children. If they dug deeper and still couldn't pinpoint the culprit, the whole royal family could be left holding the bag. Reliving that entire conversation, the aunt, a sobbing mess, sat quietly before Khalid, her body trembling. Her nephew knelt in front of her, begging for any words of wisdom to help him. The queen stood up from her throne, expressed her sorrow, then fainted dead away. Catching her, the king declared the audience over and booted the young Marquis out of the palace. Clenching his fists, Khalid warned His Majesty he might come to regret this choice, throwing a little shade by stating they had no right to treat him like this. The guy stormed out of the royal palace, venting to Vettis about how he had tried to save his house in every way he could think of. But folks connected to his family started having bad luck and disappearing one by one. Terrified, his business partners cut ties, and his vassals and servants climbed out the window. They got lured away by the promises of those big-shot lords. Khalid was left scratching his head trying to figure out who he could actually trust. So he thought the best move would be to vanish and keep a low profile just like his enemies wanted him to. Fully resigned to the shenanigans, the Marquis scarred his own face, pretending to be a trickster. All that just to lower everyone else's guard so he could strike when the time was right. Vettis, man, it's a bummer to hear all the junk Khalid had to endure. Still, he admits he expected a way bigger reaction from the knight. That's when she blew her lid, ranting about how those nobles had the gall to do that and how the royal family could just turn their backs on their own. But watching her go off like that, Khalid thought maybe that's exactly the kind of response he didn't want to see. She pointed out that blood ties don't guarantee loyalty or someone having your six. You can deal with indifference and blame for ages too scared to lose even that crumb of attention. Ending up in a loving family, Vettis hit the jackpot, no two ways about it. Her nephew knelt before her, desperately begging her to even mutter something, anything to help him out. The queen rose from her throne, and while expressing her sorrow, she fainted right there. The king caught her and declared the audience over, shoving the young Marquis out of the palace. Clenching his fists, Khalid warned His Majesty that he might come to regret treating him like this, asserting that they had no right to treat him like dirt. The guy stormed out of the royal palace. He was venting to Vettis about how he tried to defend his house however he could after that incident. But one by one, folks connected to his family started meeting untimely accidents and disappearing like bad magic tricks. Scared out of their minds, his business partners cut ties, and his vassals and servants pieced out. They were lured away by tempting offers from the big-shot lords. Khalid couldn't figure out who in a million he could rely on, so he thought the best bet was to vanish and keep his head down just like his enemies wanted him to. Accepting his fate, the Marquis scarred his own face, pretending to be a deceiver, all to make everyone lower their guard so he could strike back when the time was right. Vettis, that stuff Khalid went through is a tough pill to swallow. But still, he admitted he was expecting a more dramatic reaction from the knight. That's when she blew her lid, erupting about how those nobles dared to cross such lines and how the royal family could just turn their backs on their own like that. But watching her storm off like that, Khalid thinks this is precisely the reaction he was hoping to avoid. She believes that just because you share blood doesn't mean you can count on someone to have your back. You can put up with being ignored and getting blamed forever, afraid to lose even that little bit of attention. Vettis must have hit the jackpot landing in a loving family, no doubt about it. She tells Khalid he doesn't have to take her word for it, but trust her, she totally understands the soul-crushing agony of losing family. And let's be real, this girl is definitely not in the mood to forgive those goons who snatched her family away. The Marquis is all like, "What's your deal? Your family's all right. He just doesn't get it." But he does understand that they're after the same nasty business. Whether it's assassination or an all-out uprising, the same jerks are stirring the pot. Vettis, feeling a bit unsure, asks the Marquis if they could clear this up before going any further. She's dying to know if it's even remotely possible that someone in her family could be suspect. But Khalid is totally convinced Count Ilarado's innocent. After all, he's the only one who didn't cash in when all the chaos hit the fan. Still, he's curious. What would she do if her own family was under the microscope? Vettis would prove their innocence because she's absolutely certain her family wouldn't even dream of doing something like that. The girl's gotta know what he means by all this family secret chatter. Viz wants Khalid to know she trusts him. Well, maybe just a smidge less than Rosanna. Khalid is pleased with her candid response. It's way better than just throwing trust around like confetti. Watching this circus, Syrian's scratching his head, pondering what the heck these two are up to. Suddenly, deep in thought, the Mark suggests Vettis just call him by his first name. Forget all that formal jazz. This catches not just Syrian off guard, but the girl too, who's curious why he's suddenly gone all casual on her. Khalid, keeping a completely straight face, wonders if they haven't already blown past the manners stage, especially since she even calls the princess by her first name. The heroine has a eureka moment realizing she just called her Highness Rosanna. Khalid totally knew they were skipping titles like they were made of hot lava. The term princess feels all sorts of awkward coming from Vettis. Face-palming, the heroine asks if she can at least call the Marquis Sir Khalid. He's smirking like he just won the lottery. He says that sounds much better. Noticing that quirky look on his face, the girl thinks the Mark has completely lost it. Syrian's just standing there completely bewildered about what's going on. He rushes over to the master, begging him to sniff out the nonsense and get back to the real issue. He was just about to spill the tea about Maris Bennett's secret chat at the royal ball, remembering that Viz urges Khalid to dish the deets. According to him, it was about a teleportation gizmo the Mark is using to pull the wool over investors' eyes, but he didn't create it himself. He got it from someone else. The suppliers rolling into Bennett next month to seal the deal, so he was pushing for them to be ready. Vettis wants to know who this supplier is and suggests they grab him and wring out every last juicy secret. Khalid would totally be down, but he thinks that would make future collaborations a royal pain. Once she becomes Rosanna's personal knight, strolling off won't be easy. Plus, Khalid's planning on heading back to his turf. When she asks when he's leaving, Khalid shares he's off to the estate tomorrow. He's wrapped up his business in the kingdom, and his vibe here is just stirring the pot for some people. Hearing he won't be back until next New Year's and convinced he'll be snuffed out by then and the whole country's gonna implode, Vettis decides to drop the bomb that Rosanna's got something special lined up for him. Khalid figures in that case he could stick around for another 3 days. Vettis hesitantly suggests he stick around for at least a week, and he's cool with it. The girl thanks him and decides she and Rosanna need to hit the capital tomorrow and take care of biz. Worn out after a long, rough day, the heroine heads home, box in hand. She runs into Amelia in the hallway and asks what the maid's doing in the drawing room at this hour. Rushing up to her, the girl pleads with Vettis to do something about Lady Mitcha. Lady Torque waltzed in right after the mistress left, and she's still lingering, even after Amelia asked her to come back later. After discovering she's been hanging out in the living room for 8 hours, the heroine asks the maid to take a box to her room, then struts off to the living room herself. Walking in, she apologizes to Micha for the long wait, explaining that she had some things pop up and got held back, but turning away. The girl says Vettis doesn't need to explain herself to her. The heroine's curious about why Mitya's paying a visit since it seems like it could be pretty important. Hesitating, Mita rallies herself and asks for forgiveness for pretending they didn't know each other at the ball. Even though Vettis might not buy it, she swears she didn't spread any dirt on her. Misha doesn't deny that she told everyone Vettis would be at the ball, but that's as far as it goes, and she didn't say anything nasty. With tears threatening to spill, she says the rumors spread faster than wildfire and turned into some twisted gossip nightmare. The heroine says she believes her and thanks her for coming clean. After all, Mitya put Vettis felt like they were true besties. She hands the girl a handkerchief, reminding her they've been pals since they were tiny tots. Mitya takes the handkerchief, blushing a bit, and beams, thrilled that Vettis considers them friends. Then she asks if she's thinking about ditching her dream of becoming a royal knight. Mitya's heard people ripping on Vettis for it, so she suggests she call it quits while she's ahead. She's worried about her friend, and that's why she brought it up. But Vettis doesn't understand why she's saying this, since she couldn't care less about the rumors and gossip. Misha thinks it'll be a struggle for her to navigate the aristocratic world with that kind of reputation, and she might regret it later. But Vettis asks her to switch topics because she's had a real stinker of a day. So she tosses out the idea of quitting while she's still ahead. She's genuinely worried about her friend, which is why she brought it up. But Vettis is like, why are you even saying this? You don't care about the rumors or gossip. Misha thinks she might have a tough time navigating the aristocratic world with that kind of reputation and might end up regretting it. But Vettis is like, can we talk about something else? I've had a day. She's convinced she can deal with her own mess for now, and Misha winces at those words. They hit home just like when her brother used to spout the same thing back in the day. So Mita starts shouting about how worried she is for her friend, thinking she must think she's a complete loser. Vettis jumps in to explain that's not even close to what she meant. She just believes it's not a great plan to dwell on what others think. Mita yells back, that's exactly what folks with all the luck say. No matter what Vettis does, she always has someone rooting for her, which makes her fearless and ready to take on the world. As a kid, Misha wanted to be just like her buddy and tried to learn sword fighting to bond with her. But all that did was send her dad into a tizzy. He couldn't wrap his head around his daughter wanting to pick up a sword. Little Mita, all scratched up and bruised, was trembling with tears hearing her father's roar. He assigned all the blame to his wife, too, claiming she couldn't even keep an eye on their kid. And the girl just said sorry in a whisper. Her father drilled into her that a lady should be demure and that a woman's joy comes from living an average life and fitting in with the crowd. And now Mita's telling Vettis she's going to bear the brunt of her choices, that all she'll receive is scorn and judgment from the world. Sobbing, she confesses she never wanted this for her friend. She just wished her to have a chill life. Vettis finally grasps what Mitchie's been fretting about all along, since the girls from Moseberg only know about being forced into things. All they can do is wish for change. She asks Mita if she truly believes a woman's role in society is that trivial. Vettis can relate to that, since battling against rules thrust upon you is never a walk in the park. So she suggests that Mita teach her that they can chase after whatever their hearts desire. Gripping her hand tightly, Vettis pleads for Mita to come to the royal knighting ceremony so she can see the other options that are out there. Vettis is warming up before her knighting exam and accidentally hears Rosanna say she expects the judges to play fair. Before the exam, they ran into the princess, and our girl spilled the tea on why. Khaled can only hang around the kingdom for a week. Vettis expressed her sorrow for what she had to say to the mayors. Rosanna suggested she team up with Heaven, using her orders as a front. That way she could learn about Bennett while keeping Khaled safe. Vettis wrapped her arms around the princess's neck because she always manages to save the day. But right now, the heroine has no time to sweat the small stuff since she needs to stay focused on the tournament. She scans the stands, hunting for Mattia like she promised she would show up. Spotting her, the heroine starts waving. With everyone's eyes on her, Mattia gets flustered and turns pink, which Vettis thinks is adorably cute. The prestigious Royal Knights tournament is officially kicking off, and the participants are ordered to strut forward. Vettis is determined to flip this whole situation upside down today. Each competitor has to go through 3 rounds of one-on-one duels. When Gina steps up to fight, she initially feels way out of her league against her opponent, but she reminds herself losing is not an option, jumps up and freezes her foe by pressing her sword to his throat. After snatching victory, she strides over to see what's buzzing in the next hall. This is where Vettis is fiercely battling for her honorary knight title. She doesn't get why her adversary is hoarding all their mana and not utilizing it. The judges are super impressed by Vettis' clever use of mana at such a young age, since mastering speed gives her a blast of power. They're sure she could be placed in any squad right now. Even though the girl's opponent is the promising son of the royal family, Vettis is undeniably declared the winner of this bout. Gina and Olivia think the heroine is the bee's knees. But while the first one is all hyped about it, the second keeps her excitement on the down low. Gina's buzzing to be on a team with Vettis since she took down the guy that stumped Gina in the first round. After listening to her, Olivia, for some unknown reason, whips around and bolts. Vettis, who's never tasted defeat, turns and spots her Royal Guard teammates from before she got a do-over in life. First up, Jenna Volnan Priscilla, a 2-time tourney champ with 1 blemish on her record. Then the frowning Olivia Miller-Polona, undefeated in all 3 of her one-on-one scrimmages. Rishi Bella Satinel, a 2-time champ with 1 match ending in a tie. Vettis feels relieved they all cruised through unscathed, though she really shouldn't have sweated it. These girls always know how to kick butt. They were all incredible, but the heroine always saw herself as a terrible leader. Vettis was contemplating a change and gearing up to book it out to Lavanche. Suddenly, her attention is snagged by some kind of ruckus at the gates between the guys and the girls. The knights were pointing fingers at the girls, claiming they were getting rewarded for favors with the princess while they were putting in the hard yards. Rishi reminded the dudes that they didn't even give them space to train. The girl was saying it's their mission to protect the princess, and unlike those guys, they actually take their duty to heart. The dude kept blaming them for having the same position, but not lifting a finger. Olivia snatched her sword, telling him he should have joined a street gang if all he's after is the cash. She told him to settle it like a knight and draw his sword, but Vettis jumped in and halted her. The heroine demanded someone break down for her what in the world was going on. Street gang, if he's just in it for the moolah. She told him to settle it like a knight and draw his sword, but Vettis jumped in and stopped her. The heroine demanded someone spill the tea on what the heck was happening. But before Olivia could chime in, Vettis started grilling everyone for arguing instead of guarding the place. Glancing at the guys, she told them to brace themselves for the consequences of their slanderous chatter and lack of duty. This was going straight to the top brass of the Royal Guard. Once the knights realized Vettis was the commander's daughter, they totally panicked, thinking it might be a personal insult. So they all backpedaled out of there, not wanting to push their luck further than they already had. Olivia gave a thumbs up to the captain for handling things. The girl told her to just brush off the nonsense those clowns were blabbering and move on. When Ree asked how long Vettis had been eavesdropping, she said she'd been tuning in since things got loud. Lady Satinel confessed that this kind of drama happens all the time, but they kept mum to spare the captain any worry. The heroine felt a twinge in her heart, realizing she hadn't given enough attention to these girls, even though she was practically family to them. Remembering she needed to hurry, Vettis promised to catch up later and sent the girls to their posts. Despite feeling sorry for them, the original story felt more pressing, because who knew when it would kick off? Back in the day, her only goal was to survive. Back then, she wasn't cut out to be a captain, and protecting anyone was out of the question. But now things were different because she wasn't flying solo anymore. With Khalid and Rosanna by her side, she had backup up next to Strut. Their stuff are James and Marin. Vettis squints at Moran, thinking she looks oddly familiar. Even though she can't quite place her, the heroine's inner voice is screaming that she's about to tank this exam. Round 1's done, and the rules for round 2 are being tossed around. A team battle against a gnarly monster. They yank off the cover of the cage, revealing this enormous horned beast that's like a dog, only 100 times the size. They get a half-hour break to team up and strategize. The guys think taking down a single monster will be a walk in the park, but Gina can't see anything from where she's standing in the back. The crowd is buzzing that racking up personal points will be tough, without standing out, making it feel more like a free-for-all than teamwork. Vettis picks up on how the judge reacts to that and realizes you can't pass the second exam without some teamwork. She's worried everyone will buy into this trap because she almost did herself. Jana waltzes up to Vades, her eyes sparkling like newly polished silver, claiming it would be a total honor to be on the same team as her. Finally, the whole gang's together around Miss Eldorado. Vades asks Gina to call her by her first name, which catches Gina off guard since she didn't think Vades even knew it. Without missing a beat, Vettis chimed in that she overheard someone calling Gina by that name during round 1. Turning to the other team members, she rattles off everyone's names. When she gets to Olivia, Gina recognizes her as the one who ghosted her after the first tournament. Rishi wonders why their crew's all girls. Marin guesses they got sorted by skills so they'll bond while facing this challenge. Rishi's rolling his eyes because he doesn't buy that for a second. It's all about self-preservation, and Vettis wants to know where she's going with this. This girl thinks a lot of people are rooting for them to fail, and Miss Eldorado has to be aware of that. Richie suspects this could be a setup to take them out en masse. Olivia brushes off these worries, insisting all they need to do is bag the monster on this tour. She's convinced she and Vettis are more than enough to handle a creature of this size. Olivia tells Richa she should really be more concerned about getting kicked out for lacking personal points. Jana jumps to Richa's defense, saying that was too harsh, but Richa agrees with Olivia. Mila Pollona's feeling uneasy with this overly chatty girl. The judge calls forward Gina Prisha, and Marin rises because a few things in their applications need ironing out. Hearing the name Rises sparks a memory for Vades since she's never heard of the Raris family. Means using a shield and some rough one-handed sword moves. Looks more like a mercenary than a knight to Vettis. And this is the same girl who's destined to become a legend in the Empire as a mercenary, a descendant of the Blue Lion. Even though the Emperor was keen on her skills and offered her a title, she turned it down to remain a free agent. Vettis got her assistance in the past, but back then Riss was just another commoner, so there wasn't much connection. Now that she knows Marin's from Maslberg, it clicks that she became a commoner because her country took a dive. Yet she still can't fathom how someone like that thought she could be a royal knight of Rosanna and flopped. And the judge tells Mean and Gina to hang tight while he retrieves their applications. Gina stares wide-eyed at this massive beast for the first time, while Mean warns her not to get too close to the cage. Danger zone. The judge who called them in smirks as he opens a vial of potion. The monster can definitely smell it. Suddenly, the beast goes berserk, breaking free from its cage like a wolverine out of order. Gina's so scared she's frozen, and Marin bolts forward to help her. She grabs Gina by the scruff like a puppy, about to get bathed, worried she's too late to draw her sword. Right then, Vettis and Olivia leap in front of the raging monster, trying to distract it. Richie is shaking like a leaf, not getting how the monster made its escape so fast. Vettis quickly tells Olivia to take care of Gina and Marin while she channels her mana to take on the beast herself. A split second later, the monster's lying flat on the ground with its throat cut blood gushing like a fountain. While the crowd buzzes about how Vettis took that sucker down in one hit, Vettis is laser-focused on the quaking knight who put the girls in danger. She gets that she became a commoner because her country went down the drain, but she can't wrap her head around how someone like that even applied to be a royal knight of Rosanna and bombed it. The judge tells Mean and Gina to hang tight while he grabs their applications. Gina's looking at this huge monster for the first time, and Mean warns her not to get too cozy with the cage. It's dangerous, you know. The judge who called them in is smirking and pops open a vial of potion. The monster catches a whiff and goes totally bonkers, breaking out of the cage like it's no big deal. Gina's too shocked to budge while Marin flies in to help her. She snatches the girl by the scruff of her neck, worried that she's missed her chance to draw her sword. Just then, Vettis and Olivia leap in front of the beast, trying to distract it. Rich is quaking in his boots, baffled by how the monster managed to leap out of the cage with that much agility. Vettis tells Olivia to keep Gina and Marin safe while she gears up to tackle the beast herself. Another second and the monster's sprawled out on the ground with its throat slashed, blood oozing out like a horror movie. While the crowd is buzzing about how she took that beast down in one hit, Vettis is eyeing the terrified knight who put the girls in harm's way. With his gaze fixed on the balcony, Vettis spots the night guard's head peeking out like a bad sitcom character and realizes he's the mastermind behind this disaster. The heroine can't help but think he could have actually fought her himself instead of unleashing a bunch of terrifying monsters on her and the other candidates. He was deliberately aiming above Jean and Marine because, let's be real, if they went down, he'd be dodging serious consequences. Coming to terms with just how low he's sunk, the heroine decides the #1 priority is booting this guy out of the kingdom. Count Eldorado rushes in like he's late for a showdown, trying to figure out how the monster got free and why he didn't notice it sooner. They're grilling the head of the night guard about what he was doing while the other judges were busy snooping around the contestants. He claims he made saving the princess priority #1. They start bickering like kids in a schoolyard, trying to unravel how a monster that was supposed to be on a leash suddenly decided to throw a party. But Earl Eldorado cuts through the nonsense like a hot knife through butter. He checks in on Gina, asking if she's all good and can keep going with the exam, and she throws her best puppy dog eyes at him for another chance. She insists that thanks to Vettis being quick on his feet, she walked away without a scratch. The Earl glances at the beast, flabbergasted by how spot-on the final blow was. For a brief moment, he almost thought the head of the guard was the one who did it. Eldorado beams at his daughter, amazed at how much she's grown like a weed. The Earl suggests putting the rescued girls last in the next round, so they can catch their breath, and they shower him with gratitude. Gina gives a heartfelt thanks to Vettis and Olivia, feeling like they saved her and Marin's bacon. The heroine says they don't need to roll out the thank you carpet and instead asks Marin to keep Gina away from any bad habits. Standing a few feet away and blushing like a tomato, Olivia insists thank yous are totally unnecessary. Her sword skills couldn't even tickle that monster, but Vettis tackled it like a champ. Yet Jenna insists Olivia was a real trooper, claiming she gave it everything she had in that melee, and she thinks she's just the bravest of the brave. Pelin thinks Olivia's just in it for herself, because if the girls get injured, the guard's going to be a bit short on manpower. Marin quizzes Olivia about her age and wonders why she's being so stiff with everyone. Not keen on answering that one, the girl finally spills that she's just 17. Everyone's jaws drop stunned to find out that Olivia is the baby of the group. The girl snaps, saying it's just a year difference, and orders everyone to get their lazy butts off the ground. Jenna and Mean comply, but can't help but tease her by calling her a shrimp and sharing a chuckle. When Jenna finally gets to her feet, her legs start shaking like jelly, and she nearly wobbles over. She's concerned that if another monster pops up in the second stage, she'll be about as effective as a wet noodle. Vettis notices that ever since the monster attack, the tension during the exam has skyrocketed and the girls are feeling pretty low. But Gina and Rishi have a legit reason to earn their stripes as royal knights. So our heroine strolls up to Lady Prisha and smooths over her worries, promising her nothing bad is on the horizon. The knight dudes who made it to the next round look pretty shook by the harmless little monster they're up against. It's this adorable, fluffy beast, resembling a bat with a baby horn on its noggin. At first, the knights are scratching their heads, wondering why they're dealing with something that looks like it just left a pet store. But it turns out this tiny terror is lightning fast. Not a single knight can tag it. The test wraps up, but Gina's still reeling from how effortlessly they handled it. Vettis told her to lead the monster toward the clock tower, while she and Olivia targeted its delicate wings for a counterattack. Gina briefly thought she had the whole thing planned out, like a seasoned strategist. But our girl laughs it off. Lady Prisha wants her to spill the secrets because the deputy claims she used her brains, making her the top dog. Richishi wanders over to announce that thanks to the monster chaos, the final exam has been rescheduled for tomorrow. Since everyone's packing up and the carriages are ready to whisk the girls away, they shout their farewells until the morrow. Marin's about to skedaddle too, but the heroine asks her to hang on for a sec. She tells Marin that if she keeps up this act, she's definitely on the fast track to failing the night exam. Marin doesn't quite get what's cooking, and Vettis suggests they find a quieter spot outside to hash things out. The girls exit the capital fortress looking for a quieter nook. Marin turns to Miss Eldorado, asking her to explain her earlier comments. According to Vettis, she was keeping a sharp eye on her during the exam. Her attacks may be fierce, but rough like a raw diamond, plus she acts without a game plan. Rias looks surprised, realizing Vettis is preaching her teacher's mantra about trusting your instincts, but not relying entirely on them. Word has it Marin made it this far because the Royal Guard and the Knight's Order are in cahoots for this exam. But unlike the other contenders, they've only got room in the Royal Guard for her. Now she gets the reason behind her success in making it to the second stage. She can't wait to tell the girl that she's ready to help her out. If she offers and Marin takes her up on it, passing the exam is as easy as pie. If Vettis focuses on the mercenary leader's weaknesses, that could be a game changer. But she's torn about whether that's the right move or if she should just let things unfold like last time. Vettis is worried that her meddling might derail Morin's potential future, because if throwing a wrench in her fate doesn't shift the final outcome, then she, just like everyone else, is going to be toast. Spotting Morin's worried expression, she asks if she's feeling okay. Vettis decides to ditch the doom and gloom, and rather than fret, asks the girl straight out about what's on her mind. So she asks her point blank why she's so keen on joining the Royal Guard. The girl spills the beans that the main reason she wants to be a knight is, you guessed it, the cash. Those royal knights rake in the big bucks. Morin comes from a basic family, and by basic, I mean seriously lacking in the dough department. Her folks are working as servants, so feeding the little munchkins at home is no walk in the park. Vettis thinks it's pretty noble for the girl to want to become a knight for her fam, but after blushing like a tomato, she spills that it's not the whole story. It actually kinda makes her feel like a goof. She's had her heart set on this for ages, because the idea of donning that royal knight gear sends shivers of excitement down her spine. Morin went. If she flops and fails, it's all on her, and she's ready for her teacher to hand out some serious punishment, because, hey, she doesn't have time for another shot at this. If it goes belly up, it's either mercenary life or hunting for another job. So Morin turns to Vettis and, sounding a bit sheepish, asks her to keep an eye out for her. The heroine is all ears, but this isn't her first rodeo. Way back in her previous life, when Morin was chilling out by the tents at night, the heroine strolled over to say thanks for helping Rosanna and getting everything smoothed out, but Morin was like, nah, don't sweat it. It seems like history is repeating itself scene for scene, and this chat is hitting all the same buttons. Back then, Vettis had... The girl admitted she didn't want their story to wrap up in a dump like this, shot Vettis a smile, and asked her to look out for her and the others. The heroine stood there, jaws dropped, totally zoned out. Now it clicks. This girl who's nothing like Vettis was rooting for her all along, not Rosanna. The heroine might have blanked on Marin, but Morin had Vettis on her mind, because she's not just any merc. The heroine tells Lady Raris she's got to pass on her request, and with a laugh, Raris acknowledges it was a tall order, but Vettis jumps in saying, Morin's got this. Now that the girl sees the light, she's ready to flip things around. Vettis assures her she'll have her back until the very end, claiming she'll have some killer stories to tell. A wide-eyed Morin grabs. Lady Eldorado announces that all 5 of them pledge allegiance to their princess. Meanwhile, Royal Guard Captain Gerald is reporting through the comms that their plan has gone south. He accidentally doused the monster with this wild serum, and while they did take out a few targets, he figured Eldorado wouldn't handle it so smoothly. His sword. Harold goes on about how even though Vettis is officially a knight, now she's still a rookie. If they cut her loose from the kingdom, she won't be a problem at all. This hard-nosed commander of the Eldorado Knights is clueless, so this should be a cakewalk for them. Harold's informant warns him not to mess this up, and if he plays his cards right, he won't have to ditch the north. The head of the Royal Guard promises Commander Nolan. Gina is pumped that they passed the exam and are finally royal knighthood material. Morin can't believe her luck. She's thanking Vettis, saying there's no way she could have done it without her. But Vettis insists Marin's grit made it happen. Our girl congratulates everyone on their success and asks them to look out for her. Gina tells Lady Eldorado to skip the formalities now that she's their captain. Marin suggests they throw a little shindig to bond a bit better. Ever since Vettis slid back into that uniform, she's been hit with this unexpected wave of emotions. This is the exact get-up she sported to Rosanna's wedding, and it was tailor-made by the Imperial Palace. But boy, the original version had it beat by 100 times, and Vettis is on cloud 9. Jenna invites Lady Eldorado to join in on the celebrations, and she happily agrees, promising the girls a good time. When Vettis finally returns home, she's met with a confetti explosion from party poppers. Her brothers tease her with their unwavering confidence, handing her a lovely bouquet. Leos and Volan can't stop gushing about how sharp she looks in the knight's garb, but Leo clarifies that they decided their mom should be the one giving her first gift. As she turns, she spots the Countess lounging on the couch and makes her way over to her. The Earl of Eldorado asks his wife to present their daughter with a special gift since they've waited an age for this moment. The Countess calls for Vettis to come closer, gestures to a box on the table, and she figured her dad would hand something like this to her, but she never expected it from her mom. According to the Earl, this sword is a cherished piece of his wife's dowry. She knew she was marrying the best swordsman in the kingdom and declared her intention to carry this weapon with her. The Earl chuckles, reminiscing about how adorable yet fierce his wife looked back then, but she quickly tells him to pipe down. The Countess informs her daughter she never wielded the sword in battle, but without a hint of hesitation, she passes it on to Vettis, urging her daughter to at least crack a smile instead of standing like a deer in headlights. The heroine can't believe the weapon she smuggled away that day was her mother's. She wished she had taken something from her family when she bolted, and all along the sword was right there with it. According to the Countess, she has been keeping a close eye on the sword's condition all this time, swearing to her mother to be extra careful. Choked up with emotion, Vettis promises to hold on to this gift for dear life. That tough commander of the El Dorado Knights wouldn't know what's up, so this should be a walk in the park. Harold's buddy warns him not to mess this up, and if he plays his cards right, he won't have to bail from the north. The head of the Royal Guard assures Commander Nolam he's got his back. Gina can't contain her excitement that they passed the test and are officially Royal Knights. Marin is in disbelief she actually made it and thanks Vettis, saying she owes it all to her. But Vettis insists that Marine's hard work is what got her here. Our girl congratulates everyone for passing and asks them to look out for her. Gina tells Lady El Dorado to drop the formalities since she's their commander now. Marine suggests throwing a little celebration to bond better. Ever since Vettis put this uniform back on, she's been bombarded with a tidal wave of feelings. This is the exact outfit she wore to Rosanna's wedding, and the Imperial Palace tailor made it from a template. But the original was 100 times cooler, and Vettis feels on top of the world. Jenna invites Lady El Dorado to party with them, and she's on board promising to treat the girls. When Vettis gets home, it's like a fireworks show with party poppers going off. Her brothers tell her they never doubted she could pull it off and hand her a bouquet of flowers. Leos and Volan comment on how fabulous she looks in the uniform, and Vettis is all smiles. Leo says he wanted to pick out a gift for his sister, and she's totally confused. Was he stumped on what to get her? But her brother clarifies that they thought their mom should present her with the first gift. Turning around, she spots the Countess on the couch and heads over. The Earl of El Dorado asks his wife to present their daughter with the gift since they've waited ages for this day. The Countess tells Vettis to step closer, pointing at the box on the table and urging her to open it. To her surprise, the heroine finds a sword inside the box. She assumed her dad would give her something like this, but to receive it from her mom, total plot twist. According to the Earl, this sword is his wife's treasured dowry. She was marrying the best swordsman in the kingdom and insisted on bringing this weapon along. The Earl chuckles, reminiscing about how adorable yet fierce his wife was back then, but she's like, cut it out. The Countess tells her daughter she never actually used the sword in battle, and without hesitation hands it over, telling Vettis to at least wear a smile instead of looking like she's frozen in time. The heroine can't believe the sword she once grabbed that day was her mother's. She wished she'd taken something from her family when she bailed, and all this time the sword was right there in her reach. The Countess reveals she's been keeping the sword in top shape all this time, promising her mother she'd take care of it. Vettis, with tears welling up, vows to treasure the gift. According to the Countess, she's been babysitting the sword's condition this entire time, swearing to her mother she'd treat it like a prize chicken. Vettis, with tears in her eyes like a soap opera star, pledges to cherish the gift. Amelia shows up with some ice for the lady whose eyes resemble those of a raccoon after a crying marathon. The maid is completely baffled. What's with the tears? She was at a family party. Shouldn't she be celebrating? The heroine chuckles and admits that it was indeed the best day of her life. As she strolls out of her room, Amelia gives Vettis a heads up about all the gifts that have come her way. Staring at a mountain of boxes, the girl thinks to herself, when in the world did they deliver all of these? First on her list to unwrap are the gifts from folks she knows, and she finds a package from Enoch. As she opens it up, a stunning set of a necklace and earrings pops out like it's ready for a red carpet event. Along with the shiny goodies, Enoch sent a note bursting with excitement as he congratulates her on her big achievement and expresses how eager he is to see her strut her stuff in the capital. He humbly asks her to accept his little gift, but Vettis can't help but think it's way too fancy for her taste. Then she tears open the box from Mitya, which contains handkerchiefs, and reads a card saying that Vettis looked amazing, and she's going to follow his advice, chase after what she wants too. Just then, something catches her eye. There's a gigantic box lurking in the corner with a blue ribbon. Confused, she inspects it from every angle because there's no sender's name and absolutely no family seal in sight. Lifting the lid, she discovers yet another box inside. This one includes a note that asks if she's forgotten anything, and on the back he playfully speculates that she may have forgotten all about him. Marquis Haven is busy at his desk when all of a sudden Vettis pops up in his communication sphere, and the furious girl demands, "What in the world is going on here?" Khalid brings up their little meetup in Levant when he handed her the communication sphere, adding that he was worried because she never reached out. But now he's convinced that everything's peachy keen. Vettis apologizes for completely blanking on the ball, and as she peeks inside the box, she spots a collar and a whip. She gasps, "What on earth? How dare you send me this?" Khalid chuckles and says he recalled their conversation at the royal ball about Vettis' talent for taming wild beasts. She made him wait like an eternity, so he thought there's some truth to it. She shoots back, telling him to stop it, and Heaven bursts out laughing, insisting it's just a prank, and nudges her to check the bottom of the box. She tugs it out, and Vettis uncovers another compartment, revealing a belt. Khalid beams and explains that it's a belt holster crafted from monster hide, super lightweight so she can zip around without feeling restricted. The Marquis adds there's an envelope at the bottom filled with intel from a secret investigation into some noble folks he's working with. Khalid reminds her that he won't be reaching out anymore and that he's already taken care of the crucial stuff. While peeling off her own belt, Vettis contemplates telling him they're heading to the estate together, but thinks better of it. It might scare him off. Instead, a delicious idea for revenge pops into her head. Vettis suggests catching up with Khalid before he leaves, saying she wants to thank him for the present. According to the mayors, he's heading out the day after tomorrow, and she asks if they can meet since she's dying to see him. All she gets in response is silence, and Vettis starts to think she may have pushed it too far. Just then, Khalid shatters the quiet and promises to meet her tomorrow, stating he'd hate to skedaddle without seeing her. The mayors hang up, baffled by the twist in events. The next day, Vettis shows up at the rendezvous point scanning for Khalid. Syrian spots her and rushes over, asking her to follow him. She recognizes him as the Marquis, but he insists she call him by his assistant's name, since he's cloaked in a magical disguise. He admits he sometimes uses his servants' names for some good old undercover action. Meanwhile, Syrian and Joel are sitting nearby pretending to be engrossed in a newspaper. Joel is puzzled why they're tailing the Marquis, while Syrian is like, "I'm not tracking the boss. I'm keeping my eye on Lady El Dorado." He thinks the Marquis has undergone quite the transformation since meeting that girl. The boss, who is always a creature of habit, changed his tie 5 times just to prep for this outing. Syrian can't fathom why the Marquis is wasting time on it, and Joel suspects he wants to look dapper for the lady. But he can't wrap his head around how Khalid could switch up his attitude toward people so fast. Syrian, boiling with jealousy, promises Lady El Dorado she'll regret it if she pulls any shenanigans with the mayors. Lost in their chat, the assistant totally misses Khalid and Vettis sneaking away from the fountain. Joel notices but keeps mum. Vettis mentions that Rosanna sent them to grab some alchemy supplies, so she and Khalid head into the magic shop. But truth be told, she's really hunting for a hidden artifact in this place. In the original tale, when Roseanne got the hots for him, the royal alchemist who got his hands on the artifact just handed it over. So now, Vettis is scouring the shelves, searching for something resembling a medallion. Bending down to check out the bottom shelf, she spots exactly what she's after in a box. However, just as she reaches for the artifact, another hand swoops in at the same time. At first, she chuckles at the awkward situation, but then she glances up and freezes in disbelief. She can't believe her eyes. What in the world is this guy doing here? Realizing the future could be shifting, Vettis thinks it's time to hightail it out of there, but the dude says, "Wait," with a grin, asking her if he could take a peek at what she's holding and borrow it for a moment. The realization that he knows about the artifact sends chills down her spine. Here stands Deloise. She spots just what she's looking for in a box, but just as she's about to grab the artifact, another hand swoops in to snag it too. At first, she chuckles at the awkwardness, but then she looks up and her jaw drops in shock. She can't figure out what this guy is doing here, and if the future is already switching gears, Vettis decides to hightail it out of there, but the guy asks her to hold up. He flashes a grin, saying he'd like to check out what she picked, and asks to borrow it for a sec. The thought that he knows about the artifact sends chills down her spine. Facing her is Deloise Wari, heir to one of the Empire's 3 massive merchant guilds, who snatches up anything of value, be it an artifact or a person. The Marquis steps in front of her, acting like a human shield. "What's the deal with this?" he asks. Deloise responds, "I was just admiring, the lady's pick." Just wanted a quick peek, and I'll give it right back. Khalid looks at the girl, but she just shakes her head. Clutching that artifact like it's her prized teddy bear, the Marquis says to the dude, "We're buying this. No point in you ogling it." After forking over the cash, Vettis grabs Khalid's arm, yanking him away. "Let's bounce before something hits the fan." The Marquis asks, "You know that dude?" Viz says, "His mug looks familiar, but I don't think he knows me." Khalid explains his concern that random guy is making a beeline for us. Vettis wonders, how long is Oshari going to keep stalking us? She estimates, it's got to be about that shiny relic, right? It's super valuable after all. The Marquis is seriously getting fed up. He offers, "Want me to handle him?" But she begs, "Please, no smackdowns." Vettis is fuming. Wherever Deoys shows up, trouble is sure to follow, and she wants zero part of it. But she turns around to see him grinning like a total goof. Not wanting to waste any time with the clown and thinking she could just shoo him away quickly, she spins around, demanding he quit shadowing them. Deoys laughs, thrilled he's finally snagged her attention. Fetty yells that she wouldn't sell him that thing for $1 million and threatens to call the cops. But Osherby nervously admits he just wanted to chat and pleads with her to stop since he knows her name. Vettis thinks he's also jumped back in time like her and Rosanna, so she halts. Deloys introduces himself, claims there's been a mix-up, and that he's with the Della Trade Guild. He wasn't even planning on buying that thing from her anyway. It didn't really tickle his fancy in the first place. In that case, Vettis wonders why he wanted to look at it and why he's been tailing them. Deloy grins, saying he just wanted to get closer to Lady Eldorado, and she wonders why he's so interested in it in the first place. In that case, Vettis can't quite get why he's asking to see it and why he's been shadowing them. Deloy smiles, saying he just wanted to get closer to Lady Eldorado. He admits he overstepped by following them and wants to make amends by visiting her estate, but Vettis shuts him down cold, as she wants nothing to do with him. Deloys decides to switch gears. He argues there's no point in talking to her because the young dude next to her is clearly not vibing with him. Turning away, Osherby mutters that Lady Eldorado is the first person to ever leave him twiddling his thumbs. Hearing that she realizes he doesn't actually know the future, this was just a random face-off. Vettis quips at Deloys again. He says it's straightforward. His guild churns out magical widgets and alchemy gear, and a solid salesman needs to know his clients since Lady Eldorado runs the night serving Her Highness Rosanna. So Vettis pieces together that she rolled into the kingdom to make a power play with the princess, and Osherby backs up her hunch. Deloys immediately saw this as a golden opportunity, but it's a pain for small-time foreign traders to even get in front of the princess. Vettis asks if he hopes she can set up the meeting with Rosanna. Oshari suggests she and her buddies should chill somewhere first, grab some tea. Turning to glance at the glum steeds, Vettis shudders from the heavy vibe. Obviously, Khalid's fuming. She set up a chat with him, but if she can smooth things out with Deloys, it'll be a massive win in the long run. But Haven warned he's tight on time and only available today, so Vettis is scratching her head about what to do. Looking at her, Khalid smirks, not getting why he's going all soft for this girl. Turning to Deloys, he says he knows a killer spot and suggests they all head there together. The heroine is taken aback by his chivalry, and he explains he figured she wanted to go but shouldn't be hanging alone with this guy. Khalid wants Vettis to stick around after the meeting with Dows to, catch up on lost time. But she totally waves him off. Duh, she already knows it. She's not even sure how the guild was doing before all this went down. By the time they met back in the old timeline, Osherby was rocking it. He'll snag recognition even quicker this time around. If all goes according to plan and he seals the deal with Rosanna, they'll be getting goods flown into Mosenburg that are basically unicorns to find. So it's a win-win for everyone. Vettis hands him the document that'll score Delos a meeting with the Princess Asae. Stashing the permit in his pocket, the guy thanks Lady Eldorado, and she wishes him good luck. Grinning O-Sharp says she seems a little more relaxed and figures they're finally on the same wavelength. She didn't even realize she was warming up to him again, just like back before she hit the reset button. When she asks if Deoys will head home after meeting the princess, he replies that he'll stick around a bit to hit up the local market. Plus, he's planning on swinging by the magic tower at the Bannett estate in 5 days. Khalid and Vettis get that it's the exact day the dude supplying that artifact is visiting Martianist Bannett. That can't be mere coincidence, and Deoys is clearly tangled up in this somehow. After that realization, the atmosphere in the cafe gets super tense. Dioi's popping up. In this kingdom, looking for something is a new twist because the original story is flipping on its head. And even if he's in it for the dough, he's still not the kind to let royal artifacts get knocked off without a fight. The heroine needs to figure out how Diois connects to Martian Banet, and she, just like before, she hit the reset button on everything. When she inquires if Diois plans to head home after meeting the princess, he replies that he's planning to stick around a bit to check out the local flea market. Plus, he's got plans to swing by the magic tower at the Banet estate in 5 days. Khalid and Vettis realize that's the exact day the guy responsible for delivering that artifact is stopping by Martianist Banet. Now that's an unlikely coincidence, and let's be honest, Diois is clearly tangled up in all of this. After they connect the dots, the vibe in the cafe becomes as tense as a drum. Diois is showing up. In this kingdom, looking for something is like a plot twist no one saw coming, because the original story is taking a wild turn, and even if he's in it for the dough, he's not exactly hustling anybody out of their hard-earned cash. Whatever shenanigans are afoot, he wouldn't sink to letting royal artifacts go missing. The heroine needs to find out how Diois is connected to Martian Banet, and she's on it. She really hopes the plot doesn't take a detour. She asks if he intentionally booked the Magic Tower visit for that day. But Osherby insists it's not like that at all. He says their merchants have zero business in the Magic Tower. Unlike those mages who are practically doing the cha-cha on the trading floor, considering Du's prickly personality, that must have taken some serious determination, he told them. He wasn't thrilled about it, but they dangled a discount to smooth over the messed up schedule. Besides just sightseeing, Delu is thinking about hunting for some bargains, though he's not exactly excited about doing it solo without a fun buddy. The Maris finds it strange that mages from the Empire are on the prowl for the Magic Tower in the kingdom. It's usually the other way around. According to Dao, the Empire is rocking a super solid international education system for foreigners. All praise goes to the Emperor, who's throwing money around like confetti, especially on alchemy. Oshar ponders if the princess has any plans to study abroad, which cracks Vettis up since Rosanna should be teaching there, not hitting the books. Even though our girl is trying to rewrite the future for the kingdom, she still thinks the princess is missing something. An idea pops into her head. What if she gets them to meet up under the pretense of training after saving the kingdom? So ultimately, these peeps hunting for the Banet estate are hired mages, and chances are they're just a bunch of scammers working with the Marquis. This is still in the prototype phase, even though the girl has no clue how they snagged that artifact. They're definitely not your garden variety mages. Life would be a breeze if Vettis could get Diois fully on board and sharing the love. But the biggest bummer is Marquis Haven lurking like a storm cloud, so the girl suggests Khalid take it outside for a chat, and they scoot out the door. When she asks if he's suspicious of Lord Diois, Haven replies he just can't bring himself to trust him. Vad says she thinks he doesn't know diddly squat and is using Banet as a cover-up, but Haven can't shake off the feeling that he might be putting on an act. She doubts he'd be running shady side gigs overseas, especially while making a deal with the royal family. Khalid doesn't get why she's backing Diois, cause even if that's on the money, he's still giving off some major sus vibes. It's driving her nuts that she can't stand up for a guy she's known for a solid 7 years to the Maris. She's pleading with him to listen, saying that having someone right in front of them is a lucky break they've got to capitalize on. Vade suggests sneaking into the band estate dressed as a member of the Merchant Guild. This way, Hale can scope out the mages from the inside and tail them without missing a beat. Vades thinks they shouldn't involve Diois, but rather ask for his cooperation, betting he'll help out after they spill the beans. The teleportation artifact was whipped up by the Imperial alchemists, and no one wants to end up on the Emperor's naughty list for swiping his stuff. Hale thinks Vettis is acting a bit too cocky for his own good. Anyone can guess the Empire was the magic artifact's home base, but because of the royal court, it's tricky to say it out loud. He says she's got the lowdown on stuff like the Manstone mine, but she doesn't appear to know the nitty-gritty details. He finds it sassy that she's so certain about her intel, especially since it has nothing to do with the Empire. Vades is shaking like a leaf, scared she might take the fall, trying to divert Hale's suspicion away from Delawares. But then Haven admits he's actually finding it quite a hoot watching her try to navigate her clumsiness. Getting cozy, he leans in and whispers to Vettis that he thinks everything will turn out just as she's guessing. Their faces are so close that Lady El Dorado turns beet red and quickly recoils from the Marquis. When he asks what's up with her face, she yells that he startled her and starts throwing punches, still blushing. Vettis insists that Khalid just doesn't know when to quit and that he's a real daredevil. Putting on his best innocent face, Haven asks if she didn't enjoy it, and she gets all flustered. He suggests they head back inside and do whatever Vettis fancies, promising to whip up some countermeasures. After tying everything up with Dewis, they leave the cafe and wave goodbye. Thanks to O'Sharp's lightning-fast thinking, everything went off without a hitch, and now they just have to chill. Glancing at his watch, the Marquis says it's too early for lunch and asks if Vettis wants to go somewhere. The truth is, she was itching to skedaddle. Being around Haven was just too awkward. Vettis wipes her face, wondering if he messes with everyone's heads like he does with hers. Since she still hadn't given him an answer, Khalid asks if she's all right. Just then, Syrian comes barreling around the corner, shouting that he's finally tracked down his master. Joel slaps his hand over Syrian's mouth, trying to keep him from spilling the tea about them tailing him to the Marquis. Taking advantage of Haven being distracted by Syrian's ruckus, Vettis, clueless about what else to do, decides to make a break for it. Sitting in the carriage, Khalid's bummed they had to bail out like that because of those two goofballs. He just doesn't get why Vettis suddenly opts to take off. He remembers whispering in her ear that she was clumsy and reckless. The Maurice recalls how their faces were so close after that and how they both froze like deer in headlights. Just when he finally starts to figure out what's up, Syrian hears a loud bang against the carriage wall. The Marquis is worried he might have crossed the line yesterday. Vettis hasn't even glanced his way since. At some point, he'd gotten so comfy around her he felt this odd sense of tranquility. Khalid thought he was usually super careful and on guard around strangers, but Lady Vettis was a whole different story. Charming and genuinely chill, not scheming about how to get something from people. Whenever she popped up, Heaven felt like it was doing a bit of a jig. He figured that was enough thought, since they were probably going to end up playing for different teams. Just then, Syrian spots someone galloping after their carriage like it's a rodeo. He taps on Maris's window like a kid trying to get his dad's attention and informs him that there's a knight in carriage zooming up behind them. Khalid peeks out and, like a general, tells his assistant to stay sharp and clear a path for them to cruise on through. Pulling up beside them, Vad puts on a charming grin and suggests the Marquis hitch a ride since they're heading in the same direction. Slipping into the girl's room, Khalid advises her to catch some Z's and promises to fill her in on their departure time tomorrow. He slams the door like it's his nemesis and leaves her solo in the room. As she finally catches up to his carriage, she hands him the princess's decree to scope out the underdeveloped parts of Haven to introduce magical trinkets to the kingdom. The girl beams and asks if he's surprised she wants to tag along. Now, perched on the bed, the girl wonders why the Marquis suddenly turned into a serious statue. His reaction wasn't surprise. It was more like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. If that's the case, she's unsure how to respond, considering she dashed to catch him since he was on a one-way trip to disaster. The girl's totally confused. Is he really that irked about traveling with her after acting all cozy whenever it suited him? Even in the carriage, he's still trying to convince Vettis to turn the wagon around. Yet he did decide on a village inn instead of sleeping under the stars. Suddenly, the girl jumps out of bed, realizing Heaven might ditch her at dawn and sneak away. No way she's letting Marquis pull a slick move like that, so she's got her eyes on him like a hawk. Stepping out of the bath, Khalid's freaking out over Lady Vettis's antics. The kingdom has too much drama going on, and she's hot on his tail. He feels totally lost because no matter how much he pleads, the girl just waves him off. The Marquis is carrying the weight of avenging his parents, repairing his family's reputation, and shielding those who still believe in him. To ensure everything goes without a hitch, not a soul can catch wind of what's up. The fate of the Heaven lineage and all its folks land squarely on his shoulders. The big time. Aristocrats keep parading around flaunting on his family, and he's constantly tangled up in that mess. The Heavenlands are all he's got left, and being back in his stomping grounds calms his nerves. The only bummer is that this is where His Majesty sends off all the unwanted guests. Khalid's stressed about how he's supposed to bring a lady to a place like this. He's terrified of repeating past blunders that could put Vettis in the crosshairs. Bright and early, the second the Marquis gets dressed, Miss Eldorado bursts into his room like a whirlwind wearing nothing but a nightgown. She yells that he's been caught in the act, and there's no way he's escaping alone. Ignoring Khalid's jaw-dropped expression, all he wanted was a stroll. Vades keeps throwing accusations his way about plotting a solo getaway. After a beat, Haven invites her to join the walk. Wandering around the area, the girl realizes it really is just a walk, noticing Khalid's frosty vibe. Vettis tries to decode his thoughts and asks if he always rises with the roosters. He replies not usually, but today Sleep decided to take a hike. When he inquires if she slept well, she says she only nodded off a smidge, but she's used to it, so no worries. Vettis prods the Marquis to share tales about Haven since she's in the dark about what's beyond the capital. Khalid's mind races and the girl is practically buzzing, waiting for his story time. But instead of what she hopes for, he mentions that Haven's nestled below the county of Nolam and near Marquis Bennett's territory. Vettis interrupts him, dying to know about the weather, what crops they grow, and what makes the region interesting. According to the mayors, the climate's quite mild because the northern mountains in Knoll block the wind. The area boasts cherries, especially this super rare white-eye variety. Treats made with those are the talk of the kingdom. Pumped up by the story, Vettis begs him for another nugget. Out of the blue, the Marquis declares it's a dangerous place, and he's not backing down from sending her back to the capital. Haven is surrounded by enemies, and you never know who's lurking about watching you. For the sake of the poor servants who've weathered all the nonsense with him swallowing their pride, Khalid can't mess this up. He can't show any weakness because they're all counting on him. Vettis tells the mayoress that's precisely why she wants to help, but he insists she'd do better if she skips back home. Everyone knows she's tight with Rosanna now, and if she sticks around Haven, the nobles are going to turn this place upside down. The heroine argues that she and the princess can handle those highbrow types, and she'll make sure he has one less thing to stress over. But the mayoress is convinced he'll still worry, and Vettis casually observes that he's tuning her out. Grabbing Khalid's hand, she asks if he genuinely thinks she's that untrustworthy. Thinking to himself that he's the untrustworthy one here, the Marquis yanks his hand back. Annoyed by her relentless spirit, he wants to know if she has even one solid reason to stick around him. Since Vettis can't voice that she knows he's marked for assassination, she simply says she cares about him. Khalid thinks she's the one dodging trust, seeing as she has zero reason to stress. He straight up tells her she's just in his way. Since she'd catch some serious flack if they returned from this recon mission empty-handed, he swears he'll spill the beans on everything later. He insists she hightail it back to the capital after this, and as the Lord of Haven, he orders her to do it. On their way back to the inn, he suggests that Vish should ride in separate carriages from now on. Khalid's fists clench with regret because as painful as it is, they truly need to be apart. She's in danger after all. With everything ready to roll, Syrian shouts at the drivers to hit the road. Vad sits in the carriage head hung low, mulling over how she couldn't even come up with a response to Khalid. Her decision to stick around in Haven is throwing a wrench in his plans to guard his territory. But right now, it's anyone's guess if he'll even walk away from this alive, and she can't help but wonder if she's truly a liability. Even though everything's flipped already, she's not convinced he'll make it through this without a scratch. The heroine can't just leave things hanging, not when he could be done for any second now. She's losing her mind because it feels like the future hasn't budged an inch, and she's totally clueless about what to do if that's true. She can't just throw in the towel and lose someone else, not after getting a second chance. Vettis not about to relive all the nightmare fuel that's happened to her before and all the junk that followed. The servants are bowing and scraping like they're welcoming a king back to his kingdom. When he asks if there were any issues during his absence, Baron Pabel says he left a whole report in his office. Suddenly, he spots this unfamiliar girl stepping out of the second carriage, staring at the ground. The Marquis clears things up. This is Lady Ilorado, sent by the princess to check the area out. He tells them to prep the silver suite for her and make sure she's got everything she could want before heading to his office. After giving Veronica the heads up to look after the guest, Pabel dashes off after Khalid. Feeling like a total drag, the heroine vows not to give up. Just then, the head maid strolls up to her. Veronica introduces herself and offers to take her to her room since his lordship's been called away on urgent business. Vettis beams and thanks the head maid for being so kind. From the outside, Mark Haven's mansion looks huge but as quiet as a tomb. Even though everything's in tip-top shape, it doesn't feel like anyone actually lives there, and Khalid is stuck in this eerie vibe all the time. Veronica tells Vettis she's been given the silver suite. Stepping into the room, the girl freezes, blown away that she's been assigned such a stunning space. In response to her shock, the maid explains his lordship made the call. The heroine just doesn't understand this guy who was just telling her to hit the road, and now he's laying on the niceness. Veronica tells her to holler if the young lady needs anything at all and offers to assign a servant since she rolled in without an escort. The heroine thanks her and insists not to bother. She prefers to roam solo. Vettis expresses her desire to unpack and check out the digs, asking how far Kaid's study is from her room. When the maid raises an eyebrow at her using his first name, she explains he told her to. Veronica apologizes, explaining she was just caught off guard. The woman mentions how it's unusual and mutters that now she understands why he ordered the silver sweet. The heroine, looking puzzled, asks what she means by that, but Veronica waves it off as rambling and decides to switch gears. The maid suggests the young lady explore the house after dinner, which will be served soon. She promises to return for her and instructs her to ring the bell if she needs anything. Baron Pabel queries the heroine if she enjoyed the dinner. The girl replies it was delicious, except for the fact she'd eaten it all by her lonesome. When Syrian tries to show he's delighted about that, the Baron gives him an earful and explains to her that the Marquis couldn't make it because he was swamped with work. Witnessing this, the heroine clocks that these two must be related. Baron Pabel fills her in that Syrian is his son, and she comments on how they bear a striking resemblance. When Vettis asks if they approached her only to pass on Khalid's message, the Baron says he caught wind that the lady wanted to check out the house. That's why he nudges Syrian to show Lady Eldorado around. At first, the guy looks ready to protest, but under his dad's intense glare, he finally agrees to follow through. Left alone with him, the girl smirks and quips about how obedient he is to his pops. Syrian asks Lady Eldorado where she'd like to go, and she responds that there's no specific place in mind. She just wants to get her bearings. The truth is, the girl needs to be ready for anything, and that means snooping around. Syrian doesn't understand why she's making herself at home here if she's meant to be scouting the territory. As they stroll down the hall, Vettis notices something off and asks Syrian why there aren't any portraits hanging up. The assistant tells her there's a whole gallery for that with paintings of every generation of Marquises and family members. But since his lordship had to keep a low profile right after snagging the title, he never got around to getting his own portrait done as Marquis. Syrian tells her the only artwork they have of him is from when he was a kid. Since Vettis is dying to see this portrait, she eagerly requests he show her the room. The assistant agrees and says it's on the top floor. After they climb to the portrait room, he unveils a painting of little Khaled. Vettis is touched, while the assistant emphasizes that the Marquis' noble roots have been strong since childhood. After scaling up to the portrait room, he reveals a painting of little Khaled to the girl. Vettis gets all emotional, while the assistant points out that the Marquis' nobility has been a thing since he was a wee lad. Staring at the portrait, our heroine can't help but think Khaled was a total heartthrob even as a kid, and it's a crime to be just a sidekick with a face like that. Out of nowhere, she spots a gigantic portrait. The eyes in the painting blaze a bright yellow, reminiscent of a golden sunset. She's totally confused as to why a portrait of a ruling family member is hanging out among the ancestors of some heathens, because let's face it, those eyes are classic Mosenberg royal family trademark. Syrian chimed in, letting her know this dude is the founder of the Marquis at Heaven first head honcho of the clan. When she inquired if the Heaven family were royal family descendants, the assistant confirmed a distant link, but yes, it's a fact. The reason for all these marriage shenanigans is to cozy up to the royals and secure the family's throne-sitting relatives. Vettis' jaw nearly dropped when the light bulb went off in her head. The previous ruler had no siblings, and the current king's brother kicked the bucket without any heirs. So, if there's no direct heir and the royal fam is, shall we say, mysteriously unavailable, that means Master Khaled as a relative could be gunning for the throne. Suddenly, it all clicks. The Marquis was standing in the way. She's dead certain this has to happen before the real drama kicks off. Vettis decides she needs to casually spill the beans to Rosanna ASAP. But wait. She pauses, wondering if the princess has already clocked this, knowing her cousin's family is linked to her own. So many moving pieces here, right? They seem chummy enough, but why doesn't Rosanna know how he kicked the bucket? It's only been a few months since she donned her knight armor and everything went down so fast. It's like they were in a whirlwind. Sir Khaled's got a serious duty streak, and who knows what other secrets he's got hiding in there. This girl thought she knew Rosanna the main queen bee, but now she's hitting the brakes and thinking this through. Clearly, this isn't just a rerun of the past, it's a whole new ballgame. Vettis asks Enoch if he'll keep an eye on her pals while she bounces out. The guy was looking forward to seeing her a lot in the capital, and now she's already packing her bags. Not only that, but she's heading to the Haven territories. Enoch just learned the dude who danced with Vettis at the ball was Mark from Haven. He's wondering if it's destiny or if the princess herself gave that order, but Lady Eldorado said it was all just a big... He just smacks himself on the forehead. Then suddenly, bam, Gina Priscilla and Marion Rares stroll over to him. The girls greet Enoch. Their commander already clued them in about him. When Royfield asks if they're off to training, Gina rolls her eyes and says they've already worked out and are just going to take over for their teammates. Enoch asks how the girls are fitting in with the Royal Guard and if they're getting the hang of it. According to Morin, the princess is really looking out for them, so they settled in pretty smoothly. Plus, Viz gave them a heads up about something. She's like the Royal Knights won't ditch her crew, because they want to impress Her Highness. The girls don't need to cozy up to them. Maintain that healthy distance. Now, as for the royal family's night order, I'd love to be chummy with them, but they might not exactly roll out the welcome mat. Marine realized everyone's sweating bullets about ticking off the princess, and they can't let that get them down. Gina's calling her out, saying she's totally being dramatic. She's apologizing to Enoch since he's in the night order as well. The guy's like, relax, it's all good, and just let him know if anyone from the order gives her guff. He's saying that beef between the night order and the royal guard dates back ages. Even though the girls aren't your everyday knights, the tension runs deep. It's going to take a major shakeup to erase those grudges. It's not going to happen overnight. Marin's wondering why Enoch's being so buddy-buddy considering he's part of the order himself. According to him, the current guard doesn't deserve the title of Knight of the Royal Family. They're blabbing sensitive info to get in good with noble factions while forgetting who their loyalty is supposed to be to. Enoch is advising the girls to put the kibosh on any royal guard trying to get too friendly. Marin tells him not to worry. She promises to rearrange the face of anyone who tries anything shady. Enoch can't help but chuckle at the girl's feistiness and how her friends are scrambling to hush her up. He points out it was seriously smart for the princess to find such top-notch knights. Considering the nobility's drama, Marin and Gina with a little escort from Enoch showed up to relieve Rish and Olivia. The princess is in her pad and has put out strict orders that no one is allowed in. Rishi shoots a confused look at Enoch, like what's he even doing there? She asks the knight if he has some biz with Her Highness. The girls are crowding him from every angle, remembering he was supposed to be headed this way originally. But Enoch's quick to set the record straight and, looking all flustered, asks if there's any news from Vettis. Olivia chimes in saying the commander's chit-chatting with the princess through the comm orb right now. Rosanna flipped Vitus's image onto the mirror so they could see her better. She's in total panic mode about Khalid possibly getting whacked after the power grab. Vettis asks why she didn't spill the beans sooner if she was in the loop. Rosanna replies she didn't know anything. She just kind of pieced things together from her childhood memories. She thought it'd be better for Vettis to make her own judgments without that info, based on potentially wobbly intel. Eldorado believes being careful is wise, but the princess is acting way too insecure, and that's just not like her. Rosanna assures her she's still the same old Rosanna. Rosanna shrugs and admits she didn't know. She just pieced it together from memories floating around in her brain from when she was younger. She figured it'd be best for Vettis to figure things out without that extra baggage. Steering clear of shaky intel, Eldorado thinks being cautious is smart, but the princess is way too wigged out, which is so unlike her. Rosanna chimes in that she's still the same old gal. They sure went through a lot with her, and believe me, she had the confidence of a wet noodle, even as a kid. Back in the day, she was just a princess living in her own little bubble. So there was this one time when she turned to her ladies-in-waiting and asked why Khalid seemed as MIA as that one sock you lose in the laundry. The girls winced and exchanged nervous looks, totally blank on how to respond to Rosanna's inquiry. Only NMI mustered up the courage to say that Marquis Haven was busier than a bee in a flower shop and just couldn't swing by. Rosanna quickly clarified that she didn't mean Uncle Haven. She was talking about her cousin Khalid. That's when they explained to her that Khalid was now wearing the Maris crown like it was the latest fashion trend. This was how poor Rosanna found out about the unfortunate departures of her aunt and uncle. She started sobbing like a fire truck siren, begging them to let her visit Khalid, completely oblivious as to why they'd hidden such news from her. Just then, the queen and prince barged into the room, and the prince bluntly told his sister to zip it, because that was precisely why they hadn't spilled the beans. tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken faucet. Rosanna pleaded with her mom to let her see her cousin, who was probably as lonely as a cloud in a sunny sky. Wiping away her daughter's tears like a trained ninja, the queen asked her to hear her out. She explained that Khalid wouldn't appreciate an unexpected visitor crash. When the girl looked as confused as a cat in a dog park, her mother tried to break it down for her, explaining that she and the king had kinda messed things up with their nephew, wrapping Rosanna in a hug that shook a little. The queen started apologizing for their greed as if it were a bad habit. Ivanton was fuming at his mother for even saying sorry and told his sister now was not the time to worry about outsiders. The girl just couldn't wrap her head around how he could say that, since Khalid was definitely not a stranger to them. This whole situation really got under the prince's skin. He leaned against the wall like a frustrated noodle and started punching it as if it owed him money. Meanwhile, Rosanna couldn't settle down, her mind racing about how Khalid was coping during this mess. The next day, when NMA brought flowers to the princess's room, she noticed the girl was limping like a pirate with a wooden leg. The girl reassured Rosanna that there was no need to panic, claiming she just had a little tumble in the garden, classic garden shenanigans. NMO went about changing the water in the vase and nonchalantly asked the princess what snack would tickle her fancy. Outside the door, the ladies-in-waiting were practically chewing their nails, anxious to know if Rosanna had brought up anything alarming again today. They were really on edge about NMA because word on the street was that others had been punished and sent packing. According to her, Rosanna was taking it even harder now since she had a soft spot for Haven and now they were apart. The girls felt like NMA should start putting herself first too, because even after getting scolded by the queen, she was still worried about everyone else. From this point onward, the topic of Hale and the He family was strictly off limits in front of the princess, and everyone was instructed to keep their lips zipped. NMA suggested it was better for Rosanna to remain blissfully unaware of this tragedy, and that was how the princess got comfy living in her bubble safe and sound behind the castle walls. She never thought twice about what was brewing outside where things seemed as serene as a summer day. Meanwhile, our parents were grinding through a tough time as the kingdom crumbled like a cookie in a kid's hand. But they kept me in the dark, hoping I'd grow up without a care in the world. I mean, avoiding hardship is like trying to grow a flower in a rock garden. But my parents either didn't get it, or figured I was just too sweet to need it. Fast forward 2 years, and when I turned 13, the royal family threw a New Year's bash. Among the crowd, I suddenly caught sight of someone familiar and realized it was Khalid. I raced over like I was in a marathon and grabbed his hand, blabbering about how much I had missed him. My cousin turned to face me, and that's when I spotted a gnarly scar slashing across his face. I screamed like a banshee and stumbled back. NMA sprang into action, rushing to my side to get me to calm down. I was shaking like a leaf caught in a windstorm, promising to escort me to the drawing room. The maid yelled for someone to whip up some soothing tea for the princess. Still quivering with a cup of hot tea in my hands, I asked Enma if that was actually Khalid or if my eyes were playing tricks on me. The princess was utterly baffled by what could have possibly happened to him, especially since the maid mentioned he'd become a Maris. All the court ladies stood as quiet as mice before Rosanna, not daring to say a peep. After shedding a few more tears, the princess abruptly leaped up and declared she had to see him. Despite the protests from her ladies-in-waiting, Rosanna didn't care about his current look, because he was still Khalid and he was probably hurt by her earlier reaction. NMA bravely volunteered to go with the princess. Even though the others thought she was off her rocker, Rosanna ordered everyone except NMA to scamper to her room and find the elusive red bunny brooch. The princess insisted she wouldn't return to the ball until they unearthed her brooch, so they better not come back empty-handed. The ladies-in-waiting were fully aware of the princess's sneaky game, even if she didn't actually own such a brooch, but they had no choice but to go along with it. When NMA asked where they should hunt for Marquis Haven, the princess had a couple of ideas up her sleeve. Khalid was chilling on one of the towers he used to stroll on with his dad. Peering down thoughtfully, Rosanna finally spotted him, with NMA struggling to keep up and almost out of breath. When the Marquis caught sight of the girl, he turned to bolt, but the princess begged him to hang on. Apologizing profusely, she dashed after Khalid, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet when a dazzling mana shield appeared under her. Haven snapped his fingers, and Rosanna found her footing again. He couldn't figure out why the girl who had been scared of him earlier was back for more. and guessed the king had sent her as the family apology committee. Assuming they were making a kid say sorry for their own screw-ups, Haven quizzed her on what she was apologizing for. Rosanna was so spooked by his intense gaze that her words seemed to vanish, leaving her with teary eyes. Pulling herself together, the princess, sniffling, apologized for not being there when he was flying solo. Dropping to her knees in front of Khalid, she burst into a river of tears, begging him not to hold it against her. Composing herself, the princess, amid sobs, chokes out an apology for not being there when he was flying solo. She drops to her knees in front of Khalid, unleashing a river of tears and begging him not to hold a grudge. As she approached, the Marquis extended a shaky hand to the girl's head and, giving it a gentle stroke, reassured her that she had no reason to feel sorry. Seriously, what kind of trouble could a kid like her possibly stir up? Then there was Khaled, who felt about as guilty as a cat in a fish market after dodging Roseanne. With a sheepish grin, he apologized to the girl for giving her a little scare. Dropping to his knees in front of the still sniffling Roseanne, the Marquis tried to bring her spirits up. From that point on, a few times each year, Khalid would show up at the holiday bashes, and he and Roseanne became masters of sneaky rendezvous. That's how she discovered the scar was merely a magical masquerade. One day, NMA, back from an unexpected leave, burst into tears as she broke the news to the princess that Maris Haven had kicked the bucket. The girl collapsed to her knees, confessing she wanted to spill the beans right away, but then orders swooped in like a villain in a soap opera and yanked her out of the palace. The embroidery frame that Roseanne had been happily stitching a handkerchief with before her arrival slipped from her grip. Her whole body shook, and it was like her brain had turned to mush. No way was she processing what she just heard. The king stormed into the room like a thundercloud, fuming over NMA's non-stop chatter. He had cleared her out of the way to ensure the girl's lips stayed zipped. When he asked NMA if she thought royal decrees were a picnic, she boldly declared she deserved to take a dirt nap. Clutching her heart like a soap opera diva, Rosanna confronted her father. "How could you do this to me?" she sobbed, feeling the betrayal, as the family had concealed her aunt and uncle's demise, making sure the maids kept quiet about Hale, too. Rosanna was totally baffled at how she could find out about her cousin's passing in such a heart-wrenching way. Gripping the king's robe like a lifeline, she recalled her family's claims of wanting to protect her, and she just couldn't compute their bizarre logic. Rosanna wrestled to understand her family's mindset, but no matter how hard she tried, the reason behind their constant treatment of her like she was still in kindergarten eluded her. According to the king, even if they had spilled the beans, nothing would have changed, and it would only have cranked up his daughter's grudge against them. He insisted he wasn't the villain in this story, and he sure didn't want her to hate him. But alas, the king felt he had no other choice. It was all about keeping his little princess safe. He claimed he was just protecting her from Hale. The princess was utterly perplexed about what her dad was babbling about, or why she needed protection from her favorite cousin. NMA was the only one who knew about her secret get-togethers with Khalid every year, like some undercover mission. Rosanna was fuming at her parents for not letting her bid farewell to Khalid at his funeral. The king promised if he had shown up himself, he would have taken her to drop flowers on his grave. But nope, that wasn't in the cards. The Marquis had pulled the shutters down on the royal family. Even the queen, a celestial being born to rule, couldn't make it to the funeral. It was one heartbreaking accident, and Khalid didn't even leave a will talk about a bummer. But since he wanted it that way, they honored his wishes like obedient pets. The king said he truly didn't want to shield the truth from his daughter, and his heart was breaking over it. They used to be like peanut butter and jelly. As sad as it was, those warm, fuzzy feelings were now gathering dust in the attic of the past. So the king nudged Rosanna to stop moping and to just let it go. Because what's the point of arguing with the living over someone who's already 6 feet under? The princess had always believed she was special to Khalid, one of a kind in her family. Now she questioned if she was just kidding herself. Could it be that she had misread his sincerity, and he really had changed that much? Standing before her father, she probed if it was truly the case that her grief and anger wouldn't resurrect Khalid. The king secretly hoped Rosanna was finally getting a glimmer of understanding regarding his point of view. But she pushed him away like a pesky fly, declaring she couldn't grasp his thinking because he was keeping secrets from her. And you can't make sense of anything when left in the dark, right? Turning her back to her father, the princess declared she wouldn't hold it against him or her mother. After all they claimed, if she had known the truth, she would have despised them. which is why they kept everything hush-hush. Rosanna had lost Khalid, and if she turned her back on her parents too, her emotional stack might just topple over. Ultimately, the princess asked them not to throw NMA under the bus as she wanted her to stick around as her maid. And just like that, Rosanna's conversation with the king fizzled out. After that, the princess didn't set foot outside the royal palace until it was reduced to ashes. In her eyes, for someone who grew up without ever wanting for anything, this was one heavy load. It felt like a total cop-out. But she was stuck in zero intel land on why Khalid had kicked the bucket so unexpectedly. It was creepy to picture Maris Haven's funeral at his estate draped in black and whites like a bad horror film. Suddenly, she couldn't help but wonder what happened to the folks who stuck around after the funeral and asked the princess about it. Rosanna explained that she was trying to track them down to express her condolences, even if it was a tad late. But right after the funeral, both the allies and the staff vanished without a trace, like poof. And the princess heard from NMA that even those who were curious enough to poke around this case came up empty-handed. They dropped off the face of the earth like someone pulled a magic trick and hid them away. Vettis put two and two together, realizing that only Joel could have orchestrated this elaborate setup. He probably hid everyone to keep them safe, and even after she became a royal knight, he still led the Levanche Guild. When Vettis asked why the buzz hadn't made it to her ears, Rosanna said her family and the snooty nobility went above and beyond to keep it under wraps, and the El Arado family also towing the royal line didn't help either. Fred chimed in, knowing his pops well enough that he'd hop on the rumor train, even if it meant spreading some nasty tea about someone kicking the bucket. So before we hit the reset button on life, after Khalid's unfortunate exit, Vettis got selected as Rosanna's personal knight. But given how quickly our girl got promoted to guard knight, she'd heard whispers about someone kicking the bucket. So before we pressed the restart button on life, after Khalid's unexpected demise, Vettis was chosen to be Rosanna's personal knight. But since our girl sped her way up the ranks to guard knight so fast, we're still rocking 2 or 3 months here. Those 7-year-old memories have the girls feeling like they just got hit with a jackhammer. But hey, at least some things are finally clicking. Vettis is all pumped about there being 2 of them now. But guess what? It's time for him to skedaddle. Rosanna asks if she can stick around just to say hi to the guard squad before she heads out. It's changing of the guard time, so they're probably already waiting outside like it's a concert. Vettis gives a thumbs up, and the princess bolts for the door like a rocket to call the knights in. Rosanna swings the door wide open, flashes a smile, and showers the squad with praise for being total heroes. According to Rishi, all the guard units are waiting like kids on Christmas morning for the changeover report. Before the knights kick off their shift, the princess suggests they pop in to say hi to Vades, whom she'd already chatted with. As the girls started shoving each other into Rosanna's room, she spots a guy chilling in the hallway. He gives the princess a shy wave, and she realizes he's Vettis' dance partner from the ball. Awkward moment alert. After a little moment of silence that felt like forever, Rosanna invites him in, and he's over the moon about it. Spotting Enoch, Viss waves like a kid who just saw their favorite superhero, curious about what he's up to. The knight's eyes go wide, like he just saw a unicorn because it's the first time he's seen a magical communicator working through a mirror like that. Vettis told him the princess jazzed it up, which is totally rad, since now you can actually see the person you're chatting with. The girl tells Enoch she's living in Cloud 9 right now. He checks in to make sure she's doing all right and that the mares have been good hosts. She admits they had a bit of a spat, so they haven't been BFFs lately, but everyone else is super nice to her. So Rosanna's just shocked we had a little tiff, right? Well, Vice says Khalid got all worked up because she decided to ride with him. The princess is like, seriously, that's messed up. While Enoch breathes a sigh of relief thinking, thank goodness. But then it hits him like a ton of bricks. He feels like a jerk for feeling good about it, since Vettis is having a rough go, and he's all smiles. She's just crossing her fingers that her crew's doing all right, working hard, training and keeping their spirits high. Olivia and Richie are like, yeah, it's a grind, but we're leveling up our skills like video game characters. Marine's telling the commander to chill out, just focus on the mission and make it back in one piece. Enoch's stressing this is a big deal. Vettis can lean on him, just keep his eye on the prize. She feels kinda bad even asking him, but she promises to owe Royfield a big favor when she returns from this crazy adventure. With everyone backing her up, Vettis says her farewells and bounces to work totally amped up. Marquis Havens is at his desk doing his best paper shuffle when there's a knock on the door. With Khalid giving the nod, Syrian swings the door open and in strolls Vettis. She waltzes over to the desk and the Marquis like, "What's up?" Our girl's on a mission to check out the area, and first on her agenda is a leisurely stroll through the bustling streets. Khalid's like, "Didn't you come here to study alchemy?" Vettis probably should have acted like she was super into that. Syrian suggests they hit the road to the magic tower, because that path is a real wild card compared to the others. Khalid's all for it, and tells his assistant to show Miss Eldorado the ropes. He figures a researcher sent by royal decree can't be left to roam solo like a lost puppy. Haven thinks about assigning a couple of knights to be her mini-guard squad too, but if those knights don't take her seriously just because she's a girl, that could be a total hassle. So Vettis shoots down that idea like a paper airplane. The Marquis ponders if maybe he should have gone with them, but then decides against it. He thinks, nah, she's got his assistant, plus it's not far. What could possibly go wrong? The heroine and Syrian are strolling down a path leading to a magic tower surrounded by a forest that looks like it jumps straight out of a fantasy movie. According to their escort, this area meets the Banned Lands, and Haven was thriving back when the tower was in operation. But when the tower master started bumbling around and mooching off Marcus Bennett, they built a new tower on his turf, and things went downhill like a bad roller coaster. Vettis notices a ton of shops are closed tighter than a clam with not a soul in sight to keep things tidy. Syrian's like, they're just putting on a show about being broke. No need for others to know they're rolling in dough. While he's trying to charm the girl into thinking they're rich, Vettis hears a kid's voice behind her. When she turns around, she spots a tiny tot trying to sell her some pretty flowers. Syrian says the kids around here are little entrepreneurs selling wild flowers. He's about to whip out some cash and send her home, but Vettis tells him to hit the brakes. Eyeing the flowers, she asks the kid where she found them, and the kid proudly proclaims she picked them on the mountain near the forest. Vettis tells the hapless guy to take a good look, because these are special flowers with magical power. Syrian's eyes widen since he thought magical flowers were supposed to be white. Plus, those flowers usually bloom in spots where the ground is drenched in magical goodness. Vettis says you got that right. But if those flowers are growing due to artificially generated magic, they turn red. If you cut off that magic, the land starts sucking the life out of everything in the area, giving it the ultimate drain. Because the land is brimming with mana, it doesn't look drained yet. But if they've had years of magical experiments, the outcome would be something to witness. Something that wouldn't fly under the radar. So Vettis is on a mission to find out who's playing the flower game in the mountains. She tells a stunned Syrian, and believe me, it's not just some garden party. This red magic is on a serious drain mission. And then the power imbalance goes bonkers, causing a rift to open up and letting monsters come spilling out like party crashers. Hearing this, the little girl freaks out so much she drops her basket like it was on fire. Her buddy just went over there to snag some flowers. Vettis tells her to point out those flowers. The girl can't say no now, and off our heroine goes with Syrian huffing and puffing just to keep up. Vettis hoping they haven't missed the boat. She felt that magical energy back at the mountain's base, and those monsters might already be in town. Finally, after what feels like forever, they arrive at the spot the girl pointed to. Upon seeing the flower field, Syrian exclaims, "What in the world happened here?" Vettis says this ain't good. With all these flowers around, it looks like the rift has popped wide open. She's telling Syrian to hightail it back to the estate and gather a squad of folks who can help track down that rift and squash the magic. We're gonna need a small army, because we have to pick these flowers one by one and zap the magic at each spot. As for our girl here, she's off to find that runaway friend. Sir's getting twitchy about leaving her solo, but she insists he needs to focus on getting some help. Like yesterday, if those monsters hit up the city at the mountain's base, it's going to be chaos and pandemonium, so Vettis wants the girl tucked away somewhere safe. Sir needs to round up some armed backup while she stays here to stall for time. Out of nowhere, the girl hears her friend scream, and our hero shouts for her and Pablo to skedaddle, scooping the little one up. Siri warns Vice to be cautious and takes off toward the city. Monsters that look like wild pigs are rampaging through the woods, smelling some fresh prey. The girl is running like her life depends on it, yelling for anyone to rescue her. Suddenly, one of the beasts closes in and crashes into her at full speed. She flies off the cliff, smacking the ground like a rag doll. The pain is unreal, and she's sobbing, terrified that her days are numbered. She has no clue where these monsters came from, crying and begging for help again and again, when out of the blue, someone starts walking toward her. Betty grins, reaches for the girl's hand, and assures her that she's there to rescue her. Seeing the kid's injuries, she asks if she can stand. Vettis tells her to hang tight for a minute. Get a grip because they need to hold the fort here for a bit. Khaled zoomed to the mountain as soon as he got wind of the situation and barked orders for everyone to fan out and search. He rallies the troops to set up a defensive line and keep those monsters from getting off the mountain, take them out, and find the breach. The one and only Marquis himself is gearing up to track down Vettis. With all that magical energy, Khaled's having a tough time pinning her down. He's kicking himself for sending her off without a bodyguard when he was the one who said this place was dangerous. Haven thought Vettis would be safer away from him, never dreaming something like this could happen so close to the town. He's scratching his head, wondering how she knows so much, since she was onto the magic stone mine, the artifact. And now this mysterious red magic juice. But none of that matters right now. Haven has to find Vettis and is smashing monsters to bits along the way. Inside, he's praying she's still breathing. Suddenly, he spots Viss's bloodied cloak snagged on a tree branch. Khaled picks up the scrap of fabric with shaky hands, kneeling beneath the tree and crying, mumbling the girl's name over and over. Then out of nowhere, the heroine's head dangles from a neighboring tree, asking with a laugh if he's been calling her. Vettis hanging in a tree with the kid until backup shows up. She jumps down from the branch, surprised that they arrived so quickly. But before she can even hit the ground, Khaled's charging in for a bear hug. He squeezes her like he's never letting go, thanking the heavens that he didn't lose her. Vettis is a bit stunned, feeling the whole vibe of Khaled shaking. He admits he was wrong to push her away and almost ruin their last memories. When Khaled finally releases Vettis, she asks him to hold her just a tad longer. So there they stand for a while, wrapped up in each other's arms beneath the tree. The soldiers finally manage to track down the rift, and now the Marquis is using his mana to seal it up. Once that's done, he hears Vettis telling them to gently pull the flowers so they don't wreck the roots. Catching up to the girl, he informs her that the rift issue is sorted. The Marquis suggests digging up all the flowers with the soil because otherwise they'll be plucking them forever. But the girl has a reason to argue. You see, in the future, these flowers are going to be illegal due to some wicked side effects. But some folks will still grow and sell them on the black market because their energy gives mages an insane power boost. So these flowers are like gold to mages, which is why they need to be collected and handed over to Rosanna. After thinking it over for a moment, the Marquis starts untying his cloak. Khaled drapes it across the shoulders of the stunned heroine. He mentions that the sun's already dipped below the horizon and it's getting chilly, and he doesn't want Vettis to freeze. The Marquis proposes having the soldiers gather the flowers while they make their way back to the estate. The girl agrees and blushes because she thought he was going in for another hug. 4 days later, the Marquis and Vettis step out into the courtyard to greet the guests arriving at the estate. The gates swing wide open, and she sees Leo and Enoch leading the pack. The heroine rushes over to her brothers, who are all worried about Vettis, making sure she's A-okay and hasn't been hurt. She reassures them that everything's peachy, figuring they've already caught wind of the whole saga. Leo couldn't help but worry about his sister, especially after she was out there protecting a kid and battling monsters all on her lonesome up in the mountains. According to Enoch, Vettis really needs to keep herself in check because that magic can really throw you for a loop. The Marquis rolls out the red carpet for the esteemed gentleman from the Royal Knights Guard. He introduces himself to the Ilarato brothers as the big cheese of this estate, Heaven Khaled. Leo gives his hand a good shake and introduces himself as the head honcho of the monster-busting squad. Then he brings in his right-hand man, Enoch Royfield. Up close, the Marquis seems like a whole new personality to Enoch, way less of a downer. Haven suggests they make their way to the parlor, all set and ready to spill the beans about the rift that popped up just a few days ago. Vettis and her bros take the lead with Khaled and Enoch dragging their feet behind. All of a sudden, the knight asks Haven for a quick word, skipping the chit-chat in the parlor. Enoch's got some juicy thoughts brewing about the whole situation, and Khaled's all ears. Royfield says they dodged a bullet this time since Vettis can hold her own in a fight, but it was still a nail-biter. He figures the Marquis is having a bit of a meltdown managing things if he couldn't spot a threat like that. Vettis, who just arrived, was the first to stumble upon that dead zone, and Haven himself pointed her in that direction. Enoch can't help but toss around a sprinkle of sarcasm about how that's a wild coincidence. The Marquis, arms crossed and looking grumpy, asks what exactly he's getting at. The knight remembers how Khalid threw a fit about Vettis wandering onto his turf, losing his cool at the thought that he intentionally led her into danger. The Marquis grabs Enoch by his cloak, but the knight shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter if it was intentional or not, because either way, it was heaven's blunder. Sitting in the living room, the heroine overhears Enoch saying he won't let her hang around in a danger zone again. Shoving Heaven's hand away, Enoch states they're taking Vettis and heading back. The Marquis grits his teeth in anger, while Enoch declares he's said all he needed to say. Spinning around, he heads to the living room where everyone's already twiddling their thumbs waiting for them. Khalid advised Vettis to skedaddle back to the capital, but now he's scratching his head as to why it stings so much that Enoch wants to take her and what his deal even is. When the knight walks into the living room, Vettis wonders why they took so long, and he just throws out an apologetic smile. "Caleb, come on in and pull up a chair with us," she chirps, spotting him stroll in behind her. Enoch isn't too thrilled about her calling the Marquis by his first name, especially since Haven was doing the same, but he shakes it off. After all, Lord Leos is an Ilorado too, and calling everyone by their last name could get messy. Khalid explains how they sealed the rift, and the little girl who got hurt is now all healed up with no traces of magic damage left. The Marquis shows off the culprit of the rift, a wild burst of red magical energy. Leos is taken aback that this kind can actually cause a rift, even with all that energy jammed into it. But this is no ordinary type. It's some artificially grown magical mumbo-jumbo, and the balance of magic where the rift occurred is utterly out of whack. They've already scoured the mountains, and these flowers are the only strange thing they've found. In Enoch's expert opinion, this is a top-notch reason to dig deeper and confirm the rift formation theory. He asks if they have any clue who's been growing these flowers at the mountain's base. Just then, there's a knock at the living room door. Someone is apologizing for crashing their little gathering. The folks in the room are informed about a shady character lurking around the mountain near the rift. Vettis beams thrilled with the update because the guilty party always does the classic return to the scene of the crime routine. Two goons are dragged into the room and forced to kneel. Turns out they're both mages, and according to our intel, they've been hanging around the magic tower a whole lot. When asked how they wandered into a restricted area, one of them mumbles that they stumbled in by mistake looking for some research goodies. Vettis picks up one of the magic flowers from the table and struts over to the detainees. The second mage looks at the girl like she's a ghost and nudges his buddy to check her out. Strolling up to Enoch, Vettis grins and suggests they see what this flower can whip up. Noticing how spooked the mages are, the Marquis chimes in, "What are you guys gaping at?" These dudes are trying to play it all smooth, but their faces are practically giving them a standing ovation for their guilty conscience. Haven's pushing them to fess up that they were the ones growing those flowers with the red magic juice, since the Marquis promised that whoever spilled the beans first would get a free pass. One of them immediately cracks and admits to it. The other guy decides to come clean too, revealing it's part of the Magic Tower's top secret experiments. With a snap of Haven's fingers, the magical searing circles hovering above the mages start tightening, and they're losing it. According to them, these flowers create the ultimate setup for replenishing magical energy quickly, which speeds up their research. The Tower Master Maris Bennett commanded them to fiddle with the flowers and promised they'd hit the jackpot on this experiment no matter what. The prisoners are pleading with Haven not to off them, insisting they've spilled all the beans they know. The Marquis orders them to haul away the one chilling on the right of his buddy. As he's dragged out, Haven releases the magic circle, and everyone swarms the remaining guy to keep the interrogation rolling. Leo is putting the mage under the microscope. Why plant the flowers on Haven's turf if the magic tower's calling the shots? It turns out only a few seeds sprouted in the lab initially, but when the research exploded, they thought they could cash in. Marquis Bennett supplied these red flowers to the mages, so they decided to ignore the red flags of planting them on his property. Osherby recalls their deal. They spill all the info, and in return they snag the stolen artifact back. Vettis mentions they're definitely holding up their end of the deal. One of the guys brings up an old mage they used to see around who's gone MIA. Nobody knows why he vanished, but he was pulling strings to get to this province. After wrapping up their chat, Deoiz strolls over to Khalid. When he asks how the mages reacted, he replies that they were totally thrown for a loop. The mage they snagged seemed like the big boss, but in truth, he simply hired them. It's a messy situation with loads of gaps that'll cause chaos. Vettis is aware of that, but she's still campaigning to get the guard commander booted. She's convinced if they don't, he's going to pull a fast one from within. Before the heroine returned, a rebel squad slipped past the city guards without raising an eyebrow. The back gates of the castle were barely monitored, and the rebels just waltzed right through. They moved with such swagger, like they had a secret map to the royal family's hideout, and Vettis bets Gerald is cooking up something with it. Leo's mulling it over, thinking, because if we're talking about the guard commander, someone's definitely got a buddy on the inside. The Count clicks on too, cutting his son off while dropping the name McGrath Nolan. He's got to figure out why, out of all the nobles, Vettis is pointing her finger at him. Vades is doing some serious brain gymnastics, those same clowns involved with the teleportation gadget and these goofy flowers. The teleportation thing that the royal family was poking at ended up in Marquis Bennett's clutches in my last life. But this time, he's got the insider scoop on the red flower's magical mojo that definitely wasn't in the script last time. Looks like the future's taking a detour. Can't let our guard down about Bennett knowing the dirt on these flowers. The heroine's got a nagging feeling that's giving her goosebumps, but she's crossing her fingers that she's just being paranoid. Khalid strolls over and asks if something's bugging her. Vades just doesn't buy that. Bennett cracked the code on how to use the red flowers alone, and Haven's on the same page. They're thinking there's a solid chance the Marquis and the dude who handed him that gadget are linked somehow. As Eno watches the Marquis and Vadus getting all buddy-buddy, he's wondering if they've always been this tight. Figuring he's not getting any more juicy tidbits out of this guy, Haven tells them to cart him off and dump him where they found his pal. Everyone shuffles back to their corners, while the mage is in the background screaming like a banshee, pleading for his life. Leos thinks they ought to hit the brakes on research over at the Magic Tower, but nobody's likely to give a hoot about his opinion. Khalid's all Marcus Bennett can't do magic, so he's probably nursing a massive chip on his shoulder. As the crown prince of the magic realm, he's out for his own gain, and couldn't care less about the fallout from these wacky experiments. Enoch pipes up, suggesting they boogie back to the capital and try to put their theory to the test. But Vettis is quick to remind him that everything that's gone down here needs to stay under wraps. If the wrong crowd discovers that these flowers can help with studying magical powers, the rumor mill's going to blow up, and chaos will ensue. Leo's agreed to kick off a hush-hush investigation and rope in some reliable scientists and researchers from the enforcement crew. Vades thinks of Rosanna, she's in the loop, and could send some pretty clever sleuths our way. Now that the plan's set, Enoch wants to shift gears and huddle up about the Vades situation. The knight suggests she tags along back to the capital with him. Enoch insists he can't just leave her high and dry. Anything could pop off. The day the rift popped up, they were yammering on comms right before Vettis ventured outside the estate for an adventure. She was practically buzzing to check out the scene. But the second Enoch caught wind that she was in hot water, it felt like his heart was doing a nosedive. She's shocked she made the knight worry that much. Gazing at her, Enoch realizes she has zero clue how much she means to him. He's saying if they rope in his guys for recon, things will kick into high gear, and this mess will wrap up quickly. Enoch's turning to Leos to see if they're on the same wavelength, and Leo's all in, believing it's best if they all ride back together. Vettis sneaks a look at the brooding Maris, who's just chilling, and figures he's likely just as eager to get her back to the capital. She figures he's probably doing a happy dance that things are rolling this way. Meanwhile, Khalid's having a mini-identity crisis, feeling he has no right to keep Vettis here, especially with her own family nudging her to head back. Royfield had a point. He thinks he's put her in the line of fire and couldn't keep her safe. If Vettis wasn't around, her life wouldn't be in jeopardy, so it's time for her to split. And there's not a darn thing he can do about it. Suddenly, she drops a bomb saying she doesn't want to leave, and she's sticking around. Khalid's jaw almost hits the floor, his heart doing a little happy jig. Vettis jumps in saying she's still on the mend from the monster showdown, and feels for the princess who sent her here. Enoch starts debating with her, but before he can really get going, Mark Haven cuts in. He stands up from his chair, saying as he sees it, "The lady just made it clear she doesn't want a jet." All of a sudden, everyone's eyes are popping out of their heads as they notice that the scar on his face has vanished. When they react to their disbelief, Khalid pipes in, revealing that his looks were jazzed up with some magic tricks. The heroine's completely baffled, trying to grasp why he ditched the disguise. Leos is itching to know why the Marquis decided to drop his glam act. The reality is Haven pulled the stunt because Vettis is always the first one to jump in and save the day. She never ditches anyone in distress, so he figured he'd do the same. But out loud. He's claiming he did it because Lady Eldorado wants to stick around. Turning to Enoch, Khaled declares that he wanted to whisk Vettis away from this joint because he doesn't trust him. This knight pointing out the Marquis hiding his face all this time just makes him look even more suspicious. Vettis is telling Enoch to chill out with Khaled and throws it back at Khaled, asking him to spill the beans already. The knight's grilling the girl, asking if she's been in the know about this for a while. She fesses up, saying she found out long before the royal ball. Enoch's left, totally reeling at this, and is flashing back to Vettis, twirling with Haven at the ball. The Marquis suggests they all take a seat and hash things out calmly. While meandering around the yard, Vettis checks in with Enoch, asking if he's really holding up okay. He's molded over and made the call to stick around at the estate with her. Just previously, they all caught Khaled's wild tale, and Leos thought it was straight up ludicrous, but on the flip side, it involved a hit on the royal family. Vettis took it upon herself to try and talk her brother into believing their story. He wasn't saying he didn't buy it, just that he couldn't see how he could pitch in. My brother was scratching his head. Did Vettis know the whole time and just keep mum? She admitted it, stating that only the Marquis and the princess, who can only do so much, are in her corner. If they tried to make wild accusations publicly without proof, they'd get stomped by everyone. So they figured keeping the others out of it was their best bet. Haven threw out an apology to Vettis for not giving her a heads up about revealing his true face. She told him he was good and had nothing to apologize for. The heroine. So they decided to keep everyone else out of the loop. Haven said sorry to Vettis for not giving her a heads up about revealing his big reveal. She shot back that he had nothing to apologize for. The heroine. Blushing like a tomato, she spilled the beans that she was actually thrilled he decided to pop up. If he hadn't shown, she probably would have been too chicken to confess her feelings. To quell the chaos, they are definitely going to need some royal knight muscle. And sooner or later, Vettis is going to have to spill the beans to her family about everything. She'll forever remember their silhouettes flickering in the flames of the rebellion, and her jaw tightens every time that image dances in her mind. But Enoch totally missed how their epic infiltration plan into Bennett seemed to need her to hang tight at Haven's estate. He suggested they skip back to the capital for now, and if things got sticky, return with the Delo Guild merchants, even though she looked like a deer in headlights. Khaled chimed in for her, saying that Vettis needed to stick around so it would be smoother for them to pull off the infiltration. Enoch frowned. You could practically hear the gears turning in his head, and while the convo felt a bit like a tightrope walk, he got the whole picture and thanked them for their honesty. Even though he couldn't join the merry band openly being a royal knight, it surely felt like a slap in the face to just sit back and do nothing. So Enoch asked Leos if he could crash at the Haven estate with Vettis. The captain paused to think, because if the vice captain was benched, that could spell trouble for the monster hunting squad. But there really wasn't anyone else he trusted for this mission. So Leos gave the nod. Vettis was totally over the moon that more folks were joining the crusade to save Khaled, but she fretted about how he would feel about it himself. Still, the Maurice wasn't against the idea. With a sarcastic smile, he stressed that Enoch practically had a duty to be useful, considering how puffed up he was. So, the knight in shining armor asks if he could secure some personal digs, preferably right next to Lady Vettis. Khaled shot him a glare so intense it could fry an egg, saying that's a hard pass since there aren't any guest suites right by her. The heroine was taken aback by that because she thought she'd be crashing in a guest room herself. Not caring one bit, Marquis Haven turned away. Vettis found herself pondering whose room she actually hijacked. Enoch figured there was some serious tension between the girl and the Maris, considering she brought up their spat when they were on comms. The knight mentioned how Khaled wasn't too keen on her visiting the estate and gave her a freezing welcome. Vettis admitted that was the case, but she and the Maris weren't exactly sworn enemies, and he's actually a decent dude once you peel back the layers. However, Haven gives Enoch the heebie-jeebies since he's a mage, which probably means he's hiding some skeletons. Noticing the knights getting all riled up again, the heroine asked what was bothering him. Enoch, all flustered and red as a lobster, admitted he was sweating over Vades. She was surprised he cared so much since she was all grown up now. Still, he viewed her as his little sister, from her angle. Enoch didn't need to be her knight in shining armor for everything. Out of the blue, the knight halted and confessed that she wasn't just some little sister to him. He asked if she recalled what she told him way back when they were kids, as that's when she became something special to him. Once, when Valen Eldorado was 15, clutching a ginormous stuffed bunny, he told his buddy he was just about done with all this. Enoch confessed that he hadn't ever enjoyed himself and didn't get why Valen was after all those kitty prizes. Valen said he was snagging them all for his little brother and sister. The guy teased his friend that he lacked siblings, so he wouldn't fathom what he was on about. Besides, for Valen, anything beat the grind of training, and he was sure Enoch only tagged along to escape practice. His buddy just huffed, fuming, and turned away. Valen asked him why Enoch never popped by their estate. I mean, Leos is always hounding him to train, and having a sparring partner would really help him out. Enoch pondered it for a sec, and agreed because, truth be told, it was a cakewalk for him to train at the Eldorado estate. So they strolled to the training field and were surprised to find someone already there. Enoch practically fell over when he saw Valen's little sister on the field. He had no clue she was learning to sword fight because his buddy totally forgot to drop that little nugget. Actually, Vettis had told him to keep it under wraps so folks wouldn't swarm her. Valen called out to his sister, and that's when she spotted them. When she asked why he was crashing there, he said, this is my training turf. Remember, the deal was, Val hardly ever showed up, so Vettis had sort of forgot about him. Her brother let her know he invited a buddy over for some practice dueling. Enoch shot Vettis a sheepish glance. Kids always made him feel like a duck out of water. Eyeing the target, he noticed it was all hacked up and wondered just how long she'd been hacking at it. Vettis was hyped about the clash about to happen between her brother and Enoch. She was super eager to spectate and begged to stick around, promising she'd be as quiet as a church mouse. Val was ready to say no, but then she gave him that irresistible look, so he caved, especially since Enoch was cool with it. Vettis was bouncing off the walls, absolutely giddy. She could hardly contain her excitement to finally witness a real Roifield showdown with her own two peepers. Hearing that Enoch was reminded of the time her grandpa swung by the school and grilled the teacher about his grandkids' progress. The teacher said Enoch was the most gifted of all the kids. But sadly, his temperament wasn't geared for the Roifield style, so he struggled. Grandpa hit the roof when the teacher suggested maybe Enoch should train someplace else. He was fuming that the teacher even entertained the thought of suggesting anything but the Roifield school and commanded Enoch to find himself a new instructor. Grandpa made it crystal clear there would be no arguing about it, because the Roifield sword style was their jam and their badge of honor. Noticing his buddy was all tensed up, Valen plopped a hand on his shoulder and told him to chillax. But all he got back was a hefty warning to grip his sword like his life depended on it and not forget all his nifty tricks. Enoch was hell-bent on proving he was tough just in his quirky way, and he took Valen down right from the jump. He hollered at his friend that he had warned him to keep that sword flat against his back like a good little soldier. Valen whined that he was pooped and was out of the competition. Although the tussle helped Enoch blow off some steam, it just didn't quite cut it. So, he kept nagging his friend to rise and shine. With Val still doing her best impression of a pancake on the ground, he made his way over to Vettis to see how she felt about the epic battle. The girl didn't respond right away, and Enoch figured she was probably still too young to grasp the whys and hows of swordplay. But when he pressed her on her thoughts, Vettis queried why he was flailing around with his sword like a madman. She pointed out that Enoch's moves were about as smooth as sandpaper, and it was definitely not just a case of newbie jitters. The young lady surmised he might have just had a bum teacher. Just then, Val crawled up to him and suggested throwing in the towel since he was done taking a dirt nap. As they strolled out of the training area, Enoch grilled his friend on how long his little sister had been wielding a sword. Turns out Vettis had been at it since she was 8 and had already been sharpening her basics for 4 years because, according to their dad, Count Eldorado, you gotta lock in those fundamental skills in your first 5 years, like it's going out of style. Enoch was blown away by how that kid could pinpoint his flaws with just a single glance. The guy was stumped. Was his swordplay really that atrocious that even a rookie could call him out? A couple of years rolled by, and Enoch was still getting his ears chewed off in training for holding his sword all wonky, because his technique was just all over the place. The master told him to stop swinging like a rabid squirrel and just focus on blocking while getting a grip that didn't suck. He was sick of telling the kid to quit flailing the sword around like a lunatic and suggested Enoch take a breather and chat for a sec. The teacher broke it down. If he made a habit out of messing around with his weapon, it would be a royal pain to fix later on. Plus, Enoch had been having mana issues lately, which is basically the universe's way of saying Houston, and it ticked him off so much he was practically fuming. He suddenly hurled his sword to the ground and declared he was done before the teacher could even blink. Enoch collapsed like a sack of potatoes, and it made him so steamed, he was practically steaming. He suddenly hurled his sword to the ground and declared he was done before the teacher could even get a clue. Enoch went down like a sack of potatoes. According to the doc, it was all due to some crazy mana backflow. The energy had its wires crossed inside him. That was the real reason his blood vessels looked like a mess. Enoch was grounded from using mana until he was all healed up. Grandpa asked the doc how long it would take to fix him up, but he said potions were about as useful as a chocolate teapot. We just have to let it heal the old-fashioned way, which usually takes about 2 weeks. The doc was astonished that the young master could tough out the excruciating pain he felt when using mana. When Enoch's dad asked what could have thrown his flow out of whack, the doc didn't have a rock-solid answer, but he guessed it could have been from the young master's sword practice. Worried sick, his dad rushed over to Enoch, asking what the heck happened and why he didn't spill the beans sooner. The lad confessed he couldn't do squat about it because Grandpa wouldn't lend an ear. The old man got riled when he found out his own father was in the loop about it, but the head of the Royfield family reminded his son that Enoch was born with a mana flow that could power a city. People whispered that those born with this flare were touched by fate. Knowing this, Royfield was baffled how someone like his son, who could wield mana, could end up being such a rare oddball. Their family's swordsmanship relies on a strong mana reserve, like a sturdy tree with deep roots. Enoch's mana was like a raging hurricane, and with that kind of chaos brewing inside him, it was no wonder his blood vessels took a hit. The guy was dumbfounded that his father, fully aware of all this, still insisted his grandson learn their family's swordcraft. But Royfield insisted that Enoch, on the opposite end of the spectrum, absolutely had to master it. By harnessing that hurricane inside him through their family's swordsmanship, Enoch would unleash some serious firepower. According to him, that's the golden ticket to mastering the style. Now the Royfields are the last of the third-generation feudal families of Mossberg. But it wasn't always like that. They used to be on top of the heap. It's not because their swordsmanship style was subpar. After a ton of digging, they found the reason behind their decline. The Royfield ancestor who crafted this style shared the same trait as Enoch. This style unlocked the full potential of someone born with that kind of ability. Grandpa saw it as a sign from the universe and thought it was the perfect time for their family to reclaim their rightful throne. Since something similar had happened to the family before he was convinced Enoch would master it, the head of the family grilled the doc if medication and meditation could help boost blood flow, but he couldn't promise any miracles. Enoch's father jumped in to defend his son, worried the kid's body might throw in the towel caused to him. His son was way more precious than any fighting style or family legacy. He suggested Enoch not bother with it, saying it wasn't the only game in town. But those words sent Grandpa into a tailspin. Accusing his son of trying to sabotage the kid's future, he drew the line on letting someone who knows squat about swordsmanship make calls on this issue. Enoch, finally cracking under their relentless bickering, blurted out that he was completely over this whole situation. Grandpa, caught in the middle of his rant against his son, froze like a deer in headlights, totally shocked. Royfield Sr. utterly frazzled. He was out like a light, and when he finally woke up, he insisted on having his grandson brought back home. But his dad thought it was a great idea to leave Enoch with Count Ilorado for the moment. You know, the same place he sent him after their little spat. After wrapping up his chat, the kid strutted over to the Countess to deliver his dad's message. Enoch threw in a thank you for taking him in. The Countess told him to make himself comfy and stick around as long as he wanted. Enoch was really touched by the Ilorado couple's kindness. Still, as he strolled around the courtyard, a nagging feeling of not belonging wouldn't let go. Spotting his pal wandering around solo, Velan sprinted over. He was throwing out all the tricks he had to lift Enoch's spirits, but nothing seemed to get a peep out of him. Violin even attempted to bury his friend under a mountain of pets, figuring playing with critters would chill people out. But Enoch just found the whole thing irritating. He knew his buddy meant well, though. It's just that Velan was clueless about how to actually show he cared. After ditching Violin, Enoch took another walk, and that's when Vettis spotted him. She cheerfully said, "Hey," and asked if he was there to train. That's when Enoch realized he had unwittingly meandered all the way to the training grounds. Scratching the back of his head, he mumbled that he was just lost. Then it hit him. The training grounds were the perfect hideout from clingy Vilan. Figuring he could waste some time there, he asked Vettis if it was cool to hang out for a bit. She thought he was there to practice with her. That's when Enoch dropped the bombshell that he was done with fencing for good. Veta was completely taken aback and asked why. Enoch explained that he was sick of battling with what he really wanted. That's when Enoch told her he was throwing in the towel on fencing forever. Veta was completely caught off guard and asked him why in the world he would do that. So the guy laid it out that he was overfighting against what he really wanted. The girl seemed to ponder over this, and he urged her to forget it, admitting he was just in a funk. Veta grabbed Enoch's sleeve and offered to show him her special technique for shaking off the blues. Before they knew it, they were sprinting around the training field for the last lap. Then Vettis, thinking that the best remedy for boredom is getting stronger, made Enoch do push-ups. After the workout, the girl asked if he was feeling any clearer, because when your head is all jumbled with thoughts, you've got to move to clear your mind. When you're swinging a sword alone in a quiet place, everything else just fades away, and you get this exhilarating feeling, like you can conquer the world. Right then, Enoch realized that feeling rang a bell. Those moments when with just the sword in a quiet spot, everything else fades to black, and you get this awesome feeling like you could conquer the world. It hit Enoch then that feeling was a blast from the past. Those moments when it's eerily silent, except for the swoosh of your blade dancing through the air. The kid confessed he really liked that feeling of being disconnected from everything. Veta was thrilled that he could articulate what she'd always felt. Looking at her, Enoch remembered a time when he truly cherished the sword as well. But ever since he took the Royfield sword seriously, put into words what she'd always known in her gut. Staring at her, Enoch remembered the days when he truly adored the sword too. But ever since he began seriously training with the Royfield sword, the mana that used to wrap around him when he let loose was a faded memory. The feeling of not being able to even feel his own teeth had hit him hard. It was all unknown and scary to Enoch. Grandpa was only focused on how skilled he was with a ball. Enoch was terrified of messing up, so they labeled him a lazy bum. But deep down, he never stopped trying. Even when things went south, that's when Enoch lost sight of the point of swinging the sword altogether. He admitted to Vettis that he once had a blast with it, but felt like he lost something along the way. The girl listened to his tale completely taken aback and was eager to know what he had lost. She promised to help him find it, and said if she did, he had to promise to spar with her. Since he kept dodging the idea, saying he was done with fencing, Vettis suggested they could keep it under wraps and swore she wouldn't spill a word. Enoch was curious why she was so jazzed about swords. Veta replied enthusiastically that she thought swordsmanship was totally awesome. Her dad always said a sword wasn't meant for killing. It's for defense, to shield yourself, your loved ones, and also to protect your mind and spirit. She didn't exactly grasp the whole mind and spirit angle, but the idea of shielding someone else excited her. Showing off her calloused hands, she said she was grinding hard because she wanted to protect everyone she cared about. Because if she had to do it, she'd need to be seriously strong. Enoch was completely amazed by her perspective. Veta had said he looked super cool when he was fighting. Enoch told her to just call him by his name. He realized he never had younger siblings, and it kind of bugged him. Suddenly flustered by Vettis' comment about how cool someone could be when protecting others, Enoch asked her what she'd do if she gave it every ounce of her energy, but still fell short. He was trying to sort through the feelings of putting everything on the line, only for it to backfire. The girl questioned if he meant nothing he tried was working out. She thought that if that was the case, maybe he should check if he was the one messing things up. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility, right? If you're doing everything right and it still isn't panning out, you might be missing something crucial. Enoch remembered his grandpa talking about forging the girl asked if he was saying that nothing he tried ever worked out. She thought maybe, just maybe, he needed to check if he was the one messing it up. I mean, Royfield's sword, and how his grandson would be able to wield it too. He couldn't grasp why everything had shifted so much, especially if the sword itself wasn't the missing link. And then it clicked for Enoch. After thanking Vettis, he prepared to head home. He realized the sword was originally crafted for a specific type of mana, which meant regular folks couldn't really wield it the right way, so they couldn't pass down the secrets of how to use it either. No one else could understand the unbearable pain Enoch felt all over his body when he wielded the Roifield sword, which also meant the average Joes couldn't pass down the art of swinging the sword either. Nobody else understood the bodily anguish Enoch felt after using the Roifield sword. Grandpa stood at the estate entrance, looking like someone just stole his favorite cookie, and asked his grandson if he had finally come to his senses. But Enoch stood firm, declaring he wouldn't be picking up the Roifield sword that Grandpa had passed down. Grandpa's face turned 50 shades of red at that, convinced that his grandson was just pushing his buttons. But honestly, the guy knew he was only forced into the whole sword-fighting deal because of the family legacy drama. Enoch felt like he was wearing shoes 2 sizes too small, trying to live up to those expectations. But that was about to change. This dude wasn't going to squeeze into any clothes that didn't fit, especially not for wielding a sword to impress anyone else. He made up his mind to carve out his own path and master his own sword techniques, which would eventually transform into the Roifield sword. And now he's throwing it back at Vettis, saying he's only this way because of her. Just like she said, he spent day and night plotting how he wanted to protect others. The heroine thinks it's super cool he changed because of her. But wait, there's a little more Enoch needs to spill. Grabbing her hand, he confesses that the one he really wants to keep safe is actually Vettis. He assures her that he'll do everything to keep her out of harm's way. And even though he knows they're just pals, Enoch's asking her to see him for who he truly is. After hearing that late-night revelation, the heroine is completely lost. She's not the Vettis that Enoch actually fancies. So, how should she even respond? After all, she's not the girl who should be dealing with this guy's whole confession drama. Vettis hangs her head low, caught in confusion and unsure what to say. Enoch suggests she hold off on the reply and promises he'll pull out all the stops for her. With a grin, he thanks her for being all ears and says goodbye for now. Feeling a bit perplexed, she heads towards the estate. The old her is long gone, and she has zero complaints about living this new life in Vettis' body. All she knows is that she's got to embrace life as Vettis from now on. But here's the kicker. She's not the one Enoch's got the hots for. Nope, she's a totally different woman. So for Enoch's sake, she's thinking she might want to just shut that door on him. She can't figure out why she ended up in Vettis' skin or what she would have done if the situation were flipped. She never meant to stray from the original story, but this twist came at her like a rogue sock in the laundry. Staring at her reflection in the fountain, she wonders if she's the reason the real Vettis that Enoch liked vanished like a magician's rabbit. Plus, she has a family that's going to be crushed when they discover she's not the real McCoy. Crouching down, she lets the tears flow because she's not ready for this and can't wrap her head around why she became Vettis to begin with. The only thing she can do for this girl now that she's stuck in her body is save her loved ones from the mess that's about to hit the fan. Resolving to focus solely on that, she pops up and wipes her tears away like a warrior preparing for battle. Delay Sharba's carriage is getting checked at the checkpoint by the Bannon estate. After finishing the inspection, he hops back into the carriage like a jackrabbit. Suddenly out pops Vettis from the bushes flanked by 2 dudes. She greets Delisarb through the open carriage door. He helps Lady Eldorado climb inside, and she asks if he and Her Highness got along. Osherby gives a nod of thanks to Vettis for the assist. He remarks that the princess was an absolute gem, and he scored exclusive rights to sell new magic tool formulas. Then 2 guys Delos doesn't recognize hop into the carriage, brushing off dust like they just rolled out of a haystack. Oshery says as soon as he starts selling, even the princess's licensing fee will pay for itself many times over. Vettis thinks that's killer news, and she's totally stoked to hear it. If Rosanna gets her own capital, she'll be able to level up her game. Wrapping up his spiel, Delois turns his eye to the guys sitting across from him. He remembers there was only one other person on their team besides them, and these 2 definitely don't ring any bells. The dude on the right turns out to be Marquis Haven, who had spruced up his looks with some magical camouflage. At last, Delois meets Enoch Roifield, a knight from the Royal Guard. Turning to Hid, he realizes this is the same stellar wizard he met last time. Haven's kept his true identity under wraps, but honestly, it's just part of the mage quirks. Oshari busts open a sack and hands out communicators made by his brand and the princess. He tells everyone to blend in with the porters when they leave to sneak through security. Just hook the communicator behind your ear to stay in touch. Vettis reminds Delos that he still has something else to give her. Osherby grins and opens another bag, revealing the item he set aside with care. The heroine thanks him and can't wait to rip open the box he hands over. Inside is the artifact she had asked Rosanna to fix up before she left the castle. Enoch glances at the box, shocked, and asks Vettis what in the world it is. She dodges the question like a pro and asks Delos to hang on to it until missions are complete, and he gives her a nod. Khalid wanted to get a look at the hired mages' faces, but now he's searching around like a lost puppy. Peeking out the window through a lowered curtain, Osherby points out two men and a woman in robes. Everyone in the carriage squints at the mages, and suddenly Enoch's face lights up in recognition. According to him, these folks snagged an artifact from the Helvetian Palace and handed it off to Marquis Bennett. Not only did they swipe that thing from the Imperial Palace, but they're loading it onto a boat like it's no big deal. Deloise is vowing to make them regret their foolishness. Khalid reminds him they need to nab the real culprits for a proper arrest. Osherby remembers their deal. They share all info in return for getting back the stolen artifact. Vettis chimes in to say they're definitely keeping up their end of the bargain. Osherby is stuck on their deal. They dish out all the info, and in return, they score the stolen artifact back. Vettis mentions again that they're definitely holding up their end of the bargain. Osherby remembers their agreement. They spill all the info they got, and in exchange, they get the stolen artifact back. Vettis insists they're totally holding up their end of the bargain. Cracking their knuckles like they're about to face off in a world championship, they're ready to delve into the mystery of what Marquis Bennett is scheming. A hooded figure saunters up to Bannett's estate gates and bellows their entrance like they own the place. The Maris rolls out the red carpet for his visitor, who, not gonna lie, looks like they just graduated high school. The newcomer gets straight to the point and asks for the latest scoop on the situation. Bennett responds with a confident, "Everything's cruising along just like the guest likes it." The visitor didn't expect anything less and is itching to hear the next assignment. Bennett then tells Jeff to stop acting like a statue and fetch the necessary item from the room. The kid scrambles off like his shoes are on fire, leaving the Maris alone with his guest. Vades, taking advantage of the moment, pops open a floor hatch like a secret agent and reports back that the infiltration went off without a hitch. The girl lights a lantern and saunters over to the cabinet, determined to see what's hiding inside. But no matter where she searches, our heroine can't seem to uncover any evidence of the uprising they suspect. She calls out to Enoch, who's hanging out in a tree like he's auditioning for a role in a wildlife documentary, asking what's shaking outside. He reports everything is as calm as a Sunday picnic in the courtyard, with no one lurking around. After telling him to keep his eyes peeled, Vettis dives into the drawers one after another like a kid at a candy store. The girls are biting their nails, worrying about Hale, who bravely took on the trickiest part of the mission. Just then, the heroine hits the jackpot, a whole stack of letters stuffed in one of the drawers. Judging by the envelopes, Commander Nolam is doing a lot of writing these days. Unfortunately, even with a mountain of letters, none of them contain the golden nugget of information they're after. Seems like the high-profile discussions are happening face-to-face. Out of nowhere, Vettis spots a familiar handwriting on the last letter. There's no sender's name or signature, but that penmanship screams, "I know you." Just then, our heroine hears footsteps coming closer, followed by the sound of doors being thrown open like it's a demolition derby. Stuffing the letter into her bag quicker than a raccoon snagging snacks, she wonders who it could be. The staff were advised to keep a low profile while the artifact delivery guy is around, so she grabs a stick for protection and hopes to blend into the furniture. Vet sneaks behind a dresser like it's an Olympic sport. When Jeff bounces back with the box, the guest tells Bennett that this package is everything the guy who sent him wanted to pass along. Apparently, the middleman doesn't care what the Maris does with the artifact he swiped from the palace, as long as it doesn't throw a wrench in their master plan. Bennett reassures him to leave it in his capable hands, and praises the method of cultivating red magic flowers that the previous messenger had shared. Just being near those beauties cranks your magic power into high gear. And if you whip them into a potion, you're talking serious wizard gains. The bandit asks if there's any more info on this opportunity. Rubbing his chin like he's deep in thought, the broker admits there's some news, but then abruptly closes up like a clam. Realizing he's getting ahead of himself, the Marquis calls over Viscount Jeff. Since the broker made the trek, Bennett's got a little something in his pocket for him. With a grin, the guest gleefully accepts the unexpected generosity. Bennett chuckles and tells him to take it, since they're on the same wavelength. The broker is completely unprepared for such warmth, and decides it's time to squeeze a bit more out of the Maris. He brings up that magical scroll you can use from a distance, leaving everyone scratching their heads as to why he's mentioning that now. Bennett glances at Jeff but figures it's all right to chat about it in front of him. Damaris complains about the explosive chaos, but insists bribing the Haven family staff and attaching the scroll to the carriage was a true headache. The guy thinks if magic scrolls were any easier to use, mages would be out on the streets selling hot dogs. He wonders why Bannett's whining when he's got magical artifacts and a genuine shot at doing something worthwhile. Bannett's fuming and trying to keep it all together, but no one likes being scolded, even if it's an under-the-breath insult. Forcing a grin, he inquires what difference it makes since it all ended with the Haven couple 6 feet under, and that's how they got Nolam on their side. The condition was to eliminate either the Ilorado or the Haven family. The middleman coolly notes that despite teaming up with them, their commander still has a stubborn streak. He'd be better off if he were as compliant as Bennett. Wrapping things up, the guest mentions he's heading out and tells Bennett not to bother walking him to the door. That Maris's cologne offensive enough to make a skunk retreat. As soon as the door slams behind him, Bannett's venting about that cocky jerk who couldn't even dish out the info he badly needed. Turning to Jeff, he orders him to summon a maid for a drink. With an unusual smile plastered on his face, the assistant tiptoes out of the room. Once he's gone, Khaled drops the act like a hot potato, and he knows full well who's responsible for the grim fate of his parents. He reaches out to Vettis and tells her the mage has vacated the premises. Although she's relieved Havana wasn't blown, she's bummed about not securing the intel she bustled for. Just as she's about to mention Jeff hanging nearby, he shoots her a grin and gestures her to keep it on the down low. Khaled ends the call for now because they need to catch that slippery mage. He asks Royfield to follow the guy, and Royfield swears he'll keep him in sight. Vettis chimes in, urging Khaled and Enoch to tread carefully out there. Jeff glances at the girl, curious if she was just talking to Khaled, and she responds, "Yep," but she's baffled as to why he didn't let her spill the beans to the Maris. Since Jeff took up spy duties for Bennett, he hasn't laid eyes on anyone from Haven. Vettis wonders if he wants to send them a note. The guy muses that before Khaled stole his face, he caught a glimpse of it, and, honestly, that's enough for now. His focus needs to land on the bigger picture. Haven had tried to persuade Jeff not to come here. The guy says that before Khaled swiped his likeness, he caught a smidgen of it, and that'll do. Right now, he's got to focus on what truly matters. Haven attempted to convince Jeff not to come here, but he totally ignored it. Now he's just happy to have dodged a bullet urging Lady Eldorado to bounce out of here faster than a cat at a dog show, and he points her toward the fence. As she dashes off, Vettis is all apologies for nearly turning Jeff into a punching bag, claiming she freaked out thinking she was caught red-handed. She gives a shout-out to the dude who tells her to watch her six out there. Out of the blue, Khaled remembers something crucial and re-establishes contact. Vettis then relays Bannett's order for Jeff to get the maid to fetch him a drink, emphasizing that since the mayor has a temper hotter than a jalapeno, it needs to happen pronto. Jeff can't help but grin, even if it's a bit odd that Haven decided to bring this up now of all times. He thanks Lady Eldorado and asks her to keep a watchful eye on Mr. Hyde. Vettis waves goodbye and promises to catch up in the Havenlands later. The mage zigzags down the dimly lit street, feeling pretty good about the booze situation in this little town. Just as he's contemplating another pint now that he's got some cash in his pocket, Vettis and Enoch jump him from behind like two ninjas out of nowhere. Poor guy didn't stand a chance, and Royfield gets him right on the shoulder. The mage is totally flabbergasted by the wild power of his attackers. They shattered his shield in just 2 hits like it was made of glass. Feeling the heat, he thinks it's best to create some space and bolts. But then he notices there's also a mage among the attackers, who wraps his legs in some gnarly magic chains. Haven steps in front of the mage with a look that screams, "Where do you think you're going?" Despite the chaos, the enemy decides to go all out with explosive magic, but he can't pull it together because while Vettis keeps him busy, Khaled has tangled him up in chains tighter than a boa constrictor. After dragging the captive back to the estate, Haven tosses him to the floor like he's throwing away old pizza and pins him down with his foot. He demands the mage spill the tea about what Bennett and Nolam are scheming. Haven adds that cooperating is in the mage's best interest since nobody's rushing to come to his rescue. The guy insists they've got the wrong dude and claims he's just a hired mage from the guild. But Khaled counters that a regular mage wouldn't be meeting with Bennett for shady chat sessions. Surprised by how much these guys know, the mage yells that he was just following orders from the guild leader, claiming Deloise, who hired him, can back him up. Osherby suddenly materializes, shocked at how easily this guy is throwing his own squad under the bus. He points out that typically the family stays out of guild disputes during succession feuds, but he sure as heck won't let them use members of the Sheloid Duchy. The mage is left dumbfounded because he thought Deloise was their golden ticket. Enoch scratches his head, confused about why Deloise is even mentioned alongside the Sheloid Duke, since he's a Sharby, and Vettis gives him the lowdown. The Ashari family runs a giant guild that's linked to the Sheloid Duke. They're trying to choose the guild leader based on real skill. Every candidate shares the same last name and signature. Still holding the mage down, Haven recalls that the prisoner kept bringing up some dude during their chats. They already know most of his partners in crime, and they're all going to pay up. So the mage just needs to rat out the mastermind behind it all. But the mage screams back that Shalid is making a colossal blunder and his dukedom is headed for a disaster because of it. But for Deloise, nothing's worse than suspecting a direct relative from the dukedom of playing spy. The mage continues to stick to his tale, begging them to trust him, not the foreign rabble. Deloise offers a private chat if he's worried about people lurking to overhear, and then he'll decide if the duke takes the hit. Sticking to his guns, pleading with them to trust him, not people from another realm. Deloise offers to chat privately if he's worried about eavesdroppers, and then he'll decide if the duke gets a free ride. This mage is totally panicking. He's adamant he can't spill a single bean about what's happening. Orb is disappointed. The mage really messed up his shot. Now he has to figure out who these people really are. Deloise tells Vettis he's done with the pleasantries. They can interrogate the guy however they choose. He's not going to ask any more questions himself because you've got to grasp the situation first. When Enoch asks if he should now call him Lord Sheloid, Deloise laughs and says he isn't into that title. The guild leader is pleased to hear Vettis is genuinely concerned he might actually feel pain. Still, he's pretty sure he won't escape this unscathed, and there are probably some folks out there who could make his family's life miserable. Vades is fuming at Bannet for as Amaris teaming up with another country for his own benefit. She's trying to piece together what the mastermind behind all this is really after. Khaled reshackles the mage, even gagging him this time. It suddenly hits Vettis that Bannet, with his connections to another country, might have leaked vital intel regarding the uprising. Think about it. The Helvetian Empire kicked off an assault on Mosenberg just when the rebellion was gaining steam. Even with a magic train that's faster than a jackrabbit, it's tough to get there that quickly if you only decide to start a war. After the royal family gets ambushed, the castle fell into the rebels' hands. Even possible if Marquis Bennett and Commander Nolam are on the same side. Maybe the commander double-crossed the Marquis and ignited the rebellion himself. Or perhaps Bennett plotted a counterstrike behind Nolam's back, collaborating with a foreign entity. If that's the case, whoever's pulling these strings is way out of the league of even the Duchy of Sheloid. That family managed to wangle an audience with the king right after the rebellion erupted. Looks like we can rule out the Crown Prince's faction, since Avention was the last to catch wind of the war and was opposed to it anyway. Enoch, suddenly recalling the letter, suggests Vettis show it to Deloise. He reminds her about that bizarre letter she discovered in Nolam's pile of correspondence. If the sender is someone significant, Enoch, suddenly having a light bulb moment about the letter, suggests Vettis show it to Deloise. He nudges her to remember that odd letter she dug up in Nolam's pile of mail. If the sender's someone of importance, maybe Master Sharby can crack the code on this handwriting. Taking the paper like it's a golden ticket, Deloise squints at the text. Suddenly, the guild leader's face does a complete somersault, and Vettis thinks he might actually recognize it. Deloise smirks and shoots a glance at the mage, who's now a permanent fixture on the floor. Finally, he gets what that guy meant about the dreadful fate looming over the Duchy of Sheloid. Out of nowhere, Deloise chimes in that it's the Emperor's scrawl. Everyone freezes like deer in headlights because we're talking about the big cheese from the Helvetian Empire. Vettis snatches the letter faster than a kid with candy. Deloise remembers Rosanna squealing with joy, waving that emperor's letter like it was the latest fashion. Back then, the princess was on cloud 9 because His Highness was going to roll out the red carpet for her wedding with Aventon. Vettis already had a hunch this was coming, but still, it was the emperor's actual handwriting. However, the letter in her hands was as exciting as a wet blanket. The burning question is, why would the emperor bother sending Maris Bennett a little love note? He even yanks the mage by his cloak, demanding to know if the emperor really is the puppeteer behind all this. Are they actually using magical gadgets to nudge Nolam onto Bennett's team? The mage chuckles, claiming he warned them they were digging their own graves. All of a sudden, a spark zaps his forehead, and the mage starts gagging. Vet and Enoch rush over, practically waving their arms in panic, wanting to know what's up. After letting the mage go and turning to them, Khaled declares he's kicked the bucket. Enoch's totally lost. How on earth did that happen? They blocked his magic and made sure there was no poison brewing. Heaven help us, cause he felt a quick zap of mana for a second. It's gotta be because the mage was hogtied. If they weren't squished together like sardines, that magic wouldn't have backfired. Clearly, the Emperor has his dirty little hands in this pot. Golden artifact magic, now that's his calling card. This rebellion flared up at the worst possible moment for the Empire. Could be a sneaky stunt to snag Mosenberg, unless he's got something else cooking. Maybe this is just plain old aggression dressed up as a rebellion, Enoch asks. Delawaz, what's up next? Osherbe'd love to claim he's in the dark, but those spy accusations are ringing alarm bells. Vettis makes a heartfelt apology to the guild leader for how this whole circus rolled out. Since Dioi stirred this whole pot, he figures he might as well turn it into a gold mine. Khaled threatens him if he even thinks about squealing to the Emperor, and Vettis jumps right in between them like a human shield. Deloise chuckles, telling them he couldn't even if he wanted to, cause he's gotta rake in a pile of cash in Moseberg first. Enoch steps in Priest Sharby's hand off Vettis' shoulder and gives him the old move aside for a sec gesture. The heroine asks Diois how he's planning to work this intel. The guild leader guarantees that once they hear him out, they'll see the twisted nature of this conspiracy and thank the stars it was him that uncovered it, not Aunt Gertrude. Settling down at the table, Deoi asks everyone what they know about the Crown Prince. Vettis plays feigning ignorance while Khaled throws in that the prince is anti-war and surprisingly sharp for his age. Deloise nods, noting that the prince is the one who put a stop to the incessant Helvician raids. Enoch asks how that's even possible since the raids wrapped up 4 years ago and the prince is only 20. Oshari mentions that the emperor's been poking the bear for these attacks, basically dropping the keys to the kingdom on the prince's lap ages ago. He's been running the show with the ministers since he was like 13. All this drama made the crown prince absolutely loathe war. That's why he's been in a tug of war with the emperor, pushing for peace like a stubborn mule. And if he discovers this attack is brewing behind his back, all hell's gonna break loose. So Deloy plans to spill the tea to the prince, then sneak behind him to watch the fireworks show. Listening to the guild leader gloat about his tight bond with the prince, Vettis smirks, thinking about how they'll be rivals down the line. Deloy promises to try and stay below the emperor's radar before he hooks up with the prince. According to Enoch, if that's how it's going to play out, then he doesn't need anything else. After unloading everything, Deloy asks what they plan to do next. Vades, deep in thought, proclaims they need to dash back to the kingdom now, and once they get back, they gotta spill all the beans to the princess. Deloise realizes they need to hustle, but rushing would raise more eyebrows than a flamingo at a funeral, so he suggests they chill here for another day. Vettis is contemplating how to break the news to Roseanne that the Emperor wrecked Moseberg because that could seriously tank their relationship with Aventon. Enoch nudges Vettis, asking if she's worn out, and suggests she snooze in her room. She agrees, and as she heads off, Khaled ponders what a gut punch this news must have been for her. It's gotta be tough for her to realize the Emperor is all tangled up in this mess. The Nolam assassin squad wasn't just aiming for the heathen family, but also El Dorado, and Maris wonders if he should spill that tea to her. He's not sure how to break it to Vettis that she could have lost her entire family. Sensing Heaven's curiosity on her, she asks if he's got anything to say. But the Marquis doesn't want to disturb her and tells her to go catch some Z's. Out of the blue, Dioi stops her because he's got something he wants to share. He rushes up to Vades and asks if she's free to hang out tomorrow. He's not sure how to break it to Vettis that she may have lost her entire family. Feeling Heaven's eyes on her, she asks if he's got something burning to say, but the Marquis doesn't want to hassle her and tells her to get some Z's. Suddenly, Dioi interrupts her because he's got something to spill. He rushes up to Vades and asks if she's free to hang out with him tomorrow. Khaled and Enoch just gawk at him, jaws hitting the floor and eyes bulging out in disbelief. Vettis blushes and huffs, asking what makes him think they should go on a date. She's miffed that Dioi is asking if she's available, especially with all the chaos happening. Oshari is curious about what she's planning to do all day. After a moment of contemplation, she finally admits she needs to sort through all this craziness. Osharbi insists she has to chat with the princess first because no one should tackle this mess solo. Letting a hopeless situation spiral totally out of control, that's a recipe for a disaster that'll make your head explode. Even if time is tight, you've got to find a way to chill. So Diois suggests they go blow off some steam. Why on earth should Lady Eldorado need to unwind with him? Specifically, Khaled interjects asking who else she could possibly go with. They're just waiting for trouble if someone spots them sneaking around in bandits' territory. Khaled suggests they could just magically alter their appearances. Enoch agrees that Vettis should totally hide her identity as well. But honestly, walking around like that just isn't worth the risk. Diois is pretty sure that he and Heaven are just playing smart. In reality, they're just green with envy over him. The heroine is already at a loss with Khaled and Enoch, and now here comes Osharbi just to spice things up. He's already got Rosanna, so what's he doing trying to play the field? Striding toward her, Diois suddenly insists that's not at all what he meant. He leans in close and whispers something that sounds awfully mysterious in her ear. For a brief moment, she stands there staring at the ground in the room that's suddenly gone silent. Then, snapping back to reality, she orders Cad and Enoch to absolutely under no circumstances follow her tomorrow. No way, no how. The next day, Delos, all decked out like he's ready for the red carpet, picks up Vettis. She's dressed to impress just how a Sharpie likes it and is absolutely raring to go. But just like clockwork, despite her warning, Khaled and Enoch are tailing them like shadowy ninjas anyway. Vettis asks Dios if he genuinely believes they'll respect her wishes and not follow her. The guild leader just bursts out laughing at her overly optimistic thought. Of course, they're going to be right on her heels. The girl looks around panicking that she won't recognize Khaled and Enoch if they decide to play disguise heroes. Dios is left dumbfounded. How could she possibly think the guys who are crushing on her wouldn't follow her on a date with another dude? According to him, even a potato could see that coming. The heroine can't wrap her head around how he could grasp that and still muster the courage to ask her out. The real kicker, they're just here to wrap the artifact as a gift, which Delois whispered about to Vettis yesterday. He asked if the item she had entrusted to him was for gifting and then offered to wrap it up all pretty-like. Delois thinks nothing beats the thrill of two folks doing something hush-hush, but it's hardly secret if they're being stalked. As they walk into the store, Vad still thanks Owari for the brilliant idea, one she definitely wouldn't have thought of herself. The heroine decides to give Khalid the item that was initially meant for Rosanne, since he needs it more. Vettis is reflecting on how this is a first. She's never given the Marquis a gift before. While she's busy debating what ribbon to slap on the box, Khaled and Enoch are eavesdropping from outside the shop window. The knight is fuming, convinced that Delois is trying to win over Vettis with fancy gifts. He's literally racking his brain wondering what he whispered to that girl yesterday that flipped the script so fast. Khaled's telling Enoch to chill out, because managing to keep them under wraps is already a major headache. The knight is kind of surprised at how quickly the Maris dropped the formalities with him, but honestly, he'd rather not engage in conversation at all. Haven calls Enoch deadweight, but let's be real, Enoch isn't thrilled about being stuck with him either. Both are fuming, and after letting off some steam, they turn away from each other. Leaning against the wall, Khaled tells the knight to zip it, but then seemingly out of nowhere, Enoch asks if the Maris has a crush on Vades. Caught completely off guard, Haven asks why he should even answer that, and that's when Enoch spills the beans about his recent confession. He claims he laid all his feelings out there and fully plans to keep it up. So Enoch's set on persisting until she finally takes notice. That's why he's back to asking Khaled if he's got a thing for Vettis. Picturing the girl clearly in his mind, Khaled simply responds with a yes. I mean, how could he resist someone with eyes that sparkle like that? When Khaled's with her, it's like the darkness just fades away, and he can't get enough of being by her side. He tells Enoch that Vettis is irreplaceable to him, and she's someone he's determined to protect at all costs. The knight admits he wanted to sort everything out before they headed back. Enoch warns him he's not dropping his guard for a millisecond, but Khaled wasn't planning on letting him take it easy anyway. Vettis is heading back to the kingdom, and the Marquis can't just keep her around for his own selfish reasons. Therefore, he decides to go with her as well. In the meantime, Eno spots the girl in Dewa exiting the store. He's been hanging around just to look out for the few people he has left. But now he's found a new sense of purpose, and it's time to spring into action. The movers missing their families are stoked to return to the Empire soon. Enoch's lending a helping hand hauling boxes like he's training for the Olympics. The guys are completely blown away by his unreal strength, which means they'll wrap this job up in record time. It's not even time to leave yet, and they're already finished. The guys are all gossiping about what their boss could be discussing with those mages. One of them brings up that one of the mages they used to see around has just up and vanished into thin air. Nobody has a clue why he disappeared, but he was doing everything he could to make it to this province. After their chatter wraps up, Daois strolls over to Khaled, and when he asks how they reacted, he reports that the mages were totally caught off guard. The mage they captured looked like their leader, but surprise, he was actually just the guy who hired them. One of the guys mentions that one of the mages they used to see around has vanished like a fart in the wind. Nobody knows why he disappeared, but he was doing everything he could to reach this province. After their chat wraps up, Daois approaches Khaled. When he inquires how they responded, he says the mages were utterly flabbergasted. The mage they grabbed seemed like the chief, but truth be told, he was merely the one hiring them. Turns out they weren't exactly best friends or anything. Security's tighter now, but no one's really wondering why he disappeared into thin air. Deloy figured they should just split the missing dude's cash because if they care about their reputation, keeping quiet is the way to go. Khaled dubs Charbade the cautious one, especially since his job has him rubbing elbows with tons of folks who just blurt out whatever comes to mind like it's a free-for-all. Daois feels the need to chat with the guild's second-in-command one last time and tells the others to jump in his carriage when they're ready. As he struts off, Khaled hears someone whispering his name from behind like it's a top-secret mission. He turns and spots Vettis waving him over from around the corner, beckoning him closer. The girl's got something sneaky tucked in her hand, and the Marquis can't help but ask why she called him to the back of the house. Suddenly, she presents a beautifully wrapped box asking him to take it. Khaled eyes her eyebrows up and asks if he's right in thinking it's a gift. Vettis jogs Khaled's memory about their visit to the magic shop where she snagged it. She insists it's a powerful protection artifact that could save his bacon, so he'd better keep it on him at all times. Haven's mind is racing, wondering if Vettis knew what kind of artifact it was before she bought it, or if she just grabbed whatever sparkled and then found out it was something fancy. Khaled's also perplexed about why she picked him to be the lucky recipient. Does she care about him like he cares about her? His mind swirling with questions, but our hero doesn't want to spill the beans just yet. He simply thanks Vettis, promising that since it's from her, he'll keep it close always. The princess finally wraps up the last letter and lets out a big sigh of relief. Eneme's astonished by how many letters Roseanne gets from nobles on the daily. Answering them must be a real slog. The princess laments that if she hadn't been such a mess in the past, she'd be totally nailing this by now. He just thanks Vettis and claims that since it's a present from her, he'll hang on to it forever. The princess finally wraps up writing the last letter and exhales a sigh of relief. Eneme is stunned by how Eneme begs her not to be so hard on herself, but Rosanna just chuckles, saying that's the old her and she's gone for good. Looking at the princess and reminiscing about her childhood, the maid can hardly believe how much she's grown up. Eneme's pleading with her not to put herself down, but Rosanna just chuckles, saying the old her is gone for good. Gazing at the princess and reminiscing about her as a kid, the maid can't believe how much she's blossomed. It's like she blinked and the girl was all grown up. Eneme starts getting choked up. Rosanna's done with the letters, so it's time to gear up for this meeting. A knock at the door announces Baroness Talaroon's grand entrance. Nobles are lining up to see the princess, but this lady has practically set up camp at the palace, which is a bit fishy. Rosanna can't just shoo her away since the Baroness is a big deal. She must have a really good reason for wanting to meet. The princess has to figure out Talaroon's game plan before Vettis swoops back in. Rosanna instructs them to lead the guests to the garden because today's weather is just too nice to be cooped up. The princess strolls into the meeting flanked by her trusty knights Gina and Risha. The Baroness rides the guests to the garden because the weather's stunning today. The princess arrives for the meeting surrounded by her knights Gina and Risha. The Baroness stands greeting her highness and calling. Rosanna admits she thought the Baroness was tired of stuffy drawing rooms, so she opted for a garden meetup. It's tough for the princess to read the woman behind that mysterious veil, so figuring out her intentions is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. Rosanna even feels a little on edge thanks to the whole veil situation. Read the woman's emotions with her face concealed by that veil, so she's going to have a tough time figuring out her intentions right off the bat. Rosanna even feels a twinge of unease because of it. After the maid, Rosanna assures her that she enjoys their chats and fears it'll get awkward when they run out of things to say. The Baroness, on the other hand, says when the chit-chat's done, it's time to dive into the meat of the matter. Talaroon emphasizes that small talk isn't exactly cutting it these days. Turns awkward when they run out of chit-chat. According to the Baroness, once the small talk's done, it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. Talaroon stresses that you shouldn't dilly-dally with irrelevant chatter during times like these. Rosanna, still feeling a bit awkward, just gives a shy smile. The Baroness raises her eyebrow, skeptical that a widow who barely got to enjoy a marriage worth bragging about would have anything interesting to share at social gatherings. When Rosanna points out why the Baroness is still donning her mourning veil long after her husband's passing, Talaroon gives a social gatherings might pique interest. When Rosanna queries why she's still sporting her mourning veil so long after her husband kicked the bucket, Talaroon answers that it's her beloved thing. Leaning in a bit closer, the Baroness asks if the whispers about the princess's upcoming marriage are on point. Rosanna confirms the buzz, nervously rubbing her hands like she's about to spill a secret. The Baroness muses that the king and queen might not want to part with their daughter and asks what Rosanna herself thinks about it. The princess insists she won't marry just for convenience and will hand-pick her own husband. Talaroon arches an eyebrow, asking if the princess really believes she can just do whatever tickles her fancy. After all, just look at Sir Priscilla's younger sister. She almost fell for a rich middle-aged convenience and will choose her own hubby. Talaroon raises an eyebrow, asking if the princess really believes she can just do as she pleases. After all, for example, Sir Priscilla's younger sister, nearly. Rosanna jumps up, absolutely fuming that the Baroness is throwing around gossip about her knights' love lives. She shoots back that next time the woman should watch her mouth. The Baroness stands up too, suggesting a nice little walk. The woman struts ahead, and Rosanna and her knights follow, like they're on a royal parade. The Baroness reminds the princess that just 10 years ago, the Talaron family was as ordinary as can be, and her wedding was about as simple as it gets. She only glimpsed her future. The Baroness stands up too, suggesting the princess take a stroll. The woman strides forward, followed by Rosanna and her knights. The Baroness asks if the princess looks back and chuckles, remembering that just a decade ago, the Talaron clan was as average as they come, and her wedding was as low-key as flipping a pancake. She only laid eyes on her future hubby 3 times in a spot her dad thought was perfect. But she had no complaints. Sure, he was a bit ancient, but he was a good guy. While they were together, they were close, and she even got used to being called Talaron's wife instead of her actual name. However, she just couldn't manage to have a son. The princess can't help but wonder why the Baroness is suddenly sharing her personal history after prying so rudely into her knights' private lives. Lady Talaron encourages her to think of it as a tale spun from personal experience by someone who's been through it all. She insists that it'd be great for both of her knights to hear this yarn too. The princess urges the Baroness to keep the stories flowing, even if she suspects it's a detour from the main topic. According to her, this all unfolded 5 years post-wedding, when she finally gave birth to a son. Talaroon felt relieved to have dodged her fate, but then her husband fell ill and passed away. His brothers showed up to whisk their family away, trying to charm the Baroness, or should we say they tried to intimidate her instead. One of them even gallantly offered from the depths of his generous heart to treat her like a second wife. The Baroness asks the girls if she could have turned them down and taken the reins of the Talarin family instead of her husband. Rosanna muses if the lady used her family name as a ticket to dodge exile, but the Baroness chuckles, replying, "Nope, it all turned out nicely because of her son, who was just a puny 100 days old at the time." She had popped out a legitimate heir, which meant she could stick around in the family until he grew up and snagged the title. Lady Talarin couldn't help but ponder what might have happened if her husband had shuffled off this mortal coil sooner, or if that 4th kid had been another girl. Because if that were the case, they would have treated her like yesterday's trash, tossing her aside like a widow in distress. Rosanna's finally getting a glimpse of the kind of roller coaster the lady rode. Back in the day, she was just an ordinary gal, not a baroness. No cash flow, just a sprinkle of education and some ladylike manners. Unable to hold back, Knight Gina pops the question of how she pulled off her incredible comeback. She confesses she became a knight and snatched her younger sister from that dreary household. But now she's unsure what the future holds for the girl. Captain Vettis gave Gina a hand in settling her sister, with her urging her to reach out if ever in need. The Baroness highlights how the girl has plenty on her plate, which is exactly why she felt the need to share her golden nugget of success, thanks to her sheer will to survive. Before this whirlwind, she had zero connections to her current biz and knew nada about accounting or investments. The Baroness turns to Rosanna, asking if she's grasping the situation. And, of course, the princess is up to speed. Jana expresses her gratitude to the woman for spilling her guts. The Baroness beams, saying how lucky the girl's sister is to have her in her corner. The knight blushes a tad, insisting she won't jump to any conclusions too fast. Rosanna observes the Baroness's skill in sales, clearly a pro at charming her way into people's hearts. She must have played it tough at first, gauging the princess's reactions. Maybe this whole shindig's just one giant test. Rosanna admits she enjoyed the story and is genuinely impressed at how the Baroness was quick to address Jenna's concerns. But don't think for a second that the princess has forgotten her earlier comments about knights. So she firmly tells the lady no more changing the subject or our meeting might just end right here. Talaroon apologizes to the knights for her unexpected invasion into their personal affairs and pledges to keep her mouth in check from now on. The girls nod in acceptance and the Baroness bows, asking for Her Highness's forgiveness for her slip-up. Not bothering with the bow, Rosanna breezes past, declaring she can test her all she wants, but if she messes with her people, she'll be in for a regretful ride. Tehran apologizes to the knights, and the princess suggests they call it a day. Rosanna comes to a screeching halt as she hears the Baroness chuckling behind her. With a straight face, the lady announces that the investigations have indeed brought some juicy details to light. Out of nowhere, the Baroness requests Rosanna to step up and take the throne. The princess is utterly blindsided by this revelation. She can't fathom why Talaroon would throw that idea around. According to the Baroness, she's put that request on the table, and this is the best way to make it happen. If Rosanna takes up the crown, she won't have to jump through hoops marrying some dude for political gain. The Baroness states she's laying it all out there by saying this now. Then she raises a hand and whips off her veil, allowing the princess to see her pretty face. The kingdom's laws, you see, say a woman can't inherit a title, but this Baroness is gunning for the same rights as any man. If Rosanna commits to the throne and changes the law, the Baroness's family will totally throw their support behind her. Rosanna feels confident that she can persuade His Majesty to alter the law even without the crown. According to the Baroness, that won't cut it. Too many noblefolk are itching to see her head the Taloran house if it means giving a lady more power. Especially since in 5 years, when her son hits maturity, she'll just slide into the role of his right-hand gal. Rosanna's the solo hope in this scenario. If the queen has her back, those nobles won't even think about criticizing her. Rosanna's stuck on how she's supposed to claim the throne, with a brother still in the picture. The Baroness reminds her that there's been a queen in Mossberg's history, but Rosanna believes things have shifted dramatically, and she can't just snatch the crown from her brother's grasp. Lady Talaroon argues that if the crown prince takes the throne, noble powers will run rampant, and Rosanna's family will be left in the dust. She claims it's a sure thing that's about to unfold before the ruler changes hands. Rosanna freezes her jaw, dropping in disbelief, demanding the woman to repeat that. The Baroness insists that only Her Highness has the power to reshape Mosselberg. This country, these peeps, it all belongs to Rosanna. She needs to chew on that thought and make a call. The princess is totally floored, trying to grasp the idea that she could actually end up on the throne. At long last, the knights head back riding into the capital. Vettis smiles, pondering how her family is faring. As our hero nears the estate, the Countess Valen and Amelia pop out to welcome her back, thrilled that she's finally home. After hopping off her trusty steed, Venice asks if everything's peachy. Valen shrugs and replies that all's well, save for the fact that she's MIA. Yo, Countess, how's my pops handling Leo still living it up at the palace? Ever since I caught wind of the Emperor's scheme to swipe Mossberg, I can't pretend to play it cool anymore. If I keep this charade up, this whole rebellion could go kaboom and turn into a full-blown war. I've got to spill the beans to my dad, the head honcho of the Royal Guard, and beg him to lend a hand. The Empire is too powerful, and the thought of what could go down if we don't keep our wits about us is bone-chilling. This time, I'm determined to protect my family at all costs, and that fires me up to get things rolling. Since Dad and my bro are at the palace, I'm on my way there too. Even if Valen's feeling down about me jetting off right after I showed up. It's such a drag that everyone in this clan is a workaholic. It gets lonely around here. Stop your whining. Ear pinch. Just ignore him. Sweetheart, you go handle your business. Don't forget to grab a nice warm lunch and return tonight with Gunther and Leos. Cool. After reaching the palace, our heroine finds out from Gina that the princess canceled all plans and is holed up in her room like a hermit. The girl is dying to know what's up, but no knights can spill the tea. According to Moran, the princess is wearing a serious face and insists she's wrestling with something big. Olivia mentions she started acting odd after her encounter with Baroness Talarin, and Gina and Rishi were with her as her security detail. Vettis gives the girls an inquisitive look since they seem troubled. She asks Olivia why she's chatting so bizarrely. The girl rolls her eyes, saying she's just trying to keep it classy, but Marine doesn't think she's nailing it. Vades tries to figure out if Gina and Richie have the scoop on what's brewing with the princess. Prius says they've been sworn to secrecy, and the commander has to get the deets straight from the source herself. Our heroine wonders if the Baroness did something terrible, and after a quick nope response decides to chill and wait for an explanation from the princess. Her chat with the knights and saunters into Roseanne's room. There she finds her sprawled on the floor amid a chaotic sea of chess bottles and books scattered everywhere, staring at the crazy mess of flasks. Vettis asks the princess how long she's been holed up in here. Roseanne admits she was just yapping with her knights and wants to know what drama unfolded between the Baroness and herself. Apparently, Roseanne has met the lady a few times while Vet was out on a mission and claims the Baroness was super hands-on. After a beat looking a little flustered, Roseanne shares that the Baroness is gunning for her to become queen. Vettis was totally not ready for that bombshell. She gasps in surprise. Roseanne points out that if she takes the throne, women will finally get a shot at inheriting titles. Taran wants to make it so women can have power too, and Vet starts to twig that this situation is tangled. So it makes sense why she's lost in thought as she worries about her younger sis. If Rosanna grabs the crown, even her bodyguard could snag an easy hereditary knighthood. The princess confesses she isn't so keen on becoming queen. She and Vettis have dealt with loss once already, and she's not about to duke it out with her brother for the crown. Besides, Rosanna never really cared about running the country, and if she jumps into the throne now, people will think she's just Baroness Talarin's puppet. Vettis can't figure out why Rosanna can't just say thanks, but no thanks. She doesn't have to agree. At first, she spills that she has no interest in being queen. She and Vettis have already been through the ringer with their families, and she isn't about to go toe-to-toe with her brother over the crown. Plus, Rosanna has always been as interested in ruling the country as a cat in a swimming pool. And if she suddenly steps up to the throne, everyone's going to think she's just Baroness Talarin's little puppet. Vettis can't wrap her head around why Rosanna can't just give a flat-out no thanks to the crown. She doesn't have to say yes. At first, the princess thought that was the way to go too, but she soon realized that's not the only pickle in the jar. The uprising, before she even got back, left some gnarly scars on her heart. Even if she chooses to guard the country, the conflict won't just vanish after the rebellion is squashed. It'll be a long slog to mend this place that's gone off the rails. And if Mosberg survives, Rosanna's still going to be part of the royal fam. But when she took off to meet Eventine, the princess completely blanked on all that. Now she feels totally guilty. Vettis wraps an arm around her shoulders, trying to soothe her soul. Roseanne's feeling the weight of the world for landing this circus the moment she gets back from a mission, especially since she's probably running on empty. The princess says she needs more time to untangle her thoughts. Her mind's a total jumble right now. Roseanne wants a full rundown on the Khalid and Mark Bennett affair by tomorrow. They settle on a meetup for tomorrow. The princess tells her to catch some Z's and heads out. But honestly, all this chatter about taking over Mosberg is really starting to freak her out. Distraught Vettis nearly collides with court alchemist Fresnel in the hallway. He greets her with a grin and introduces himself. The alchemist came to see the princess, but his timing is like a bad joke because she's still in a mood. Vettis advises him he's better off returning later. He's bummed to hear that because he was itching for the princess's input on some new potions. Randall confesses that the princess usually helps him since he's still figuring it all out. He's a bit embarrassed to admit that even as an alchemist, he still has a ton to learn, but thanks to this amazing princess, he feels like he's back in class and totally revved up. If only the Mosberg kingdom weren't a total dead zone for alchemy. This guy would never have landed this lucky spot at court. Vettis is sweating bullets over how Rosanna, this brainiac, will be received in the kingdom, and she probes Frandl about his alma mater. She knows that the alchemy school in the country closed down, so she assumes he trained at the magic tower. Randall reminisces about how he used to be full of youthful zest and went to the magic tower to breathe life back into the alchemy school. But he had a spat with the tower master, lost all his research buddies, and ultimately got booted for flunking at it. And even though it feels like forever ago, he's still on the outs with the magic towers. Vade says she's sorry for rubbing it in, but she's secretly thrilled that this dude managed to dodge Mark Benet's influence. Fell asks her if she found those red flowers infused with magical mana that Lord Leos brought. The alchemist just says he helped snip the flowers a bit, but he thinks they concocted a super potion. The heroine's jaw drops when she finds out they already wrapped up the project and the potions off to Leos already. Vettis is pumped to hear the mana-boosting elixir is all set. The alchemist waves goodbye to the girl, heading back to his lab to keep polishing his mad skills. Vettis encourages Fled to crush it with his research. After saying goodbye, the heroine decides it's high time to contact her older brother and then her dad ASAP. Hearing about this magic elixir, Maran's intrigued and wonders if they can snag some for themselves. Olivia figures they can pay it back with the sweet results from their powered-up abilities. Vettis tells the girls not to stress, to drink every last drop, and to pass the elixir to Jean and Rish, who are on duty. While on the hunt for Leos and Enoch, the heroine strolls into the hall where the royal guard is usually hanging out, but she stumbles upon the knights having a serious spat. Vettis is trying to figure out what's happening. Meanwhile, the Marines are hyped for a brawl to break out, and one of the arguing guys is fuming, shouting, "When did the guard start letting in losers who only know how to cheat? It's an insult to the art of swordplay." His rival yells back that their commander won't stand for injustice and calls the guys facing him worthless aristocratic mutts. According to them, it would be super shady if they were in their shoes. They grew up hiding behind their families, and as soon as they got sliced, they went on a mission without a drop of training. These guys are convinced they wielded mana blades, and the critters escaping the training grounds were just a setup. Vettis thinks these knights are totally talking about her. It's as clear as day they're upset she snagged the princess's bodyguard gig. Marin and Olivia are getting ready to throw down, joking that they haven't heard the sweet sound of clang and steel in ages. The heroine rushes in to break things up and orders them to cease any and all violence. The knights spot the girls, and one of them mentions the redhead is the commander's daughter. The sarcastic one chimes in, "Well, look who decided to show their pretty face." The guy he was squabbling with struts up to Vettis, asking what brings them here. She says she needs to chat with Sir Leos. The guy is shocked, exclaiming, "Seriously, you didn't know all the big wigs were called to a meeting and nobody gave Vettis or her knights a heads up?" Smartmouth asks if they should just scram now, even though the meeting's probably already done. This dude's starting to grind her gears, acting like he's captain of the guard or something. Ever since she returned, they've been acting like a bunch of overgrown toddlers. Vettis wants to know why these knights are messing around, starting, "It's like she's the head honcho of the guard or something. Ever since she returned, they've all been acting like a bunch of oversized toddlers around here." Vettis can't help but wonder why these knights are slacking off, starting a circus instead of guarding. Fights while the guard commanders are in a meeting. The guy replies they came to grab some gear for training. Then he mumbles under his breath that you couldn't take down a critter with this junk. Then another knight takes that personally and goes at him in a huff, but the guy claims that's not how it went down. The scholar adjusting his glasses tells him to chill, but he's actually the one who ignited the whole thing. Turning to Vettis, he asks if she'd even be a knight if she wasn't the commander-in-chief's daughter and the captain's little sister. This knight tells everyone to think about who's really disrespecting the commander-in-chief. Marin, losing her cool, yells, "What the heck is with everyone buying into this nonsense? What is this craziness?" During the exam, a monster busted loose. They were in real danger, and she's not insane enough to follow someone who puts others at risk. The guy tells Riss to back it up with proof if she's so sure. Marin asks Vettis if they still need to hold back because she's really furious and just needs the captain's okay. Giving the knight a death stare, she asks him if that's the official stance of the royal guard. She tells him to think real hard before he answers, and the guy feels like he's about to crumble under pressure. But standing right behind him is the commander of the royal guard. And maybe this knight thinks he can snag the princess's bodyguard gig by making her look useless. That way he weakens the Ilorado family's grasp. And then maybe, just maybe, they'll forgive his past blunders. With guts flaring, he declares the royal guard can't let them into their ranks. Vettis retorts that's just peachy. And at first he agrees, then suddenly wakes up to what she said. Throwing off her cloak, the heroine declares she loathes the royal guard with every fiber of her being. She tells the knights to grab their weapons and schedules a meet at the training grounds. The heroine is all set to show him the skills he's been begging for. Next on the agenda for this meeting is the defense of the national borders. Count Eldorado calls for the meeting to halt because he's hearing some odd noises. Leos glances around totally puzzled about what wacky sounds his dad's complaining about. One of the guys claims there's nothing weird, it's just the knights hollering from the training grounds. But Gunther doesn't believe those non-stop screams have anything to do with training. He suggests they all go check out what the heck's happening. Marching onto the training field, the commanders can hardly believe their eyes. Royal Guard knights are scattered everywhere, looking like they just lost a bar brawl, groaning and crying for assistance. The guard commander is getting grilled like a hamburger for answers about this chaos. He spins around and spots Vad standing proudly in the middle of the field with a sword in hand. He rushes over, demanding to know if she's the one who turned these knights into human doormats. She proudly proclaims she just gave a lesson to those who dared question her skills. If you doubt your teammates well, they might as well be on the other team. Vettis thinks their commitment is a joke, maybe even a grand fairy tale. Only the princess and the captain might give her the side eye, but the knights are definitely not allowed to talk smack about her. She insists it was just a lesson and a little affectionate schooling for the knights. The top brass are scratching their heads, wondering what the commanders are up to if the knights' skills have sunk so low that one person could wipe the floor with them. The head of the Night Guard, Gerald, is fuming at Vades, calling her a shameful example for the Eldorado family. In response, she sticks her tongue out at him, which really ticked off the commander. One of the knights then suddenly pipes up, asking Gerald why he blabbed that Lady Vettis was too tired to attend the meeting when she clearly looks like she just came from a spa. The heroine jumps right in, pointing out that the commander insisted she take it easy and apologizes for distracting everyone from super important topics. Gerald, grinning through clenched teeth, says Vettis should have been a little more cautious. Folks are starting to notice he's got a serious soft spot for Miss Eldorado. Look, I get what Vettis is aiming for, but this is bordering on too much drama. The knights are so clueless they might as well have their heads stuck in the sand. The heroine promises to tone it down next time. This whole mess is causing Count Eldorado a migraine of epic proportions. At least his guys didn't go all WWE in the middle of it. He calls it a day and promises to have a chat with Vettis later. The knight, sporting glasses barely upright, pleads with the guard captain to hold up. He halts and glares down at his subordinate, the same one he gave a lifeline to after a massive blunder, looking down his nose at the poor guy. Gerald labels him a total waste of space. From a distance, Vettis watches the knight chase after his commander, begging for another chance. Watching Gerald strut away, Leos points out that he left without giving any orders. Count Eldorado summons Vettis and Leos to his study. Once the three of them are settled in, her father asks her what really went down. According to her, she was just trying to whip the guard into shape. But the Count tells her to cut the nonsense. He knows one of the knights attacked Vettis, and it wasn't her doing. Plus, her relationship with the guard is already pretty darn rocky. The Count wants to know her next move because love it or hate it. Their squad is caught up in this mess. Before answering her father's question, Vettis has something on her mind. She asks the Count if it's true that he opposed the knightly order of the Helvetian Empire. When the Emperor's offensive was in full swing, he had his sights set on Mosselburg. Their squad was dubbed the Black Shield, but the Count stood strong and came out on top in that battle, causing the enemy to retreat faster than a cat in a dog park. Vettis is curious what they'll do if the Helvetic Empire decides to have a second go at Mosenburg. The Count raises an eyebrow, asking if she's implying the Empire is plotting an attack. Even though he bested that foe before, Eldorado isn't sure he can pull it off again. Since the enemy would be the whole Empire, it's gonna be a tough nut to crack. Last time, the goal of the Black Knight wasn't really to attack Mosenburg. Considering the carnage from that battle, it probably wasn't worth it for them. The commander they rolled out last time was a real tough cookie, and he's not the only one like that in the Empire. When asked how the Empire's attack connects to the Royal Guard, Vettis explains it's directly linked. According to her, they can't even figure out who the enemy is within their own ranks. The Count is genuinely shocked that his daughter is claiming there are traitors lurking in the Royal Guard. She's dead set on disbanding the Guard and starting from scratch. According to the Earl, despite having turned their backs on the throne to cozy up to the nobles' power is still tied to the crown. When the kingdom's in hot water, everyone needs to row in the same direction, and the Earl can't fathom that there are foes hidden among them. Leos also wants to reform the royal guard, but it ain't as simple as it sounds. While they're busy recruiting and training new knights, there are going to be a ton of holes that'll lead to trouble. Vettis knows this, but she's still pushing to kill the guard commander. She's convinced if they don't, he'll turn everything into a dumpster fire. Right before the heroine returned, a rebel squad managed to waltz past the city guard unnoticed. The back gates of the castle were barely monitored, and the rebels strolled right through. They moved with such assurance, like they had a map to the royal family's hideout, and Vettis is certain Gerald had a hand in this. Leo's contemplating, because if we're talking about the guard commander, he's definitely got someone helping him out. The Count pieces it together and quickly interrupts his son, dropping the name McGrath Nolan like it's a hot potato. He needs to know why, out of all the nobles, Vettis is pointing fingers at him. The girl spills the tea about a secret investigation ordered by Princess Rosanna. According to the findings, Bannet and Nolam have teamed up with the Helvetian Empire and are plotting to sabotage Mossberg from within. A lot of holes that are just begging for trouble. Vettis is fully aware of that, but she's still on a mission to get the guard commander fired. She's convinced that if they don't, he'll turn the whole place into a dumpster fire from the inside. Before the heroine even returned, a rebel squad managed to sneak past the city guard without leaving a trace. The back gates of the castle were practically wide open, and the rebels waltzed right in like they owned the place. They moved with such swagger, like they had royal GPS leading them straight to the royal family. And Vettis suspects Gerald might be the one pulling strings. Leo's thinking, because if we're talking about the guard commander, someone's definitely giving them a helping hand. The Count is in on it too, and cuts his son off, dropping the name McGrath Nolan. He's desperate to know why, of all the nobles, Vettis is throwing him under the bus. The girl spills the beans about a stealthy investigation that Princess Rosanna ordered. Apparently, the investigation reveals that Bannet and Nolan have teamed up with the Helvetian Empire, scheming to take down Mossberg from the inside out. Vad claims she discovered all this when she caught Marquis Bannet meeting with the Emperor's ambassador. Since he was under a curse, he kicked the bucket right after spilling all the juicy info. So she's got a secret stashed away at Marcus Haven's mansion. To drive her point home, she shoves some letters between Bannet and Nolm into her dad's hands. Count Ilorado takes one look and knows it's the McGrath's doodles. Sure, the Emperor's letter to Bannet is solid gold for evidence, but Vettis can't whip it out at the moment. There's no way the heroine can spill the beans on how she recognizes the Emperor's script. If she mentions Deloy has backed her story, that would just dig the hole deeper. He could end up being the next treason poster child, so she decides to zip it about him. Bannet and Nolam acting shifty is juicy enough. Leos gives a shout out to his sister for successfully sneaking into the Maris estate like a ninja. When the Count asks if he was in on the plan, he says he caught wind of it while hanging at Heaven's estate. The Count sensed something was brewing since they kept Enoch around, but wow, he had no idea it was this serious. Vettis gives his old man a friendly heads up that Mosenberg is in a world of hurt, and the royal sword needs to get its act together like yesterday. She's puzzled over how the guards ended up splitting into two teams. She's begging her dad to explain how the knights suddenly fell into the noble's pocket. Sure, the Elorado family is the royal family's shiny public face, but why hasn't the Count been rubbing elbows with other families politically? Vettis is thinking, did her dad really not notice the rebellion simmering? Hanging his head like a sad puppy, the Count asks, who else is in on this? She lists herself, Enoch Mark Haven, and his crew. As for the royal circle, only the princess knows according to her. Count Elorado hands out a hush-hush order to his daughter. Finally, he's itching to know why the Empire, which took a breather a couple of years ago, is now eyeing Mosenberg for some action. She admits she's scratching her head over that too. In response, the Count decides he's going to take the reins on this one himself. Vades and Leos strut out of their dad's office, leaving him to stew in his thoughts like a forgotten casserole. He can't wrap his brain around how Nolam, his trusted sword and shield, could pull such a drastic double cross. Meanwhile, Nolam hears word that the Emperor's envoy didn't pop up at the border post when his squad came back. The commander couldn't care less about that because in his book, the guy was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Nolam's not losing sleep over the Emperor's crew. He's got plenty on his own plate. It's almost decision-making time, and he's not about to hand the kingdom over to a bunch of slackers. The folks at the top better have some backbone in his eyes, because the current royal family isn't fit to rule. Nolam maps out a plan to get rid of both Ilorado, who refuses to see the writing on the wall, and the king, who's only squeaking by thanks to the count's reputation. He's setting his sights on turning the emperor into his personal marionette. Veronica the maid waltzes in with tea to Marwi Haven's lair. Khalid barely glances up from his paperwork, muttering a thanks and asking her to pour a cup for Syrian first. Syrian is slumped like an old rag in his chair, completely wiped out. Veronica hooks him up with a strong cup of tea to help him bounce back. She tells them to holler if they need anything else before taking off. Khalid gives his assistant a pep talk to snap out of it and get back in the game. Syrian whines that they've been burning the midnight oil, and a little more manpower would really hit the spot. Heaven tells him to hang tight a bit longer and promises a break once Jeff is back. Syrian's jaw drops at the news of the Viscount's return and asks when that's happening. Khalid quips Jeff will roll in after they tackle Bannet, and until then, he's staying undercover. Syrian knows if they can wrap this up fast, Jeff will be back in no time. Khalid tells him to kick things off by sorting out the stack of paperwork, because everything's got to be handed over to Joel today. The assistant jumps into action. Heaven's eyes scan the file on Marquis Bannet, the punk who took his parents from him. Crushing the papers in his fist, he vows that Scumbag is about to get what's coming to him in no time. But what really twists his stomach is that the attack on the Heavens wasn't about a power play. It was just a piece of a bigger puzzle to seize Mosenberg. For now, though, the Empire's mess is a job for the Ilorado family and Rosanna. Khalid's mission is to take down the Imperial spy Bannet and expose his buddy Nolam. Right now, the Haven family is as useful as a chocolate teapot, but Khalid's determined to bring them back from the edge. Syrian thinks the boss is way too hung up on his brother Jeff and Lady Vettis. After plugging away, Khalid steps out for a little stroll around the estate. Face flat on the desk, Syrian pleads with him for just 2 hours of beauty sleep. They even told the maids to chill out a bit, but before running himself into the ground as he exits the office, Khalid snags another key document to study before he calls it a night. Lost in thought over the pages, he accidentally opens a door and is shocked to find himself in Northern Deer's room. Realizing he's entered the wrong club, he smacks himself on the forehead. He had meant to go to his room, but now he figures he might just crash here and whips his shirt off. Khalid can't help but reminisce about how long it's been since his last visit here. This room used to belong to the Maris's mother. Although he told the servants to keep it tidy since no one's inhabited it in ages, it's always felt empty and chilly. But things flipped upside down after Vades moved in. Looking at the bed, Khalid thinks he might snag a quick nap here today. Suddenly, he imagines Vades sprawled out on that bed, and he clutches his head, cursing himself for these wild thoughts. But everything went off the rails once Vades moved in. Staring at the bed, Khalid thinks he might just snooze there today. However, he immediately pictures Vades sprawled out on that bed and curses himself for having such outrageous thoughts. Trying to distract himself, Khalid decides to plow through the report and flops down in the armchair. But no matter how hard he tries, his brain is like a confused mare refusing to focus. He's kicking himself for giving this room to Vettis because it's like confessing his feelings. He jumps up from the chair and starts pacing. Khalid thinks, whatever, because I'm genuinely in love with her. Still, he's downright terrified to think about what will happen if Vades finds out what this room really means. He imagines her reaction and decides to keep the secret tighter than a clam. Khalid puts down the documents, doubting he'll manage to focus here at all. He flops down by the bed, pulls out the artifact the girl gave him, and grins, thinking about how much he misses her. The Marquis gets in touch with Joel through the magic orb, asking how the investigation into the magic tower's owner is progressing. Just as he suspected, the guy secretly started an illegal operation under a fake name right under Marquis Bannet's nose. They were hoarding mana stones bought with the tower's budget and then reselling them. According to Joel, they were peddling them alongside stones of shady origins without a manufacturer's seal. Khalid is seriously blown away by this news. There are 2 major types of magical tools, and the first can only be used by mana users charging the tool with mana, like sealing a scroll. The second type is like a magic communicator. You've got to juice it up with enough mana to get it running, and then anyone can use it. The last one is a self-starter, but it requires some serious alchemy chops like remixing scattered mana with different traits. But wait, there's more. Any mage can deploy a special stone to concentrate magical energy using a magic circle. To prevent abuse, these stones are stamped with the manufacturer's seal, and both sources and users are kept on a tight leash. According to Joel, most buyers are either mercenaries or shady organizations. And get this, they also uncovered evidence of secret deals with the hoity-toity aristocrats. Khaled thought he'd already unearthed all the secrets over 5 years. But apparently, there's still a mountain of work ahead. While he's lost in thought about these magic stones, he suddenly remembers Vettis' proposal. If he takes it, he could just wipe the slate clean in one fell swoop. The Marquis tells Joel to keep digging, find out who's involved, and track where those enchanted stones are being sold. He's about to end the call when the assistant has one more thing to spill to Khaled. He mentions it's not a huge deal, but it involves Lady Eldorado. Khaled raises an eyebrow, curious about what Joel's about to dish out about Vettis. Meanwhile, Olivia and Marin are duking it out in the training grounds, going all out. Vettis is keeping an eye on Raris, who's still not great, but definitely moving a whole lot better thanks to that magic elixir they guzzled. The knights don some serious mana boosts, making the girls much tougher. Plus, she's noticing how much closer the girls have become lately. Strolling over Vettis gives the knights a quick breather and then tells them to switch it up with ranged attacks. She encourages Olivia to be a bit more aggressive, and Olivia nods in agreement, soaking in the advice. Marin pipes up, saying, "When it comes to training, the commanders are a tough crowd. Jenna's convinced it's for their own good," claiming she's gotten way tougher for it. Marin jumps in, saying she feels lighter and way better since gulping down that elixir. Vettis reminds them that even with the elixir, adjusting to that sudden mana boost isn't exactly a cakewalk. Still, thanks to their dedication, the girls managed to nail it down in just a few weeks. At this rate, they'll be ready to escort the princess to the summer hunting tournament. Jenna asks if it's true that the tournament isn't just for the court knights, but also open to nobles. The competition grows bigger every year, and she can't wait to see it live. Vettis wishes she could let all the girls strut their stuff at the tournament, but sadly, only one person can compete from each squad. Rashi and Olivia think that's cool, and agree that Vettis should be the one to represent their squad. Marin, all pumped up, says Lady Eldorado has to win because she almost lost it when those guard knights were trash-talking her commander. The knight wants Vettis to make sure their enemies are the ones left bleeding when she takes them down. But according to our girl, that's already in the works. As for winning, she promises to make it happen, and Marine suggests they all hit up the bar in the square that serves those fruity wines, giving her a cheeky wink. Olivia teases the girl for loving to party a bit too much. She and Rishi are stuck on night duty tonight, so there's no way they can join. When Moran asks if Gina will come, the girl says she's been steering clear of crowds lately. Riss asks her, surprised, what's the deal with that? Gina says she might be paranoid, but it feels like folks are staring at her when she walks down the street. Olivia and Rachie exchange surprised glances because they've been sensing the same thing. The girls grill Lady Eldorado on whether she's ever gone through something like this, and Vettis is lost in thought. Marine chimes in with the same question, trying to jog her memory while giving her chin a good rub. Vettis mentions that after returning, she pretty much took a straight shot from her place to the castle in a carriage, and she rarely popped out anywhere in between, so she can't say for certain. Up till now, Richishi just thought she was imagining things, assuming only women were staring and gossiping about her. But surprise, surprise, that's not how it is. Words aren't going to sway Vettis, but with 3 girls in the same boat, there's definitely some shenanigans happening. So the heroine suggests she and Marin take a stroll today and do some detective work. Gina mentions she's been dodging crowds lately. Riss, wide-eyed, asks her what's up with that. She admits she might just be overreacting, but it feels like everyone's eyes are on her when she's walking down the street. Olivia and Rachie look at her in shock because they have been getting the same weird vibe. The girls turn to Lady Eldorado, asking if she's ever felt anything like that, and Vettis pauses for a moment. Marin throws out the same question also, trying to rake through her memory while rubbing her chin. Vettis recounts how, after her return, she always jumped straight into a carriage from home to the castle and rarely got out, leaving her uncertain about things. Up to now, Richishi believed she was just imagining it, thinking it was only women who were whispering and staring at her. But clearly, that's not how it is. Words won't cut it with Vettis, but with 3 girls in the same predicament, something fishy is definitely going on. So the heroine proposes that she and Moran take a little jaunt today to investigate. Riding in the carriage, everything appears just dandy, like a scene plucked straight out of an average day. But those girls couldn't resist jumping out to see how the folks on the street would react. As soon as they stick their heads out, the ladies passing by start shrieking like they just spotted a ghost. When Vettis checks in to see if they're all right, the girls claim they have some super important business in Bolt. Strolling down the street, our heroine and Marianne feel the weight of 100 eyes glued to them. The women glance at the knights, whispering secrets among themselves. There's so much staring going on, it's like they're on display at a freak show. Even Marin, the top warrior of the bunch, is feeling the chills. Vettis thinks she's just a lost hiker, awkwardly whistling her way through the woods. She has no clue who this Lady Adele is that everyone's gossiping about while pointing at her. Marin has a hunch that she's got to be some sort of noble if they're calling her lady like it's a title or something. The kid believes the name sounds pretty similar to Eldorado, but can't wrap her head around how folks keep butchering her last name. Suddenly, Vad spots a woman eyeing her like she's a gourmet meal, and right behind her is a little street rascal clearly up to no good. Just as the kid reaches for the woman's fancy dress, our girl snatches him up like a pro. She gives the little thief a good tongue lashing, telling him he can't just swagger around acting like that. Right at that moment, the lady realizes her fancy brooch is MIA, and our girl finds it snuggled in the kid's grubby little hand. Dropping to his knees like a pro poker player caught bluffing, the whimpering thief begs for mercy, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Vettis turns to the lady and asks how she'd like to see him punished. The lady looks at her with stars in her eyes, saying the knight is just as magnificent as Lady Adele. Vi stares blankly at the lady, still scratching her head over who this Adele character could possibly be. The lady instructs her maid to fetch a book, quicker than you can say bestseller, and the maid hands it over like it's a hot potato. Holding out the book to Vettis, the girl eagerly asks her to sign it. The heroine suggests they deal with the thief first, but just then, she's besieged by girls on all sides, each thrusting a book pleading with Vettis for an autograph. Moran, hoisting the little troublemaker onto his shoulders, shouts at the commander to make a break for it. Without a moment of hesitation, they bolt from the crowd that's hollering for Lady Adele to halt and sign. They're practically handing over the little thief on a silver platter. Turns out he's the gang leader of the neighborhood, and the cops are just waiting to haul him in. The knight promises to sort him out while the girls beg him not to rough up the kid. Without a second thought, they sprint away from the crowd, clamoring for Lady Adele to halt and sign something. They're handing over the pint-sized thief. Guess what? He's the big cheese of the local gang. The knight assures them he'll handle things while the girls plead with him not to rough up the kid since he's still just a lad. The cop, giving the scruffy and panting girls a quizzical look, says, "What in the world happened to you two?" Vettis dodges the question faster than a game of dodgeball and asks if they could hang at the station for a minute until their carriage shows up. Moran gripes that running away took more energy than hitting the gym. She wonders what that book was that everyone was clamoring for Vettis to sign, asking if she penned an autobiography or something. Our girl claims she hasn't written anything, but based on the title, it might be one of those mushy romance novels. Marine suggests they go on a book quest. If Lady Eldorado remembers the title, Vettis thinks heading out now would be but judging by the title, it probably reads like one of those romance novels. Marine reckons they should play it by the book. If Lady Eldorado remembers the title, Vettis thinks if they head out now, they'll be tracked. So, it's wiser to head home first, and then find someone who can snag the book for them. Just then, they learn that their carriage has arrived. As she saunters down the stairs, the heroine can't shake thoughts of that peculiar book. Viz considers who she could ask about what was going down with those young women, and a light bulb goes off. She should totally consult Mitch. The girl would definitely come running if Vettis asked, so she decided to shoot off a letter as soon as she got home. The very next day, the heroine was occupying the living room, eagerly awaiting her friend's arrival. But when Mittia strolled in, she was acting super quirky, greeting Vettis as though she was hiding behind a pillar. Clearly on edge, the girl wanted to know what Eldorado wanted to talk about. Before the business chat could begin, the heroine wondered why Mittia was keeping her distance. The girl, forcing an unusual smile that rivaled a creepy clown, immediately dashed over to the couch and plopped down. Vettis told Misha why she summoned her. She's dying to know about this suddenly hot book that has the ladies in a frenzy. Vettis is completely out of the loop. She can't figure out why everyone's swarm dancing her for an autograph. Her mind's racing for the title. Then Mattia takes a stab at it and guesses it's the night girl's hush-hush secret. Vettis is stunned, shooting her friend a look like, "You know something." but Mattia flips out screaming that she knows nothing whatsoever. Vettis is utterly bewildered. Why is she shouting if she's clueless? She looks at Mattia again seriously, thinking, are you really not in the loop on this? But Mattia snaps back with, how could I possibly know something I don't know? With her arms crossed like a toddler throwing a tantrum, she glares at Mattia, who's raising some serious suspicion right now. She decides to tell Mattia this is a huge deal. Okay, the whole royal family could be knee-deep in trouble because of this. Vettis expresses that things have turned so sideways it's messing up her life, and it's freaking her out big time. She sighs, contemplating who else she could turn to if even Mitch is utterly clueless about what's up. But her little trick to extract information falls flat, and her friend keeps insisting she can't assist. Then Amelia leans in, close, and whispers something in Lady Eladora's ear that makes Vettis' jaw drop. She's totally taken aback to discover that even the maid has this book. A few minutes later, Amelia is presenting a copy to her mistress. Making sure it's the right book, Vettis decides to flip through it. She skims the lines while Mattia remains there, frozen head hanging low and ghostly silent. The book tells the tale of how Adele ditched her fancy gowns to become a knight, trading in the frills for men's attire and joining the guard. The wind tosses her fiery red hair as her eyes blaze with cold intensity. As long as she stands firm, love blooms all around her like wildflowers in spring. Folks are literally bending over backwards just to catch a glimpse of her, practically begging for her attention. One brave soul even asks the night girl to swap their juiciest secrets, as if she could say no. She's swept off her feet by a tempting little desire. Vettis is in shock, staring at the pages because the protagonist, the disguised knight Adele, is her Amelia, claims that her lady probably inspired the character. Vettis is boiling mad, trying to figure out who penned this drama and where the royalties are hiding. Amelia feels like the worst friend ever because she meant to spill the beans, but got so hooked on the story that the thought slipped her mind. Now the heroine is piecing together why everyone is hounding her. They're all fans of this book. Since Mitch has been acting all kinds of weird, she assumes he's read it too. And she finally spills, seriously, why didn't anyone clue me in on this? Is this book really that hot, Amelia? The maid shrugs and says it's a total mystery why the author never hit publish. So if it's not published, what even is this book? Oh, it's just a copy. Amelia borrowed the original, but then things got messy and everyone wanted a piece. So someone whipped up a copy, and then that copy got borrowed, and then that person duplicated it. That's how it started spreading like wildfire. The author listed as Persian Yellow, and I'm on a mission to track them down. Why, you ask? Because I'm determined to stop this whole illegal photocopying operation. It's a story about me, and I never gave anybody the green light to do that. Whoever's behind this needs to take responsibility. First, we've got to find out who Amelia borrowed the original from. The maid says she remembers who gave it to her. Vettis is pumped. This search is going to be a cakewalk. Honestly, we could have just hired the Lavenge Guild to dig up the deets and find the writer. Simple as pie. But then that news would definitely reach Marquis heaven, and we can't have that. Our girl can't let anyone slide with using her as the star of their novel without even asking. The trio is dead set on hunting down this author, and Mattia reluctantly agrees to tag along. A week later, Vettis finally tracks down someone who holds the original Secret of the Night Girl. As she approaches the guy's place, she double-checks with Amelia to make sure this is the right dude. Phelan pipes up, duh. Just ring the doorbell and let's get the show on the road. Super tense, she orders her brother to smash the button. She's just planning to chat with this guy, but if things heat up, she wants Violin to jump in. Her brother thinks she should have brought Leos, the eldest, but Vettis insists there's no chance of that happening. Our girl freezes totally gobsmacked when the lady of the house steps out to greet them. Vettis recognizes the woman she hasn't seen since the royal ball. Lady Elsa admits she didn't expect to hear from anyone in Eldorado County. Our heroine was caught off guard to find out the original book is in this woman's hands. Lady Elsa suggests they drop the formalities since it's just the three of them. She invites Vettis and her brother inside, and they graciously accept. Violin thinks the lady seems friendly, so he asks his sister if he's even needed. She tells him to stay on his toes. You gotta watch out for Lady Elsa because behind that sweet smile at the banquet, she had a real nasty side. But this time, the heroine isn't falling for her charm. The Eldorado siblings take their seats in Lady Elsa's parlor. Villain compliments the delightful aroma of the Flossia tea, and she says to sip it with lemon. Elsa promises to give them some tea leaves to take along on their journey. Hiding behind her fan, she insists they shouldn't thank her because, according to her, they're like family. Vettis is confused since Elsa used to have a crush on her older brother, but he turned her down, and now she's batting her lashes at Violin. After a moment, the hostess suggests they get to the reason for their visit. She really does have the original novel that Vettis inquired about in her letter. However, according to Elsa, she's just a buyer, so she's clueless about the author. Plus, she's dead certain that whoever had the original isn't the author. Vettis wants to know if Elsa can introduce them to the person she got the book from. Elsa warns it'll be tough, since she only got it after a lengthy chat and swore to keep it under wraps. The heroine pleads with Elsa for assistance, promising to repay her somehow. Still, she insists a promise is a promise, and you can't back out. Suddenly, Violin jumps in. The heroine calls on Elsa for help, promising to repay her somehow. Still, she insists, a promise is a promise, and I can't back out. Out of nowhere, Violin jumps in, suggesting that Elsa herself is probably wondering who authored The Secret of the Night Girl. Vettis glances at her brother surprised, as he insists Elsa could have just cloned a copy too, but she went through a lot of trouble to convince someone to part with the original, which means she's genuinely invested in the author. Violin mentions that his sister isn't looking to stir up trouble. She just wants to fix a mess that the story created. When Elsa asks what's wrong with the novel, he explains it's about why the book hasn't been published and is only traded in secrecy. If she's read it, she should be aware of that. And that's precisely what Vettis is trying to uncover. Violin claims if they can sort this mess out with Elsa's help, everyone wins. Maybe the author will even hook her up with a signed first edition as a thank you. Elsa is thinking it over, considering spilling the beans if that's what it takes to untangle this disaster. Vettis is practically bouncing in her seat, ready to hear her answer, and she nods to her brother, thanking him for the backup. After a moment, Elsa states that in exchange for her assistance, she wants Vettis to come to her little shindig. The heroine's thrilled about the invitation and asks, "What kind of shindig are we talking about?" Elsa claims she's setting up a book chat, but Vettis drops the truth bomb that she hasn't even hit the last page. The girl thinks it's no biggie and swears she'll take care of everything. All Lady Eldorado has to do is show up. Vettis nods in agreement, and Elsa can't wait to see her there. Yet our heroine can't shake the feeling she's just walked into a trap straight out of a cheesy movie. Today's the big shindig, and only the VIPs are getting past the velvet ropes. The ladies are all aflutter because they're promised a meet and greet with Lady Adele. Elsa overhears some gals green with envy at those who scored invites, regretting they didn't butter her up sooner. She raps on the door, asking if Lady Adele's ready to make her grand entrance. Vettis is all set, even if she doesn't get why they can't just shimmy up to the second floor where the party's popping. Elsa says it's simple. Everyone's here just for her, and tonight's soiree is poised to become iconic. Turning to the eager crowd, the girl announces Lady Adele's arrival. The ladies are speechless, holding their breath as Vettis steps into the room to greet them. Everyone is scrambling to say hi and shower her with flattery. Even though she tried to keep this under wraps from Khaled, they opted for Levanchi since it's the go-to spot for high society shindigs. Vettis is stationed at the entrance, checking invites from girls who are head over heels for her. Suddenly, one of them asks if she remembers our girl. Vettis grins because this is precisely the dame who made her sprint all over town, dodging a mob of swooning fans. Lady Elsa confirms what everyone's thinking: the original novel is making its debut at today's gathering. She specifically schlepped the book with her and vows to flaunt it as soon as the fun kicks off. Out of nowhere, a breathless assistant zooms in on Elsa with some seriously awful news. Apparently the original, which was chilling in a display case, has been pinched by someone. The servant claims to have spotted a little girl racing toward the hall, but she's still lurking somewhere in the building. Elsa orders all doors locked down pronto and for a manhunt to commence because she's not letting this thief slip away. The assistant says there are too many high society types here and a search will be total chaos. But Elsa brushes it off. Vettis overhears her threatening to pin the blame on some poor guy, and he's sweating bullets, thinking this could get messy. So our heroine decides to take matters into her own hands and starts checking out the building. Good luck finding a thief in this crowd. She could have bolted by now. Vettis decides to head up to the balcony for a bird's eye view. But judging by the thief's mad dash towards the hall, it was clearly an impulsive move, so the book likely isn't stashed too far away. Our heroine zeroes in on a girl in the crowd face veiled under a bonnet, clutching the stolen treasure. After pinpointing the thief, Vettis and Elsa head for the girl, but she trips and falls while attempting to flee. Our heroine's jaw drops when the bonnet flies off the thief's head and everyone gasps, recognizing Mitya. Elsa digs through the girl's bag and with a sigh of relief finds the missing book. Just as she's ready to lay into Mita, Vettis holds her back, saying it's too crowded for a scene. According to our girl, causing a ruckus at this fancy affair is a definite no-go. The ladies surrounding them all sigh, thinking this whole escapade was staged just to show off how fabulous Adele is. Leaning down to Mitya, Vettis offers her a hand to help her up. Picking up the hat that flew off, she encourages her to put it back on. The guests recognize lines from page 75, and they're even more convinced this is all part of the act. Elsa promises to let Lady Torque go, but she's grounded until the event wraps up. Vettis exhales as the girl leaves them with Mitya and returns to the guests, guiding them to the assembly hall, retreating to a private room away from prying eyes. Lady Eliza allows Mitya to explain herself. She's curious why Lady Torque needed the original secret of the girl knight. Vettis wants to know too, nudging Mitya to spill the beans. Suddenly, the girl leaps up, pointing at Elsa, and screams that this book must never be in the hands of that trickster. The girl's going off, claiming she's the only one who forked over a fair price for the novel. And a spat breaks out. Mita argues that's precisely why Elsa can't keep the book. But Elsa's all, "Why should I care?" Lady Torque, cracking under the pressure, suddenly bursts into tears, confessing that she's the mastermind behind the novel. Vettis and Elsa exchange glances, and the room plunges into complete silence. Mita was intrigued if the book would captivate people, so she let some friends take a peek. She told them to keep it hush-hush, but they went ahead and shared it like it was the hottest gossip. Mitya sobs because she never greenlit that, and her friends totally threw her under the bus. Vettis approaches her, trying to soothe her, saying she understands why she's so furious. Yet she can't fathom the fact that Torque is the genuine author of The Night Maiden's Secret. Shoving Vettis aside, Lady Elsa hands Mitya a handkerchief and tells her to dry her tears. She says the girl should have spilled the beans from the start, and she would have returned the book. Elsa rings the bell and asks the servant to grab a refreshing drink for the writer. Mita rushes to Vettis and, blubbering uncontrollably, pleads for her forgiveness. She insists she tried to patch things up before they spiraled out of control, ran around to friends, and searched for the original. But sadly, this lady bought the book, and Vettis asks Mitya why she dislikes Lady Elsa so much. The girl is totally blindsided by her question, since it was Elsa who blabbed about Vettis at the royal shindig. First, the heroine's jaw drops in shock, and then she starts to remember something she totally spaced on. Amelia told her about the juicy gossip claiming Vettis pretending to be a knight ruined her shot at love. The maid was livid about the chatter in the social scene, saying someone like her lady never stood a chance of landing a husband. Then suddenly everyone shifted their focus to Rosanna, and the Vade's rumors just melted away while she got so fuming over the gossip circulating in high society that someone like her mistress would never snag a husband. Then everyone started buzzing about Rosanna, and the tall tales concerning Vades vanished, and she was so wrapped up with Khalid that she completely forgot about it. Mita remarked that after Elsa scooped up the book, she felt like she'd tricked Vettis into attending the event, hugging her friend. The main character asks Elsa if she plans to say sorry. Leaning in close, the girl says she's genuinely sorry for the mess, admits she was way out of line, but begs them not to misunderstand. She just snagged a book she was really into that day. Plus, according to Elsa, all this uproar has made her the belle of the ball. The main character reluctantly admits it's actually not too shabby, and she felt right at home at the gathering. So Vid suggests they just let the past be the past. Lady Torque, all shaky, asks the main character if she's peeved at her for writing the novel. Vid beams, saying since Mitya penned it whatever because her friend was dying to keep it under wraps. The main character's mission is a total success. The author of the novel is uncovered, and she's relieved she didn't have to scold the girl for being a book thief. Mi is absolutely moved. She's blubbering again, and Vettis, chuckling, gives her friend a pat on the head. After a moment of deep thought, she claims she's cracked the case today. Based on how that meetup unfolded, they're taking the book seriously, not just brushing it off. Vettis isn't even mad, which sparks an idea in her head. She hints that Mitya should get the Night Girl secret officially published. Mi is hyped to hear that and agrees to Vettis' suggestion to ditch the stuff in the novel that's too much like her. because if they kick off those publications, El Dorado Estate will be buried under fan letters. And this whirlwind of fame is all thanks to Mitya. So Vettis passes her the book, clutching it like it's her prized possession. Mitya gives a nod to Vettis' offer. Vettis is grinning like a Cheshire cat because she's just brainstormed a wild idea. They can ride the secret Night Girl wave in a whole new direction. Marin is totally flabbergasted by the mob that's turned out for this summer hunting showdown. Ree claims every noble family has sent a representative, but Olivia's not so sure if they're all in it for noble reasons. Gina nudges the princess, asking if her little stroll went well. Rosanna says the walk did wonders, and she cleared her head. Gina spots the princess engrossed in Secret Night Girl. Rosanna quips it's all the rage right now and wonders if Pisha's read it yet. Gina mentions Vettis handed out copies to everyone, and she finished it faster than a flash before coming here. She tosses in that they dealt with a real headache thanks to a knockoff version of the novel. But luckily, it all smoothed over in the end, and the book's not stirring up any drama anymore. The princess is curious about what the original story was even about that created so much chaos. Jenna sheepishly admits she hasn't read it either, so she's in the dark too. She blushes, not able to bring herself to spill what the messy situation was. Olivia jumps in, explaining that readers went absolutely bonkers over them after diving into that book. Prisha is feeling super awkward being the center of some love-struck fans' attention. According to Risha, even though they're the first female knights of the king obsessing over them after diving into that novel, Prisha is totally frazzled that she has become the target of someone's affection. According to Risha, even though they're the first female knights in the kingdom's history, it still hasn't fully sunk into her brain. Rosanna is thrilled to learn her knights have gained popularity since the book dropped. She can't help but notice the frills on Jenna's sword, which are apparently gifts from fans. There's a custom where these ribbons are bestowed upon the knight or competitor they're rooting for. The recipient then proudly hangs the ribbon on their outfit, signaling their commitment to victory. Moran, who didn't snag one of those ribbons, is scratching her head, feeling left out like the last kid picked in gym class. I mean, Raris is the only one who didn't attract any looks on the route, and she's feeling pretty glum about it. Enoch, who's also in on the competition, hears someone shouting his name from behind. Swinging around, he spots a girl who, blushing like a tomato, admits she's super stoked to see him show off with the monster taming crew. She hands over a ribbon to Enoch, asking him to take it as a symbol of her feelings. Staring at the ribbon, the knight scratches his noggin in confusion while the girl giggles and bolts off into the sunset. Enoch's buddy chimes in about how popular their commander is and probes how many ribbons he's racked up so far. He bombards the knight with questions about whether he has a crush on any of them and which ribbon he's going to flaunt. Enoch shoves the ribbon into his pack, which is already overflowing with tokens from various girls. When his buddy starts rifling through the ribbons, the commander gets irked and snatches one back. The knight bets that ribbon was a gigantic bundle of ribbons from different girls. When his buddy starts rummaging through the ribbons, the commander blows a gasket and snatches one out of his hand. The knight's betting that ribbon was probably a gift to Enoch from his secret admirer. The commander sternly warns he'll have to cut this chit-chat off if he keeps yapping, but he can't stop throwing jokes before it escalates. The other knights are ribbing Enoch to share some of the ribbons, since they've already scored enough with Lord Leos, who all the girls are swooning over because of his high rank. They're calling the commander selfish, even though he's pouring his heart into his victory for the one girl he truly loves. The knights start squabbling over who snagged the most ribbons this year, surveying the scene. They finally spot the star of the show. Lady Eldorado snagged the most ribbons this year. She totally obliterated the competition on her very first tournament. Poor Enoch just stares at his ribbon like it's a piece of burnt toast and squeezes it like it owes him money. Everyone here puts their hands together for His Royal Highness, King Mosenberg. The king is totally pumped to see so many eager faces ready to throw their hats into the ring this year. Even his own kid, the Crown Prince, is about to jump in and rumble for glory with the rest of the gang. The king hopes everyone's ready to have a ball competing and reminds them not to push it too hard. Raising his right hand, the big cheese officially kicks off the competition. Maran is fired up and wishing Commander Vettis all the luck in the world. Noticing the princess scanning the crowd like she's looking for missing car keys, Gina asks Rosanna if she's waiting on someone. The girl says there's someone in the competition who definitely deserves a second look. She's been on the hunt for him, but her luck has run drier than a popcorn fart. The princess's eyes drift toward a figure she thinks might be better off analyzed from the comfort of a cozy spot. With a knife in one hand meandering through the woods, this guy is just chilling out, maxing, relaxing in the breeze. He only joined the competition to get the thumbs up to hit the capital on his family's orders. But all that's a big old waste of time compared to the eye candy here. This dude is dying to figure out what the princess and Lady Eldorado are stirring up with Khalid. Perched up in that tree, she's pondering what in the world Marcus Haven is doing crashing the party. Just before the competition kicked off, Vettis sauntered into the tent where the princess was parked. Rosanna was thrilled to see her and grabbed a chance to chat. She told her knights to stand guard outside and zippered up the tent. Then she ushered Khalid in, who was as thrilled as a kid in a candy store to see Rosanna. The princess jumped up bursting with joy to see her cousin. Way too much time had passed. She was tossed for a loop when he casually mentioned they'd meet 2 days ago at the hunting competition. Rosanna had pulled some major strings to sneak Haven's fake info onto the participant list. Khalid apologized for the hassle, but said they had to talk ASAP. This time, the ID check was as tight as a drum, and Vettis wouldn't have made it in without divine intervention. When he asked if anything wild was going down at the palace, she said she spilled the beans to her dad, who's on high alert now. The princess was curious what Khalid needed to hash out with her. He wanted to chat about the crystal mine Vettis had yapped about earlier. She remembered their first trip to Lev when she had wrangled info about the mares from him while he was undercover. Heaven asked if they had any plans for the mine, but Vettis said those crystals were like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. The princess asked her cousin what he wanted to talk about. Khalid was itching to chat about the crystal mine Vettis had mentioned earlier. She recalled their first trip to Lev when she managed to squeeze details about the mares out of him while he was undercover. Heaven asked if they had any plans for the mine, but Vettis figured those crystals would be a bear to process. Rosanna had no clue how to publicize this for maximum gain. Then Khalid tossed out an idea about using the mine to take down Marquis Bennett. After giving it a good think, Rosanna concluded it was totally within the realm of possibility. Vettis thought it was a grand idea too, but the risks were higher than a cat on a hot tin roof, especially since only a third party stood to gain anything. Rosanna chimed in suggesting they reel that third party into the plan first. Vettis was totally blindsided that the princess was actually interested in roping this person in. But Rosanna was dead set that if they reached out to Baroness Tailrun, she could guarantee their plan would be a slam dunk. Now lounging in a tree, Vettis is scratching her head, wondering why the princess suddenly decided to chat up a baroness who wants to crown her head. She's pondering what Deus and Yvain are scheming, and if she did the right thing spilling the beans about the emperor's doings. Suddenly, a monster busts out of the bushes, a weird-looking fox with horns, wondering what Deoy and Yvain are up to, and if she did the right thing by spilling the beans on the emperor's antics. Suddenly, a monster jumps out of the bushes, a fox with horns, and a blingy magic stone right in its forehead. The fox jumps back, spooked, because there's a much bigger beast sprawled out in front of it. A bear, turns out. Vettis is the big shot who took it down. And knowing there's nothing bigger to hunt, the girl hops down from the tree. She was hoping for something meatier to take on, but only gets a couple of little guys instead. And she's at a loss for what to do, but wait. Meanwhile, Vettis is kicking herself for not asking Leos for some hunting tips when someone starts watching her from behind a tree. She cracks out her sword ready to confront whoever's lurking, but then Enoch pops out from behind the bushes like a jack-in-the-box. Thrilled to see her, he beams and calls out her name. For half a second, Vettis felt a shiver run down her spine like someone was waiting in the wings, just hanging back to see if she'd spot him. The guy is shocked that Lady Eldorado picked up on him even from a distance, but he should have expected that from a girl who stirs up so much trouble. And he's scheming to move on to Chapter 2. Enoch can't help but admire her impressive catch, taking down a monster that beastly. Still, Vettis firmly believes she's got even larger prey up her sleeve. Enoch gets all flustered when she says she can't outshine a monster-taming expert. Eyeing Vettis, the knight notices she's not sporting her ribbons. Clutching his own ribbon behind his back, he's ready to hand it over to her. Just when Enoch extends the ribbon, she whips around, spotting something flash in the distance. They lock eyes on a wounded raven bear just chilling in front of them. Someone must have heard it and hightailed it out of there. Vettis is catching a seriously strong scent of blood from that injured creature. Suddenly, the bear springs into action, lunging at the girl from the right. Enoch dives in like a hero, protecting her and drawing his sword quicker than lightning. Without looking back, the knight checks if Vettis is okay and she gives him a thumbs up. The heroine feels that unsettling tug again. Someone's lying in wait, waiting for her to lose her footing, then gonna tip her over, sending off some seriously bad vibes. She's scratching her head, trying to figure out who would pull such shenanigans. But up in a nearby tree, the very person she suspects is waiting and watching. Hidden by the branches, Enoch is really laying into this monster, making sure Vettis stays out of harm's way. When the bear stands up, the knight sees the gory mess it's in. He figures if something could hurt it this bad but didn't finish the job, then that something's probably feeling pretty rough too. Even though no alarms are ringing, Enoch is eager to wrap this up fast and track down that person. Vettis stops the show and asks if he can set an enemy who's got stealth and self-restraint skills. Yikes, it doesn't get much worse than that in the woods. Vettis agrees they have to tackle the monster first and asks if she can trust him. He tells her to stay close. The knight charges back into the showdown with the beast, going for the one-hit knockout, channeling mana into his punch. He lands a solid blow on the monster, but is flabbergasted to find a magic stone bobbing around inside it. She dashes over, and as soon as she calls his name, the knight starts to come around. Coughing, Enoch tells Vettis to chillax. He managed to save his own skin with mana. The girl whips out a potion from her bag and insists he drinks it. Enoch mentions that a magic stone was chilling inside the monster, but then out of nowhere, some dagger popped up, shattered it, and bam, explosion. Hearing this, Vettis wonders if it's just a wild coincidence. Now listen, just because he's using a stone like this doesn't automatically mean bandits behind it, but we can't just brush it off. Enoch's keeping a lookout, ensuring no one's plotting a second attack. Vettis checks out the blast zone and finds a concealed dagger someone hucked. The girl figures they should leave the sleuthing to the royal guard. They'll be there shortly courtesy of the explosion, so they should head back. Vettis thinks for a moment and nods in agreement. The knight's probably itching to settle the score with whoever got him. Enoch sighs because honestly, it's not just about the injury. He really wants to have a little heart-to-heart with her while they have the chance. They take a seat under a tree and just kick back for a bit, twiddling their thumbs while waiting for the guard to arrive. Vettis is completely at a loss on how to act around Enoch. She wishes she could just be normal, but that feels impossible. Out of nowhere, Vettis and Enoch would chase after him, just chatting about random stuff and nothing at all. The knight confesses he used to dream about always being together like that. It's a kick in the gut for her because those chats weren't with her, but with the other Vettis. Every time she hears him mention that Vettis, it's like stirring up a pot of gooey, yucky feelings inside. She feels like she's sinking under the weight of him, except now she feels like she's hit rewind and is back to tricking everyone again. She's got to respond to Enoch's heartfelt vibes, but she doesn't have a clue what to do. The knight reaches for his bag where the ribbon for Vettis is stashed, but then he backtracks. He bursts out laughing, noticing Violence still got the same attention span as a goldfish. One time, that guy actually forgot 3 times. Enoch glances over and sees that she's finally smiling. He remarks that Vettis is just as she's always been, and just wanted to know if he means anything to her, but he realizes he might be making her feel weird and stressed out. Enoch's got that apologetic vibe, saying he just wants to look after her. With a smile, he suddenly suggests that Vettis head back to base. She starts to talk, but then he unexpectedly reaches out and touches Vettis' face. Enoch begs her not to say anything just yet. Holding her hands in his shaking ones, he says she can call him selfish if she wants to. Tears welling in his eyes, the knight asks her to let him linger in her heart for just a while longer. Pressing her hands to his forehead, Enoch pleads with her not to bail on him. Khalid's the Marquis couldn't pinpoint it was him for sure, but nobody else pulls those kinds of shady stunts. They've got their eyes on this Meldic gnome guy who offed his older brother and snatched his spot as heir. Khalid's wondering if that score got him enough brownie points to be shipped off to the capital. Harold's grilling Melik, asking why he didn't give them a heads up and also why he decided to use a magic stone. He's scratching his head trying to figure out why he'd do it now, with the commander breathing down all their necks. But no lie. Vettis checks out the kaboom site and finds a dagger someone tossed aside. She figures they should leave the sleuthing to the royal guard. They'll be arriving soon enough thanks to the explosion. So back to base they go. Since Enoch guzzled that potion and is ready to rock, he suggests sticking around so the enemy can't tidy up the mess as soon as they skedaddle. Vettis mulls it over and eventually agrees. The knight probably wants to settle scores with whoever got him. Enoch hangs his head because it's not just about nursing wounds. He wants to chat with the girl while they've got a little alone time. They plop down under a tree and chill for a bit, waiting for the guard to roll in. Vettis is utterly clueless on how to act around Enoch. She wishes she could just be normal, but that seems impossible. Out of nowhere, the knight kicks off the conversation. Saying this reminds him of the good old days when the three of them would hang out with Violin, who'd get bored faster than a cat with no fish, and run off to chase something shiny. And Vettis and Enoch would trail along, just shooting the breeze about everything and nothing. The knight admits he used to think it would be super cool if they could always hang out like that. It's hard for her to hear that, because those chats Enoch had weren't with her, they were with the other Vettis. Every time she hears him mention that, Vettis, it stirs up all sorts of nasty feelings inside. She feels like she's drowning in these heavy emotions that are totally one-sided. But she's determined to claim this space as her own and keep living as Vettis. Except now she feels like she's back at square one, fooling everyone all over again. She's got to respond to Eno's confession, but she's totally in the dark about what to say. The knight reaches for his bag where the ribbon for Vettis is, but then has a light bulb moment and decides against it. He chuckles, noticing that Violin still gets bored faster than a kid in class and hasn't changed a bit. One time, that dude even forgot a whopping 3 times that he'd already done something he was supposed to do. And each time it was the same old story. Vettis had no clue about that gem, and now she's chuckling at her goofy little brother. While eyeballing her, Enoch can't help but notice that the girl's finally cracking a smile. He mentions that Vettis hasn't changed a bit, and he just wanted to check if he meant anything to her, but he didn't realize it would make her squirm a bit. Enoch awkwardly apologizes and confesses he just wants to look after her. With a grin, he suddenly suggests that Vettis should head back to base. If this situation keeps dragging, it's going to get messier for her and Enoch. Dusting herself off, she braves herself to spill the beans to the knight. She starts to say something, but he unexpectedly reaches out and touches Viz's face. Enoch pleads with her not to blurt anything out right now. Gripping her hands with his shaky ones, he says she can totally label him as selfish if she feels like it. With a glimmer of tears in his eyes, the knight begs Vettis to let him hang out in her heart a little longer. Pressing her hands to his forehead, Enoch desperately asks her not to ghost him. Khalid's tearing through the woods like a squirrel on a mission, but he halts, realizing he totally lost that scumbag. Rosanna mentioned that guy was acting shady, so Heaven decided to tail him. The Maris were unsure if it was him, but who else pulls off antics like that? They say this Meldick Nolm character was involved in offing his older brother to snag the heir title. Khalid wonders if that got him enough brownie points to get shipped off to the capital. Harold's grilling Melik about why he didn't give them a heads up, and on top of that, why he went and used a magic stone. He's scratching his head, baffled as to why he'd pull that stunt now, with the commander breathing down everyone's necks. But Nolam's firing back at Harold, asking if he ought to be quaking in his boots at the Eldorado house or the commander. That's not the vibe the guard captain was going for. It's just that Melik should probably keep his eye on the prize and remember why he's headed to the capital. Pulling out a shiny magic stone from his pocket, Nolam mentions he was just checking out his new gadget. Melik's convinced he tied up all the loose ends, and as for any shady business that's simple to fix, just tug on a few strings. When Nolam inquires about the Crown Prince, Harold casually states everything's going as planned. Alrighty. Then Meldick's raring to jump into action. He instructs the head guard to arrange a rendezvous with the prince at the ball. Gerald promises to make it happen faster than you can say party time. He says cracks are already starting to show. Meldick is absolutely buzzing about heading to the capital. Vettis discovers the dude who attacked didn't leave so much as a crumb at the explosion site. Leo quips that they're up against a master of disguise, and the dagger was basic, so tracking this joker down is gonna be a head-scratcher. He's not even sure they'll find a clue if they're searching for this guy among the hunting competition participants. Leo's scratching his head, pondering who that warning was directed at. He tells his sister to head back and track down everyone who snatched up magic stones. Leo apologizes to his sis, claiming it's his fault for not keeping a close watch. Then he thanks Enoch for helping Vettis, but Enoch just waves it off, absolutely nailing everyone who bought magic stones. Leos apologizes to his sister, saying it happened because he wasn't keeping a close enough eye. He then thanks Enoch for helping Vettis, but Enoch just brushes it off like a pesky fly. Saying it's all good, Leo apologizes again for the fuss and also to Her Highness the Princess. Rosanna reassures him that the commander's always on the ball, so there's no need for apologies. Just zero in on the investigation. The princess heads out of the tent with Vettis in tow. She glances at Enoch, who's crossed his arms and is gazing at the ground like he's lost a game of rock, paper, scissors. With a heavy sigh, she recalls their chat in the woods and feels all sorts of confused. Pausing, Rosanna asks Vettis if she's spotted Khaled. The girl's puzzled why she's asking her or where Merit, but just then, Mireen calls out to her and Vettis. As they look around, the knight dashes towards them. Marin whispers, asking how on earth this mess happened. Risha warns that pretending nothing happened at the royal event is a huge mistake. Jenna's telling Vettis and the princess to ignore it all and just catch some Z's. When the girls finally reach the tent, they're speechless to see Kyle. Rosanna asks when he strolled back in, and the Marquis replies he just rolled in. He glances at Vettis and mentions she looks like she's gone a few rounds with a bear. She clarifies she was attacked in the woods, and it's clearly taken its toll, but they're already on the case. Turned out Khaled already knew about the whole ordeal. At first, she's shocked he's in the loop. Then she figures he must have eavesdropped on the knight's chatter. Rosanna crosses her arms and quietly watches them. Out of nowhere, Khaled admits he was stalking Vettis from the bushes and throws out an apology. He even claims he did it for noble reasons, using a disguise spell so he wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Rosanna jumps to the Marquis' defense, insisting she was the one who sent him. The princess worries Duke Nolam might be up to no good, and Khaled is well aware of that, but Vettis is still reeling from everything and insists on knowing just how long the Marquis was lurking about. Khaled says as soon as he saw she was with Royfield, he took off to hunt for the attacker. Vettis clutches her head, breathing a sigh of relief, because if Khaled was off chasing the culprit, it means he didn't. Hear her chat with Enoch. This whole situation is really messing with her mind. Noticing her distress, Khaled asks if anything's off, but Vettis shakes her head no. In the trees, Khaled thought he and Enoch could handle things together, so he went after the attacker. But looking at Vettis right now, he starts to second-guess that decision. The heroine quickly assures Khaled that he made the right call. And now she gets why the attacker bailed after the assault. He was clearly running from the mares. But if he had struck right after the explosion, they would have been in serious pickle since Enoch was hurt trying to protect Vettis. Rosanna decides to leave the duo alone and exits the tent. The Marquis is bummed he didn't catch the slime ball, and Vettis in turn is beating herself up for feeling utterly useless. Khaled's baffled how she can feel that way considering she's the victim here. Still, Vettis is a knight, and she put Enoch in harm's way, among other things. Ticked off at her words because as a knight, she shouldn't have to bear that burden, and Royfield covered for her of his own volition. According to Khaled, Enoch doesn't blame Vettis for it, and if he did, the Marquis would have already sent him packing. After a brief silence, he approaches her and gently caresses her cheek, brushing her hair away from her face. Khaled, blushing instinctively, pulls back. The Marquis' lips are inching closer to hers. Her heart's racing, and she's totally lost in the moment. But then Khaled suddenly grabs a strand of Vettis' hair and asks her to take a look at it. He points out that she's so worn out she didn't even realize how much filth she's got all over herself. Khaled shows her his fingers dusted with soot, which evidently landed in her hair after the explosion. Vettis stares intently at the Marquis' hand, trying to recover after misunderstanding his intentions. She's annoyed that he keeps creeping up on her without giving her a heads up. Plus, he usually hides his face behind a mask, so it feels extra weird. An awkward silence lingers, and Khaled stands there, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Vettis decides it's time to take a step back. Her cloak accidentally smacks Khaled right in the eye, making him yelp and grab his face. She quickly apologizes to Khaled and suddenly notices the soot smeared around his eye. The girl just can't stop chuckling. The Marquis would have already taken care of business himself. After a beat of silence, he saunters up to her and gently caresses her cheek, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Khaled inches closer, and Vettis, blushing, pulls away like she touched a hot stove. The Marquis' lips are getting dangerously close to hers. Her heart's racing, and she's totally lost in the moment. But then out of nowhere, Khaled grabs a strand of Vettis' hair and asks her to take a look at it. He points out she's so worn down that she didn't even notice how much dirt she's caked on herself. Khaled proudly displays his fingers smeared with soot, which somehow made its way into her hair after the explosion. Vettis stares intensely at the Marquis's hand, her mind racing after misreading his touch. She's fuming that he keeps getting all up in her personal space without a warning. And to make matters worse, he's almost always hiding his face behind that mask. An awkward silence settles like a heavy blanket, and Khalid stands there sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. Vettis decides it's time to make her cloak whacks the Marquis right in the eye, prompting him to yelp and grab his face. She hurriedly apologizes to Khalid and suddenly spots the soot smeared around his eye. The girl bursts into laughter she can't contain. Her cloak takes a swing at the Marquis and smacks him right in the eye, making him yelp like a startled dog. She begs Khalid for forgiveness and suddenly spots the soot smeared all over his eye. The girl burst out laughing like a hyena, still chuckling as she handed the Marquis a bucket of water for cleaning duty. After scrubbing away, Haven glanced sideways at Vettis, completely confused, wondering if it was really that hilarious. The heroine said sorry to the mares, but highlighted that the laughter truly lifted everyone's spirits. Khalid flashed a grin and suddenly told the girl she was the absolute best. He mentioned that Lady Eldorado is still taking charge of everything. After all, she assists a ton of people, including him and Roseanne. Khalid gets the kind of pressure she's under since she's carrying so much weight on her shoulders. But Haven thinks she shouldn't beat herself up too much because Vettis is always so bold and optimistic. Honestly, it nearly scares Khalid a little. The heroine asked if he really worried about her that much. Khalid responded that he thinks she's trying to hide how tough things really are for her. The Marquis isn't exactly Mr. Feelings, but even he believes Vettis is pushing everyone away, even her closest pals. She's taking on way too much, and it's obvious she's struggling. Khalid just can't wrap his head around why she's doing this when she's surrounded by people who genuinely care about her. Also, Vettis always seems surprised when he knows things and gets suspicious way too easily. Still, Khalid's worried about her, so he offers to lend an ear if she needs to chat about what's going on. The Maris just wants to ensure Vettis is really doing all right. She freezes up, totally clueless. The reality is she feels crushed by the situation and all the pressure. It's like she has to save the entire world and its future all by herself. Even after her heart-to-heart with Rosanna, the feeling that she has to handle everything solo just won't let go. She's not the true Vettis, just a stranger who landed in her body, and she's been doing a pretty decent job of faking it. Real or not, this is her life now. However, whether it's real or fake, she feels like she's been playing everyone, and that guilt is eating away at her. She knows she's fooling everyone, but the real her has never tasted happiness. She doesn't want to lose the perks she's gained from being in Vettis's body. She's been so silent that when Khalid gently touches her shoulder, it snaps her back to reality. He asks her if something's bothering her and if he might have said too much. Staring at Khalid, Vettis wonders why she feels something special when he says her name. Plus, it seems like he's looking straight through to the real her. She fesses up that she's not okay and leans her head against his chest. Without skipping a beat, Khalid wraps his arms around Vettis and pulls her in close. She blushes, and the Mark notes that she's been the strong one for way too long. She confesses she's not sure if she can tackle everything alone, to which Haven replies that she's already done more than enough because he's witnessed it himself. Vettis can't help but laugh that he talks like he's seen some wild stuff. Although Khalid didn't catch her excitement, she still felt super comfy around him. He's been suspicious of her since day one. But maybe all that suspicion was just him keeping an eye out for her. She's really hoping that's not just wishful thinking and that he might be the guy she's been waiting for all along. The real her. Khalid's gone and now stuck alone in the tent Vettis is bummed they had to part ways again. But then, Rosanna barges in, totally scaring the life out of her with that surprise entrance. According to the princess, if Khalid had shown up to the post-hunt banquet, everyone would have discovered he was competing illegally. Vettis thinks for a moment, then asks if they have a little bit of time before they leave. Rosanna says they do, but she's curious about why Vettis needs it. The girl beams and admits she's got one last thing to handle here. His Majesty acknowledges that he met many brave young men today. The king hopes their courage will illuminate Mosberg's future, and now it's time to proclaim the tournament winner. The knights of Lady Eldorato's squad are buzzing with excitement, waiting for the winner's name. His Majesty names the loyal knight of the royal family, Enoch Royfield. Those at the tournament heard about a small hiccup during the hunt, but it wasn't anything too dramatic. However, the prince himself took part this year, so the guests were expecting a different twist. Even though the knight saved the royal family's reputation, the prince himself isn't thrilled with how the tournament played out. As he approaches from behind, Melik places a hand on His Highness's shoulder and cheerfully asks him not to be upset. He says this should be a joyful occasion, but the prince swats Nolam's hand away. The prince shoots a glare at Meldick, who comments that he's being a little too sensitive. The king congratulates Sir Royfield on his victory and hands him the stage if he has something to share. Enoch proclaims he wants to dedicate his victory to one special person, the one who helped him find his way when he was completely lost. To the girl who made Enoch realize he wanted to be a protector, he's talking about the person closest to him, his bright ray of sunshine. Royfield dedicates this victory to her so she can keep shining brightly. The gathered guests are moved by his heartfelt speech, and Mean asks Gina who he's talking about. Vettis silently applauds Enoch along with everyone else, knowing that the victory was meant for her. Bennett is munching on dinner when a servant barges into the dining room claiming there's trouble ahead. The mayor is annoyed by his manners, but the butler insists his lord take a gander at the newspaper he brought. Frustrated at being pulled away from his meal, Bennett opens the newspaper. After digesting the article, he jumps out of his chair, and the servant confirms this news has stirred up quite the ruckus. The Marquis angrily flings the newspaper at him, accusing the butler of not delivering it sooner. Bennett orders them to solve a boatload of problems. But it wasn't anything too dramatic. However, the prince himself took part this year, so the guests were anticipating a different kick. And although the night saved the royal family's reputation, the prince himself isn't thrilled with how the tournament turned out. As he approaches from behind, Melik places a hand on His Highness's shoulder, smiling, and urges him not to be upset. He says this should be a joyful occasion, but the prince swats Nolam's hand away. The prince glares harshly at Meldick, who quips that he's being a tad too sensitive. The king congratulates Sir Royfield on his win and gives him the spotlight if he has anything to say. Enoch announces he would like to dedicate his win to one person, the one who led him when he was utterly lost. To the girl who opened Enoch's eyes to his desire to be a protector, he's referring to the person dearest to him, his shining beacon. Royfield dedicates this win to her so she can keep radiating. The guests are moved by his heartfelt speech, and Mean questions Gina about who he's referring to. Vettis silently applauds Enoch along with everyone else. Understanding that the victory was aimed at her, Bennett is dining when a servant barges into the dining room, saying they've got a problem. The mayor finds his manners irritating, but the butler urges his lord to check out the newspaper he brought. Irritated at being dragged away from his lunch, Bennett unfolds the newspaper. After absorbing the article, he leaps up from his chair, and the servant reassures him that this news has stirred up a massive uproar. The Marquis angrily hurls the newspaper at him, blaming the butler for not delivering it sooner. Bennett orders them to sort out a mountain of problems. Immediately get his carriage ready and strap on the fastest horse in town, because the Marquis is set to race south right away to check out the newly discovered Manstone mine. Baron Cohn, the host with the most, apologizes to Bennett for the not-so-fancy hospitality. The Marquis reassures him not to fret, joking that the Baron must be in shock that the mine was found right under his nose. Scratching the back of his head, Kron admits that he's feeling exceptionally lucky and half expects to wake up from this dream. Watching him, Bennett can't help but think how fortunate this country bumpkin is that a mine popped up on his tiny patch of land. The magic stone. Business is hotter than a summer barbecue, so finding a mine like this is like hitting the jackpot. This might just lead to giant leaps in Redmon, unravel secrets that boggle our minds, and finally set the stage for the ultimate magician. The Marquis gets straight to the point, tossing out an offer to buy the mining rights from Cone Cash up front. The Baron, looking like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, apologizes, saying he's going the auction road instead. Bennett reminds him that he's basically the Magic Tower's head honcho, personally pushing forward research to level up magic for the good of Mosenberg. Out of the blue, a woman's voice chimes in from behind, surprised by the Marquis's unexpectedly patriotic display, which he apparently kept under wraps until this very moment. Turning around, Bennett spots Baroness Talleyrand striding into the living room like she owns the place. The Marquis calls her interruption of his chat with Cone downright rude. According to the Baroness, she's the early bird who caught the worm, and the coercive tactics Bennett's trying are just lame. Cone can't use mana, and he's clueless about market prices or profit margins, so he's decided to go the auction route. The Marquis shoots a glare at the smirking Torin. He knew she'd crash the party, but this is just too much icing on the cake. But Bannet knows it wouldn't be smart to start an all-out bidding war, so she'll need to charm that lucky Kron any way possible. Another carriage glides up to the Baron's mansion, and out steps Her Royal Highness, Rosanna. Dropping to one knee, Kron greets the princess, saying it's a tremendous honor to have such a guest gracing his home. Rosanna beams and asks the Baron to rise. She mentions she's here to give the local auctioneers the royal thumbs up on orders from the royal family. Bannet's eyes nearly pop out of his skull when he discovers Rosanna wants to verify the mine's legitimacy before the auction goes down. When Kron asks if the royal family plans to throw their hat in the auction ring, the princess chirps back that she'll be playing personally with her name on the line. Bannet's heard through the grapevine that the princess made a mint on a deal with the Empire's leader. She's not as fierce as Talaroon, but Rosanna is no featherweight either, since she's an alchemist and really eyeing that mine. Given that, the princess will be in the auction herself. She brings up an idea regarding how to run it. Out of nowhere, Rosanna suggests having a private auction. Baron Tours looks like she just told him to dance in his pajamas and asks why she'd estimate this. Rosanna replies, this is the first man mine in Mosenberg where all the stones were shipped in, giving it a price tag that's sky high. The royal family has already taken notice of the auction, so it promises to be a blockbuster event. The princess worries that this might give the greedy nobles an edge. Auctioning something as luxurious as gemstones typically screams, look at me, but this time it's a different ballgame. A man mine is big business where stacks of cash are exchanged. Rosanna figures it'll be tough to tell the legit bids from the sneaky ones at such a colossal auction. The Baroness isn't shocked the princess is concerned about troublemakers, seeing as the bidding's already bound to be ruthless. Baron Cone jumps in trying to assure everyone. He's as clean as a whistle, but then Talarin drops the truth bomb that she's not on board with the plan. The woman figures no one in their right mind would let a golden opportunity slip right through their fingers. Eyeing the Baroness Bennet's growing increasingly annoyed by her overconfidence, but hey, she has every right to strut her stuff considering she's won every single cash showdown so far. Bennet's convinced the princess is well aware of all this, which is why she suggested a closed auction in the first place. Shifting to the Marquis, Rosanna asks for his 2 cents on the subject, not wanting to miss his chance. Bannet grins and says he's totally on board with Her Highness's idea. With 2 votes in favor, Rosanna's intrigued to see what Madame Talarin has to throw into the ring. Peeking at them from under her veil, the woman asserts that the mine owner's say-so is what truly counts. Baron Cone is so rattled by everything he's heard, he can't string together a single word. Rosanna attempts to calm his nerves, assuring him he won't take a loss and they'll jot down the amount so he can sell the mine at a decent price. According to Bannet, the princess is spot on. One of the 3 of them is bound to nab that auction anyway. Cone finally decides to adopt a closed auction, just like Her Highness suggested, putting a big smile on the Marquis's face. Back at his estate, Bannet starts chuckling and shares his thoughts with Jeff. The princess concocted a situation he never saw coming. But let's be real, it was a bit reckless to say the least. If she has the royal family backing her, it could be a tough fight. But she strolled in solo, probably feeling invincible after snagging her alchemist badge. Jeff points out she's just a 16-year-old girl, and this is her chance to learn how the big leagues roll. Still, Bannet has to map out a plan since it doesn't change the fact that Talarin is a serious contender. Jeff asks the Marquis if it's cool for him to pitch in his thoughts. He suggests getting the lowdown on the Baroness's final bid through the Information Guild. Bannet wonders if he's talking about Jeff Levant. After a nod of confirmation, the Marquis starts thinking about how the guild has earned his trust. They've really done him a solid. Still, he's scratching his head, wondering if the price tag will be through the roof, since it might not even cover the auction expenses. Jeff thinks that if they could just peek at Talaroon's final bid, they could snag victory by adding just 1 shiny gold piece. The Marquis' master plan of bribing the workers, Jeff thinks that's walking a tightrope over a pit of hungry crocodiles. They could easily get caught, plus Talarin's crew might just throw them some fake intel for giggles. Jeff suggests that by heading over to the Information Guild, the Marquis can guarantee not only the truth, but also keep his own skin safe. If Bannet bags the auction win, the magical folks will be lined up around the block to buddy up with him. Jeff points out that the mayors probably already chewed that idea over before they even stepped foot in the Empire. After a moment of deep thought, Bennett orders a servant to pop over to the Information Guild and put in a request. It's the big auction day and carriages are rolling up to the hall like it's a race. The mares are so rattled that Jeff suggests they book a private room. Bennett gives that a big old no thanks. He wants to see the Baroness's face when she hands over the defeat card. Matching the Baroness's bid is driving the mares bananas. He had to swallow his pride and hit up the magic tower and his relatives for some cash. Jeff hands Bennett a fancy elixir stashed in his pocket to help him calm his nerves. The guy's sipping that stuff down like it's the elixir of life. Watching from behind the curtain, Rosanna tells Vettis that it's time for some sweet revenge for Bet's past shenanigans. The auctioneer steps up to the mic and kicks things off with a warm welcome, thanking everyone for showing up. He claims they've got some special goodies lined up for all you classy cats out there. This time, they've decided to launch with the main attraction. The host yanks off the cover, announcing the hottest deal, a mana stone mine discovered down south. He boasts that the super vibrant stone on display today was yanked from the weakest spot in the mine. The Primo stones are practically sitting at the entrance, so just imagine what treasures lie deeper in. The host is all set to congratulate the auction winner and the new proud mine owner. Bringing down the hammer, he declares Mark Benet as the top bidder. When he hears he won, the guy turns to check out Lady Talaroon, who's turned away like a shy kid at a school dance. The mares thank Jeff, who's clapping for him and never taking his gaze off the Baroness as she exits the auction, watching her with all the fascination of a kid in a candy store. Benet's feeling like nothing can stop him now. Outside the hall, Talaroon pulls off her veil and asks the princess if she's happy. The princess beams because, just as planned, Maris Bene walked right into their cleverly laid trap. In 2 months, that dude basking in the afterglow of his faux success is going to crash and burn like a rubber duck in a bonfire. Benet's butler is drowning in a sea of people clamoring to see the Marquis, but the servants are telling them to hit the road, insisting that the boss isn't home. Bennett is holed up in his room, trembling like a leaf, clutching his head, totally baffled about how things spiraled out of control. A knock on the door makes Bennett jump like he's seen a ghost. Jeff strolls in, and Bennett, rushing over, asks if he tracked down that con artist. The assistant head, hung low, says no luck. The Marquis is dying to know what the Information Guild had to say. According to Jeff, they turned them down because they couldn't cough up the fee. Bennett holds his head and starts cursing Baron Cohn like there's a world-ending catastrophe. After the auction, the Maurice ventured down into the mine, only to discover he had bought a tin mine instead. Snatching one of the workers, he demanded to know how on earth there wasn't a single mana stone to be found. Barnett couldn't wrap his head around it. He was told he was brought to the mine's heart, the spot with the highest mana concentration. Turning to another worker, the Marquis grilled him about how much they'd mined so far. According to the guy, they had barely scraped together less than 1/5 of what they were counting on. Storming out of the mine, Barnett threatened them with their lives if they so much as muttered a word to anyone. He ordered them to keep digging until at least something popped out. The Marquis tasked Jeff with rounding up all the mana stones they had eked out. Barnett figured he'd toss those into the magic stone trade and sell to anyone willing to buy, just to claw back the cash he sank into the mine. That should help cover the interest he'd owe the mining industry investors. In response to Jeff's concern that they can't keep this charade up for long, the Marquis declared that Mosenberg was on the brink of collapse, and if they could just hang in there until then, the Emperor would swoop in and save the day. So now Bennett is cowering in his mansion, jumping at every little sound outside. Suddenly he receives a frantic message on his calm orb. They're yelling at the Marquis to make a run for it. Like pronto, soldiers are closing in. The butler and the crowd outside, demanding to see Bennett, are freaking out watching as the knights bark orders to freeze in place. Count Elorado, leading the squad, announces the order to exile Maris and his family for the illegal production of mana stones. The knights ransack the place and drag Bennett out since he didn't manage to make a getaway. Marcus tries to defend himself, saying it's all made-up nonsense, just slander. Gunter, fixing a glare on him, tells Bennett to give it a rest. The mayor's is accused of conspiring with the Magic Tower owner, imprisoning its exiles and forcing them to work like their lives depended on it. Plus, they've dug up proof that he was illegally selling mana stones both here and overseas. With the charges laid out, the Count orders the criminal be taken away. El Dorado is awestruck by how Vettis and Rosanna whipped up such a brilliant scheme together. Gazing up at the sky, the Count wonders how he can flip this country upside down. They douse Bennett with ice water to snap him out of his daze. Sitting on the cold floor, wiping his face, the Marquis asks who the heck did this to him. Opening his eyes, he sees Jeff grinning down at him like a cat who just caught a mouse and figures he busted him out of the royal slammer. Looking around, Bennett asks where he is because this place feels oddly familiar. Suddenly, he hears a voice drawing near, telling him it's only natural since the flashy sign's been around before. Bennett's jaw drops as Khaled struts down the stairs with Syrian and Joel by his side. Once he steps into the spotlight, the dude declares that the Marquis is currently crashing at the former royal crib of the Haven fam. Bandit's trembling like a chihuahua on a roller coaster, totally confused about why he's even here. He flips on Jeff, calling him a backstabber. He reminds the guy how he used to be begging like a puppy for a place to crash. Jeff stays silent, just giving Bandit the old "you've got to be kidding me" stare. Syrian tells the Marquis to zip it and keep his trap shut. Bandit scratching his head, wondering how Haven managed to pull him into royal jail. He knows he's as good as done when the whole story comes out. Khaled smirks and tells him to keep believing that delusion if it makes him feel cozy. Bet's itching for Haven to come a bit closer so he can zap him with some magic. But Khaled, as if he can read minds, strolls right up and says, "Ain't happening, buddy." Bandit's trying to figure out Haven's face and is like, "Where'd that scar run off to?" Khaled smirks and asks the Marquis how in the world the Knights managed to nail both the shady gem racket and the mansion simultaneously. And surprise, surprise, the princess jumped right into the mind fray, playing right into his hands like a dream. Khaled is curious if Baroness Talarin's wild bid really fits in with Bennett's piggy bank. He's seriously questioning if the Marquis believes it's just a fluke that the mine turned out to be a total flop. Bennett's quaking in his boots. He can't wrap his mind around the whole ordeal being a meticulously planned setup. According to Khaled, the Marquis was just their pawn all along. What a plot twist. After teasing Bennett about enjoying his little daydreams, Haven runs a hand down his face and bam, suddenly a scar pops up. The Marquis decides it's prime time to try and roast him with some mana. But the spell fizzles out faster than a soda left open too long, and Bennett's standing there baffled. Gawking at his hand, he blurts out, "Why isn't my mana pumping up?" Then Khaled casually tosses that very same vial right at his feet, the one Jeff slipped to Bennett at the auction. Turns out it was a potion meant to destroy mana chains, and now Haven's betting the mares are clueless about how many times he accidentally guzzled it. Bennett would have noticed something was off if he'd actually used some magic, but since his skills were more akin to a soggy noodle, he depended on magic gadgets and totally missed the signs. Khaled told him that if he wanted to power up, he needed to actually train, instead of floundering around searching for shortcuts. Focusing his mana like a boss, Haven tells Bennett to go to hell and watch him get crushed just like old times. After taking care of the Marquis, Khaled tells Jeff they'll let everyone know he kicked the bucket alongside him. Even with a fresh identity, this guy's going to struggle to do anything, even overseas. But he's mentally preparing. According to Haven, Syrian will lend Jeff a hand if he decides to stir things up back home. Both assistants are wide-eyed at Khaled, totally caught off guard. Then Syrian pledges to do whatever it takes. Haven steps outside and gazes up at the starry sky, musing that there's just one final step left. Sauntering down the path, he spots Vettis chilling by the wall under the lamplight. Turning to Hale, she flashes a grin and asks if they've wrapped up everything. Approaching her, the Marquis thanks her for giving him the opportunity to tie up loose ends himself. Grinning at Vettis, he admits he probably won't catch a wink tonight. Haven extends his hand, suggesting he escort her back to the mansion. Hale gives her a send-off at the gates, waving and promising to meet him tomorrow. The Marquis can't help but smile, knowing that tonight when he shuts his eyes, Vettis will be all he sees. The next morning, it was announced that Marquis Bennett had checked out of life in royal prison permanently. Illegal trading in enchanted stones is a big no-no that could ignite international drama, so naturally no one questioned how he kicked the bucket. The royal family drawing their sword shows it didn't lose its edge. The entire Bennett clan is stripped of their titles and sentenced to the ultimate punishment, and the same fate also awaited the head of the Magic Tower and his crew. The article wraps up with the tale of the tragic decline of Marquis Bennett, who used to run the show in Mosenberg. Dua thanks the vendor for the juicy gossip rag and tosses him 2 gold coins. He smirks, saying he has a real gift for picking the right crowd. The hooded guy across from him is convinced the Bennett family's wipeout is all part of the princess's elaborate scheme. Diois isn't sure if Rosanna is the mastermind, but with her sharp staff and loyal followers, it definitely has her fingerprints all over it. The cloaked dude says he needs to meet the princess like ASAP. Osherby promises to guide him there if he promises to give Rosanna some respect. The guy agrees and is left wondering what kind of mysterious princess just popped into the scene. Over a cup of tea, Rosanna heaps praise on the Baroness for a job well done. Talarin simply followed along in the Highness's grand script. Even the amount she wagered came straight from the princess's playbook. Still, Rosanna believes the plan only succeeded because the Baroness played her part to perfection. The woman chuckles because, let's be honest, nobody else could drop that kind of dough. To top it off, Tarun points out that the intel was right on the money. They totally nailed it. The Baroness hit the jackpot teaming up with the princess, because had she been clueless, she might have ended up looking like a fool buying a dud mine. Setting her teacup down, Talarin asks Rosanna if she's having second thoughts. Wearing a smile, the princess assures her that's not gonna happen. The Baroness is all in because her Highness promised to keep her word. Bowing, Talarin pledges to always stand by the princess's side before taking her leave. Rosanna feels a little off. Khalid finally got his sweet revenge on Bannet, and now he's ready to jump back into the political circus. Rosanna, on the other hand, thinks Vettis is pretty much left holding the bag. Shoving a cookie into the princess's mouth, the girl explains that the aristocrat's power has taken a nosedive, which means the royal crew, led by Ilorado, is about. And that's more than enough for now. Rosanna is on the same page as Vettis because she's spot on. They pulled it off, and now it's time for her to suit up for this big meeting with the nobles. The king summoned everyone to chew over the mess Bannet created. The heir to Nolam strutted in as their stand-in. Meldick says he's here because his count couldn't leave his fancy border defenses. Since this meeting was called urgently, the king nods and accepts him as their mouthpiece. The crown prince leans in and asks his majesty if Rosanna should be part of this gathering. The princess gapes at her brother in disbelief, but stays quiet, waiting for the king's verdict. The king declares that Rosanna caught the slip-ups in Bannet's plan, so she absolutely has a seat at the table. He knows every family rep here is itching to snatch that Marquis title, but he's decided to hand it to Marcus Heaven. With those pesky bandits out of the picture, Khalid is now the only real Marquis of Mosenberg home to the Magic Tower. He's even chatted up the new Tower Master about getting things back on track and financing the alchemy school's comeback. He gets that many of you may side-eye some of the Heaven family's recent shenanigans, but Khaled's not diving deep into that right now, declaring His Majesty is all ears to see what Nolam offers on this front. Meldick's giving the thumbs up, which throws Rosanna for a loop. So just like that, all of Marquis Bannet's rights get shipped over to Marquis Heaven. The king's keen to sort out the remaining details with Khaled in private. His Majesty asks if anyone else has burning questions, and Meldick requests the floor. He points out that neither prince nor princess are tied down yet, something His Majesty's been mulling over. Being a loyal citizen of the crown and leaping from her seat, the princess is fuming at Meldick's gall, but without skipping a beat and still flashing a smile, he fires back that he's merely passing along the count's message to His Majesty. Nolam apologizes for dropping a proposal in an awkward setting, saying he got eager because everyone's buzzing about marriage. Even though Meldick's just the messenger, he insists his own feelings are on the level. The king states he's not about to select Rosanna's future husband right now because he respects his children's wishes. Rosanna is perplexed, trying to read where her brother's question is heading. According to the Prince Meldick's, the rock-solid heir of Count Nolam dedicated to the kingdom at large. He asks the princess if she doesn't think a guy like that would be a swell husband, although he adds the North might be a bit tough for a pampered princess like Rosanna. The king jumps into the fray, telling his son to cool it. His Majesty insists this is not the forum for such chit-chat, and the meeting's done. As everyone streams out of the hall, Rosanna hustles after her brother. The prince, ambling down the corridor with Meldick, stops and asks what's on her mind. She's firing questions about why Rosanna, gripping her dress, is all worked up, demanding to know if her brother's comments in the meeting were true. The prince shrugs, saying, "Yep, absolutely." Mom and dad overindulge her, but she's on the cusp of adulthood. He rests a hand on her shoulder, urging her it's high time the princess started pondering her future. The prince lumbers off with Meldick, leaving Rosanna stranded in the middle of the hall. Vettis is flabbergasted that Nolam proposed to the princess, convinced he's up to something shady. Khaled reassures her that the king's against the idea too, so they've got some breathing room, but the prince's approval is a real sticky situation. He turns to Rosanna asking how on earth her brother even got cozy with Nolam. The girl begins to weep. She's lost on how her brother. Khaled is scratching his head trying to figure out what sweet nothings Meldick whispered to the prince to tighten their bond. Vettis probes Khaled about what sort of chap this Lord Nolam is. Khaled responds, "Oh, he's a real piece of work." Nolam commands a key territory sharing borders with both the monster realm and a rival country, raking in profits from all the conflict. Meldick knocked off his older brother, the previous heir, and smushed the younger ones for good measure, eliminating the competition. The Royal Monster Exterminating Squad swings by the northern border every year, so Leo's about some of the shenanigans the Heaven family has been up to lately. But Khaled's not keen on diving into the drama right now and insists they are who they are, always will be. Count Eldorado believes the Heaven experience will be a boon for the kingdom, and Baroness Talarin is on board with that. His Majesty is hanging on to hear what Nolam has to say about all this. Meldick's giving a thumbs up too, which really catches Rosanna off guard. So by a unanimous decision, all of Marquis Bennett's rights are handed over to Marquis Heaven. His Majesty wants to sort out the remaining details with Khaled behind closed doors. The king asks if there are any more questions, and Meldick asks if he can say a word. He notes that neither the prince nor the princess is engaged yet, which has been on his Majesty's mind a lot. Staying loyal to the crown and country, Meldick passes along his father's proposal to the king. The kingdom's shield, Count Nolam, is pushing for his heir to wed Princess Rosanna. Jumping up from her seat, the princess is incensed at Meldick's audacity, but without missing a beat and still grinning, he shoots back that he's just passing on the count's words to his Majesty. Noel apologizes for the not-so-great timing of the proposal, saying he was just eager, since many families are already discussing marriage. And even if Meldick is just passing along his father's sentiments, he insists he's genuinely interested. The king interjects, saying he's not planning on picking Rosanna's husband just yet, because he wants to respect his children's choices when it comes to partners. Meldick, however, keeps insisting he's actually quite decent. The prince wants to know if any families on par with the Nolan clan have been presented during the marriage talks. Rosanna's perplexed, wondering what her brother's getting at with that question. According to the prince, Meldick is the dependable heir of Count Nolan, who's committed himself to the kingdom. He asks the princess if she doesn't think someone like that could make a good husband, though in his opinion the north would be way too tough for a sheltered girl like Rosanna. The king jumps into the fray, instructing his son to knock it off. His Majesty states this isn't the place for such nonsense, and that the meeting's a wrap. As everyone streams out of the hall, Rosanna darts after her brother. The prince, strolling down the corridor with Meldick, halts and asks what she wants. She demands to know why he's associating with Nolam, and the prince shrugs, asking, "What's the big deal?" He flips it back at her, reminding her she's always with Lady Eldorado and Madame Talaroon. Rosanna, clutching her dress, gets all flustered. She's dying to find out if what her brother blabbed at the meeting was the real deal. The prince chimes in, "You bet it is. Mom and Dad are always treating her like a toddler, but she's about to join the grown-up club." He gives her shoulder a friendly pat, letting her know it's high time the princess started mapping out her future. As the prince strolls away with Meldick, Rosanna is left standing there looking like a deer caught in the headlights in the hallway. Vettis can't wrap her head around the fact that Nolan popped the question to the princess, and she's convinced it's all part of his evil master plan. Khaled reassures her that the king is also against the marriage, so there's still hope, but if the prince gives a thumbs up, it's game over. He turns to Rosanna and asks, "What's your take on this? When did the prince even start hanging out with Nolam?" The poor girl bursts into tears. She has absolutely no clue how her brother got tangled up with Meldick. He usually can't stand those high and mighty aristocrats, especially since they can't help but plot for power. Khaled can't help but wonder what kind of sweet nothings Mel begging the heavens to show her what kind of dude this Lord Nolam really is. According to Khaled, he's about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Nolam's family is sitting on a prime territory right next to both the monster zone and a rival country making bank off war. Meldick offed his older brother, the previous heir, and squashed the younger siblings just to eliminate the competition. The Royal Monster Extermination Squad swings by the northern border every year, so there's a good chance Leo's has had his run-ins with him. Vades recalls that her dad was somehow mixed up with Count Nolam too. Regardless, Khaled's telling her it's best to steer clear of that lowlife. So Leos has probably got his back covered too. Vades recalls that her dad was somehow tangled up with Count Nolam as well. Either way, Khalid's warning her to steer clear of that scumbag like he's got cooties. The prince is standing smack dab in the middle of the room, replaying his convo with Rosanna like a broken record. All of a sudden, Meldick pops up out of nowhere, asking what's got his highness all moody. The prince jumps like he's seen a ghost. He can't stand it when Nolan sneaks up on him like that. Meldick chuckles and admits it's one of his worst habits. The prince mutters that he's thinking about Roseanne, who he believes is the family's Achilles heel. He goes on about how she's still young and fragile, and she's been through quite a bit. But today he noticed that little girl sitting tall at the meeting actually speaking her mind. Meldick tries to ease the prince's worries, claiming she's made some changes. The guy's got a point. Roseanne never used to shy away from family, but suddenly she's got a talent for alchemy that's dropping like it's hot. She's acting all different, mingling with high society folks like Talaroon. Plus, there's Haven, who has a serious beef with the royal family, and Roseanne used to have a crush on him. So the prince looks to Meldick and asks if he genuinely believes his sister has her sights set on the throne. Nolam jumps in, saying that people's relationships totally affect their behavior, and changes in behavior lead to changes in thinking. He suggests the prince figure it out himself, saying he's just laying out the facts like an easy crossword puzzle. The princess has definitely switched things up since she met Ilorado, who just joined the royal guard. She went on some inspection ordered by the princess and stayed at the Haven estate talk about a vacation gone wrong. The prince is fuming that Khalid might be exploiting Rosanna's guilt towards him. Honestly, that loser doesn't deserve a shred of sympathy if he pulls any strings with the princess. When the prince wonders if he can truly trust Rosanna's safety with Meld hanging around, he's reminded that his family is the last line of defense for Mosberg. Nolam promises to keep her safe and sound like a cozy blanket. The prince in return vows to banish Ilorado to the middle of nowhere and send Nolam to the heart of the kingdom when he finally gets his throne. Thus his highness and Meldick are hatching a little deal. Deloise lifts his eyebrows in surprise when he learns the meetings were scrapped because the princess was feeling under the weather. He suspects they're up to no good again, but Vettis tries to convince him that Roseanne is actually just sick. The heroine leans in and spills the beans to Deloise. Roseanne is holed up in the palace, going on strike after getting a marriage proposal she didn't sign up for. Turning to his buddy Osherby comments that they've arrived at the absolute worst moment possible. Vettis eyes Deloise's masked companion and asks who that is, and he introduces him as his new accountant. He explains that the guy wears a mask because he's extremely shy. Approaching the stranger, Vettis introduces herself and asks him his name. Before the man can reply, Deois jumps in between them, declaring his name is John. This whole scenario, including the accountant's name, feels super off to our girl. After a quick hair assessment, Vettis decides to escort them to the castle as the princess's guests anyway. A short while later, she bumps into the mysterious masked man in the courtyard. Spotting him wandering around the palace solo, she gets a sinking feeling. She's starting to think he's not an accountant at all, and that his name definitely isn't John. As she peeks from behind a corner, Vettis notes that even though she trusts Deois, this guy gives her the heebie-jeebies. Oh, Sharby's assistant used to be pretty reliable, and now he switched him out for this mystery guy. Given her past with Delois, if he were just a regular accountant, he'd have been booted by now. But not only is he still lurking around every time Vettis nudges him to take off the mask, Osherby jumps in like a bouncer at a club. This blondie is hiding his face and mumbling his voice, which is ringing alarm bells like a fire drill. Chasing after him, Vettis rakes her brain trying to figure out who that hair and athletic build remind her of. Suddenly, the image of the Prince event flashes in her mind. This guy is a dead ringer for him, but she shakes it off. The Prince is way too tangled in imperial affairs to be here right. Just then, she spots the masked stranger heading towards the garden gates. Vettis bursts out of the bushes and bolts after him. Rosanna's out in the garden right now. She stops him, declaring that the garden is totally off-limit message. She asks him to give a nod if he heard her, and that's when she catches a glimpse of the color of his eyes through the mask's mesh. Suddenly, the dude asks if Princess Rosanna is out there right now. Vades is convinced now. There's no forgetting the voice of the main character in this shindig. Recognizing him as Eventine, she grabs his hand and drags him off like a runaway train. Meanwhile, Rosanna, wandering through the garden, hears Vedis's voice floating from somewhere close. The princess instructs Olivia to check out what's happening. Peeking out, Polona spots Vettis hauling some guy along, and when offered help, Vettis snaps that she should keep her hands to herself. No matter how hard our girl tries to hide Eventine, Rosanna herself steps out to see what all the ruckus is about. As she sees him, the prince bows and greets her like she's a rock star. And Vettis realizes this is turning into a complete disaster, because if she recognizes him, Princess Rosanna definitely will too. Rosanna freezes, covering her mouth in shock, trying to bottle up her feelings. Unable to cope with the tension, the princess abruptly spins around and darts away. Eventine is about to chase after her, but Vettis halts him and orders him to follow her instead. This girl needs some serious answers from Deloise about hiding the prince's identity and sneaking him into the palace. Deloise insists he's just a low-key merchant who can't handle the prince's pressure. Viz is scratching his head, wondering how the duke's son, who started this whole operation, can play the small-time merchant card. Deloise is practically shaking in his boots, pleading with Aventine to bail his buddy out of this jam, but Avine serves him some truth pie, reminding him that he accused Aventine of strong-arming folks, and pals don't do that to each other. The heroine commands everyone to cut the nonsense because this situation is no laughing matter. The imperial prince managed to sneak into the castle incognito, hiding his true identity like a ninja. Aventine is impressed by how fearlessly this girl talks to him, even with the knowledge of his identity. According to her, he made this whole situation a royal mess himself, and whether she asks him to scram from the kingdom depends on how he answers her. She questions why a prince supposedly preoccupied with state affairs is hanging around here right now. Even Tan chimes in to say it's a long story, and he meant to chat about it with the princess, face to face. The catch is, he freaked out Rosanna, so that meeting is off the table. Vades is stepping up as the messenger. Event can't help but remember the look on the princess's face. There's way more than just fear swirling around there. Something completely different. He nods at Vedis' offer and gestures for her to take a seat, because this story is going to be a marathon. He admits Delos' intel really threw him off balance. He figured the Emperor was all about avoiding conflict and keeping things on the down low to dodge the suspicious glances from the ministers and even the prince. As the crown prince of the empire, Eventine pledges to do everything in his power to prevent any pointless wars from happening. Vades picks up on his motives, but is stumped about why he decided to park himself in Mosenberg. The prince won't stay under wraps for long, and that'll land the princess and the whole kingdom in hot water. Out of left field, Eventine drops the bomb that the Emperor knows he's hanging out here. He's got the reins on state affairs. And since the Emperor is still the one pulling the strings, there's no way he wouldn't be aware that Eventine was missing. The prince suspects the Emperor's got a soft spot for the princess, and her crew gave him the thumbs up, and probably even sent him here on a secret mission himself. Rosanna is glued to her magic orb in another room, watching all the drama unfold. Hearing Aventine's last words, Vedis springs up utterly flabbergasted and demands to know what in the world is happening. Deloy pipes in saying the Emperor's a talent collector and word of the princess's alchemy skills has caught his attention. But like the prince pointed out, it seems there's more to it than just curiosity. Event feels like he's casually peeking into the future from his sofa. Vetz wonders if the prince is hinting at some special talent that the Emperor possesses. It was just a whisper in the history books, but the Emperor has the knack for foresight. According to Aventine, he started gathering intel on the entire continent ages ago. Besides the information network he set up in the palace, he's also got informants in 3 foreign countries. He wasn't even trying to hide his visits from merchants and mercenaries, even though nobody could figure out what the Emperor was really after. As it turns out, he's a travel journal enthusiast, so Aventine thought this hobby would keep him entertained, not spark a war. The Emperor recently announced he wouldn't be traveling anymore, and the council members figured he was just tired. But the prince knows the real scoop. The Emperor finally hit the jackpot and found what he's been searching for all along. Vedis asks if Eventine is talking about Princess Rosanna. The prince doesn't have solid proof, but he's got this gut feeling that the Emperor genuinely wants to extend an invitation to Rosanna for a palace visit. Taking a bold leap, Aventine wants to meet with her before any such royal summons happens. Hearing all of this, the princess is thinking the Emperor might want to call her over for a little test. Now it's all clicking for her, and a chill runs down her spine. Tears stream down her face. Rosanna, just like Vedis, assumed Aventine came because he remembered her, but the prince she once knew is really a ghost now. Still, she can't shake her feelings for him. Vedis has a load of questions itching to get out, but she decides to keep it down to just one. She wants to know if there's anything fishy about Rosanna getting invited to the Empire. Aventon chuckles and says that in Lady Eldorado he sees a true knight. He mentions that even he can't figure out the Emperor's true motives as his son, but he believes his father is definitely picking up on Vettis' talent too. With that, Evian wraps things up and asks the princess to mull over the invitation. Rosanna pops out from the next room and announces she's going to the Empire. A few days later, the princess and Even are meandering through the garden, sharing sweet chatter. Vet mentions how their first meeting was a complete train wreck, but now the awkwardness has vanished. They're practically inseparable, grabbing lunch together like it's a daily routine. Diois points out that he's the one mooching off their lunches each time. He's more interested in how Vetti's handling things and if she's making any progress. The girl looks completely lost about what he means. So Osherby decides to offer her some dating advice, but she quickly changes the topic. Just then, the prince barges into the garden, calling for his sister, with Gina right on his heels. The crown prince demands that Rosanna explain who she's been seen with. He accuses his sister of lying about being under the weather while she's secretly romancing some guy. Vades rushes over to the prince, who's hollering at Rosanna, while Deoi watches the chaos unfold with a grin. A delegation from the Empire just arrived in Mosenberg, and hearing the news, the prince drags Rosanna off to chat with their father. He clarifies that the Helvetic Empires, so the ambassador just dropped off a letter inviting the princess to some fancy alchemical meetup between the two kingdoms. But it turns out the prince has been playing hide-and-seek in the palace with the princess this whole time. Aventon is on his knees groveling to his majesty, all like, "I just had to meet the princess. Her alchemy skills blew my mind." The king's going off about how Rosanna really messed things up too. I mean, she knew who the prince was and didn't spill the beans. His majesty's freaking out about the whirlwind of drama the queen's gonna stir up over this. He's grilling Rosanna and Aventon about any secret love connections, but they're both shaking their heads like their lives depend on it. The crown prince can't believe the king is just letting them off scot-free, especially with Rosanna's wedding right around the corner. He's fuming at his sister, saying rumors about another guy might start flying, and she better watch her back. Rosanna is reminding her brother yet again that Melnol is not her future hubby. The prince is yelling that he's doing this for her, but the king steps in like a referee telling them to chill out. His Majesty wants to chat about that tantalizing invitation to the Empire and asks Rosanna what she's thinking. The princess pipes up, saying she's off to the Empire with the knights and Mary Haven's crew. Upon hearing that, her brother grabs her shoulders, declaring that Rosanna's lost her marbles by dragging Khalid into all this. Trying to escape his grip, Rosanna accuses him of going way overboard. Marcus Haven is a top-notch mage, and she trusts him completely, so there's no issue in bringing him along. Aventon chimes in, saying the Empire will be stoked to have talent recognized by the princess. The prince is seriously fuming at Khalid for poking his nose where it doesn't belong again. Rosanna's just confused by his attitude and wonders why her brother's acting all weird about their cousin. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off, and she asks if Melchior fed him some nonsense, clenching his teeth like a cartoon character. He snaps back that she's the one acting all peculiar. Then he whips around and storms out like a drama queen. Rosanna is left scratching her head, totally lost about what this all means, especially with her brother ignoring the king trying to reason with him. As he storms out of the hall, the prince is convinced everyone's got it wrong. His father, his sister, everyone. He figures Prince Khalid is the mastermind behind this secret sneak-in and the lockdown, plotting to ruin the engagement. A voice in his head is saying he's onto something, that he's the only one who gets the real scoop. The voice is like his little shadow, warning him not to trust a soul. And the prince, totally assured he's the hero of the story, is hell-bent on protecting his loved ones. He's going to save them from these snooty aristocrats come hell or high water. Bursting into a room, he calls out for Melik, who he expects to find there. Meldick turns around with that calm, annoying smile of his and asks if the prince was looking for him. Grabbing Nolan by the shoulders like it's a soap opera, the prince vows to pull out all the stops before Rosanna's delegation crosses into the Empire, demanding that Meldick take care of Khalid for good. Stepping onto the porch of his estate, Count Nolam greets his guests. Leading the pack, Count Eldorado, holder of the royal blade, rides up to the house, looking all regal. Nolam welcomes everyone inside, saying rooms are ready to go. Rosanna's in the carriage with Khalid, totally wound up. Heaven said they've got to cross Nolam's lands to reach the Empire, and he has to host them for the night because of the crown prince. Rosanna tells Khalid to be extra cautious. They have no clue what the Count's scheming, but the Marquis is worried it isn't only him in the crosshairs, but also Lady Vis and Count Eldorado after he heard something from Bannet. Before Rosanna settles into her room, she's checked the place out and found nothing shady. Now she realizes Nolam was trying to outsmart Eldorado too, not just Heaven, which never even crossed her mind even though it was glaringly obvious. Vettis believes Eventine is safe, but she's chewing her nails over Khalid, who's on a different floor. It would be nice if their floors were neighbors, but the prince is squeezing into the floor in between. She suggests Rosanna ask her dad to move them downstairs, but the princess insists Khalid asked her not to. He's planning on staying awake, so there's no need to freak out, but Vettis is still on edge. Even though Rosanna reassures her that Heaven's got their six, the Marquis is chilling in an armchair like he's at the movies in the room set aside for him. Suddenly, Melik pops up behind him, aiming mana right at him like it's a scene from a bad action movie. Khalid senses him coming, and when he turns around, he sees a sharp blade hovering by his face. He was expecting this showdown, and he's thrilled Nolam didn't go for Vettis. Khalid's heated when he realizes Meldick set off a magic circle in the room, one that messes with other magic. But when he tries to stab the Marquis in the chest, he gets thrown back with some bizarre energy. Meldick's laughing like he's front row at a comedy show. Clearly, Khalid was ready for him with some sort of gadget since he couldn't use his flashy magic. Khalid's got the artifact Vettis handed him, even though he never thought he'd need to bust it out. Meldick's done being on the losing end of this deal, so he's heading back toward the window. The prince asks Nolam, who just strolled back into his room, what's the scoop and where Khalid's at. He's freaking out. Like, did they really let the Marquis slip through their fingers? And did Meldick even activate the rupture circle? Right, Nolam claims he followed the playbook, but Khalid had some unplanned defensive magic, so they've got to switch to plan B. Before the prince can even utter a sound, the room goes kaboom. Haven hears Meldick's voice accusing him of jumping the prince and making a run for it. Knights are charging out of their quarters, trying to wrap their heads around the chaos that just unfolded. Count Eldorado tells his crew to track down the prince and keep him safe, while instructing the princess's knights to watch over her. Rosanna barges out of her room, totally floored that someone went after her brother. She yells that Khalid would never pull a stunt like this, and the knights try to hold her back, insisting it might still be sketchy. Vettis grumbles that Nolam was destined to mess something up, but she can't shake why the prince had to take the fall. Looking down from the balcony, our heroine suddenly spots Khalid strutting down the hallway. Count Nolam pops out to confront him, yelling for everyone to stop that scoundrel, but Eldorado steps right in front. Nolam's fuming that Gunther won't let him nab the jerk who assaulted the prince. Count Eldorado retorts that Nolam has zero authority to lay a hand on the Marquis until they sort things out. Anyway, it's their guard's job. Plus, Khalid isn't even trying to bolt, which kind of raises suspicions about his involvement. Eldorado accuses Nolam of being too hasty and points out that he's acting like this whole fiasco was planned from the start. Meanwhile, Vettis and Rosanna are racing to the prince's room. The poor princess screams when she sees her brother sprawled out on the floor. He's breathing, but looks like he's been through the ringer, and she just breaks down. Rosanna yells for Rush to grab a potion from her room. "Wake up, bro! Come on, please," she pleads, her hands quaking as she forces the potion down his throat. Vettis scans the room, spotting evidence on the wall of the same magic that had attacked her and Enoch during the hunting contest. Realizing this, Count Eldorado flies into a rage, pointing an angry finger at Nolam. Gunther's in disbelief. Not after all this time. But here he was, sword aimed right at the Count. Nolam sneers, telling him not to be absurd. Eldorado just tried to keep the balance, so he's got no right to judge him. The Count served a king who couldn't control his peeps, and Nolam was fed up with these scaredy cats. He planned to turn this crumbling kingdom rotting under a useless dynasty into a realm of iron and blood, one that everyone would have to respect. Meanwhile, the prince is squirming in pain in Rosanna's arms, and she's sobbing away. Vettis spots Meldick and threatens him, brandishing her sword at the guy. She accuses him of hurting the prince, trying to clear his tracks and plotting a rebellion. Suddenly surrounded by knights, Meldick bursts into wild laughter. Stopping abruptly, Nolam states they're already toast, and now everyone's in deep trouble. The prince clutches his head, writhing in agony. Meldick's laid a curse on him, and he can finish him off with just a snap. Nolam chuckles at the prince's gullibility, fooled by a simple promise to keep his innocent sister safe. Leaning towards Rosanna, who's crying over her brother, he leans down and makes her a deal. If she wants to save her beloved brother, she's got to marry him and hand over the country. With tears in his eyes, the prince begs her not to do it. All the good memories of her past flash before Rosanna's eyes, and without thinking, she unexpectedly agrees. Vettis watches the whole scene in horror while Meldick strokes Rosanna's head, looking pleased. He's pushing the princess to seal the deal with vows, but she insists they let her heal her brother first. Nolam goes along with it, seeing as he still needs the prince, and Rosanna starts shoving one potion after another down her brother. Once she finishes patching him up, Meldick extends his hand, ready to make it official. But then, boom, Vettis ambushes him from behind, running a sword right through Nolam's heart. Vettis announces that the spell's officially toast now, and Meldick coughs, trying to process what just hit him. After the Emperor's right-hand man expires, Rosanna whips up a potion to break the ban. Using Khalid's notes as a template, it's like an antidote to the poison they used on Maris Bennett, boosting mana in the body. The downside, your mana gets unwanted rejection for life. But hey, that's a hell of a lot better than being someone's puppet. Saying he messed up again, Meldick collapses, clutching Rosanna's bloody ribbon. Meanwhile, Khalid is finishing off the last of the bad guys. Count El Dorado holds his sword over the injured Count Nolam. Gunther insists he really stayed out of it, not wanting to get mixed up. But his daughter made him realize that just throwing punches isn't enough for the world, and not every conflict is born from evil. What truly matters is how this all plays out. Nolam, with fury in his eyes, tells him not to lecture him, especially since he's never beaten him. No matter how hard he's tried, Count El Dorado wishes his old buddy good luck on his journey and raises his sword menacingly. Aventon is relieved to see Rosanna unharmed, since they were delayed because Nolam's soldiers blocked their path. The prince thinks it's best to hold off on the trip to the Empire until she feels better, since she must be having a rough go right now. But Rosanna is determined not to postpone the trip and insists on continuing as planned. According to the princess, there's still loose ends to tie up back in the Empire. Trains rumble into Evenal, the imperial capital. The knights of the princess are glued to the windows, soaking up all the sights. The alchemist, about to hurl from the train's speed, chimes in that Rosanna's already a major player in the Empire, since she's the reason they have this tech. Vettis glances around and remembers how long it's been since she was back in the land where she in her past life, and Rosanna's hit rock bottom. She figures that the princess must be feeling pretty down in the dumps too right now. The girl places her hand over Rosanna's, grinning and telling her it's time to hop off the train. And just like that, Khalid swoops in like a knight in shining armor, covering Vettis' other hand with his, making her blush, while the princess can't help but giggle. On the platform, the crowd is clapping and cheering, giving everyone a warm welcome to the capital. Rosanna's totally impressed by the warm welcome, and Aventon chimes in, reminding her that even the Emperor himself rolled out the red carpet for her. He claims the folks here are crazy proud of their ruler, the undefeated warlord who put this whole empire together, and they respect him like he's the king of the universe. Aventon isn't trying to throw shade at his old man, but he's dreaming of a future where the empire is known for peace, not just battles. Rosanna beams, completely sure the prince can pull it off. A little later, as the delegation rolls up to the palace, Rosanna suddenly feels this gnarly pain in her chest. Richie spots it and rides up to the commander, but she just waves her off to get back in line. Vettis thinks she caught a whiff of mana for a second there, but with nobody else acting weird, she figures it's just pre-show jitters. Meanwhile, the Emperor's busy getting the latest scoop. The Crown Prince and Princess Rosanna have arrived. Gripping the coveted key, the Emperor can barely contain his enthusiasm to finally meet the girl of his dreams. The closer Vettis gets to the throne room, the more it feels like an elephant is sitting on her chest. The Marquis notices and checks in on her, but she brushes it off like it's nothing, just nerves. But ever since they stepped foot in the palace, it's like her stomach has been on a roller coaster. Despite her best efforts to keep her mana in check, our heroine is feeling queasy for reasons she can't quite figure out. This has never happened to her before. Vettis is doing all she can to hold it together, telling everyone around her that she's peachy. The ride over hasn't been a walk in the park, and now she's worried something wild could happen here too. The doors to the throne room swing wide open, and the princess strides in, flanked by Vettis and Khalid. The Emperor warmly welcomes his guests, saying he's been counting down the minutes to meet the girl. The princess politely greets the Helvetian Emperor and thanks him for the grand hospitality. His Majesty gets to know Mary's heaven while showering the guests with the usual small talk. A little further back, Vettis is feeling worse by the second. She tries to shake it off, but everything starts to blur like a bad movie scene. The Emperor praises his son for bringing him the one he's been waiting for. He stands up from his throne, makes his way down the steps, and heads toward the guests with a big smile. The Emperor asks where that special someone he's been pining for is. The crowd is left scratching their heads, and then, boom, Vettis keels over. The Emperor pulls out a key from under his robe, realizing Vettis is the gal he's been seeking, the one who's wielded the Empire's treasure. The key shines so brightly it's like an explosion of sunlight in everyone's eyes. At that moment, he notices Vettis has just poofed away and questions the Emperor about what he did with her. The Emperor suggests he should be the one asking, since someone who's never even stepped foot in the Empire turned out to be the master of its treasures. Rosanna demands to know where he's taken the knight, and what in the world the Empire's treasures have to do with anything. According to the Emperor, Viz is where the treasure originally came from, buried deep beneath the Imperial Palace. It's safe there, so there's no need to panic, although it's pretty clear she wasn't in the best shape before vanishing. Khalid's not having any of this, and insists they go there now, no ifs or buts. Stepping between his father, he demands that Maris withdraw his mana. He's pushing for answers hard, but the old man insists he told the truth and didn't think the girl would vibe with the treasures like that. The prince is confused as to why the Empire's treasure decided to resonate with the princess's knight who's fresh off the bus in the Empire. The Emperor's equally puzzled, and he figured the princess would know what's up. Rosanna's feeling the heat because in this lifetime, Vettis truly is visiting the Empire for the very first time, but only in this lifetime. Maybe the treasures are tied to her comeback in a twist of fate. Rosanna's not spilling the beans to His Majesty until she's certain Vettis is safe. However, according to the Emperor, he's got no plans of harming her, but they're not buying it one bit. Khalid and the Emperor claims he can't hurt the one who's destined to end his nightmares. He just wants the mares to meet the girl, revealing a secret passage. Meanwhile, the Emperor himself will chat with the princess. Rosanna nods and tells Khalid to keep an eye on Vettis. She warns her cousin to stay safe and promises she'll be back in a jiffy. The princess is all in for wrapping up her business while Khalid goes off searching for Vess. Ivanton feels terrible about the whole situation since the Emperor's the only one in the loop about the treasure and he was completely left in the dark. Rosanna flashes a smile and says she gets it, then kicks off the conversation. She asks if she was invited here for a friendly alchemy summit or to chat about the Empire's treasures. The Emperor smirks and says it's both, since he suspected Rosanna or her knight could be the treasure's rightful owner. He claims that's still no excuse for trying to invade Mosenberg because out of all the kingdoms, they're the superstars and things move at lightning speed there. The Emperor's patting Rosanna on the back, saying it's all thanks to her. Still, the princess is scratching her head, not quite convinced, and wonders why the Emperor is so sure one of them holds the mastery over the treasure. After a beat, the Emperor wants to know how much she really knows about this world. As she falls, Vettis feels chaotic mana swirling all around her like it's taking on a life of its own. The key in front of her seems oddly familiar. The Emperor is showering Rosanna with congratulations, declaring it's all her doing. Still, the princess can't quite grasp it and wonders what makes the Emperor so certain that one of them is the treasure's master. After a brief pause, the Emperor probes her about how much she actually knows about this bizarre world. As she plummets, Vettis feels chaotic mana swirling around her like it has a mind of its own. The key in front of her seems oddly familiar, and she's got this gnawing feeling that she's finally snagged something she's been wanting forever. Daois looks at her and asks if she's feeling okay, or if she maybe had one too many sips from the party punch. Vettis stares at Oshara, looking like he's peering right through her soul. When she glances around, she can't believe she's back at Rosanna's wedding reception. It's like she hit rewind on life. She's shocked to find the scars on her arms have vanished. She used to hide them with gloves before she made her big comeback. Just then, the other Vades struts onto the balcony, and as she's trying to process the mystery, she follows her. What does she see? A scene straight out of her favorite soap opera. She's pondering why on earth she returned to this moment, and now she's stuck watching her tipsy self act like the star of a rom-com. Suddenly it dawns on her she jumped back right after this. Maybe this time she'll catch the moment she took the big leap back. She watches Vettis getting all emotional, missing her brothers like they invented the hug. As she gazes into those waterworks, it hits her like a ton of bricks that's not her. That's the real deal, the authentic Vades. The breakthrough clicks. She's watching a scene ripped straight from the page of a book. From this point on, the story unfolds through Rosanna and Evantine's lens. Visp apologizes to Rosanna, saying, "It's such a stunning day. You should really be smiling." Putting on that old uniform one last time brings back memories of the first day she donned it. Back then, she pledged her loyalty to the princess, and the whole family threw a party to celebrate. Vettis was so pumped to wear the same threads as her dad and brother, but when they had to bail for the Empire, she had to torch it to keep her identity under wraps. Even if she whipped up a new uniform, it would just be a hollow memory. She could never reclaim the joy, happiness, and pride she felt back in the day, because everything Vettis loved turned into ash, leaving nothing but a coal-black void in her heart for eternity. Out of nowhere, she shouts that it would be epic to rewind time. If only she could return to when her family was safe and sound. She'd give just about anything to save them. With that, she resolves to take on the entire universe. Whether it's against the world or a deity, she couldn't care less. With tears spilling down her cheeks, she begs for a shot and vows she'll never throw in the towel. A voice resonates from above, accepting her proposition because she's a decent human being. The voice vows to free this world if Vettis can switch up her destiny. But if she ever backs down, she'll be stuck in this place forever. Vettis is jolted awake by Amelia banging on her bedroom door. A moment later, the door crashes open, and Countess Eldorado storms in, fuming that her daughter totally skipped out on morning training. Totally bewildered, Vettis leaps from her bed like a startled cat caught off guard by her mom's roaring. Glancing at her hands, the girl realizes she's time-traveling again. She watches everything unfold and figures the real Vettis must have also gone back in time. But she's puzzled. If that's the case, why is she stuck as a ghost? If the genuine Vettis is back in action and can reshape the future, what's in store for her? Then it hits her like a lightning bolt. She sees the girl leap into her brother's arms, sobbing her heart out. Hugging her tight, the prince demands to know who dared to upset his sister. Then we spot Rosanna and Vettis observing the castle go up in flames, cloaking their faces as if they're ninjas. Suddenly, the heroine realizes the true Vettis never managed to flip the script on the future. She keeps watching the girl's returns playing on repeat like a broken record. Vettis couldn't prevent the rebellion return to the Empire, and Rosanna fell head over heels for Yvain. Each time the key informs the girl she blew it, she pleads for another shot. The key says yes and lets her keep trying until she feels ready to throw in the towel. Vettis is crying her heart out because no one believes her and they suspect she's behind the rebellion. No matter how hard she fights, her family perishes and the palace goes up in smoke. But she still keeps fighting. And the girl is totally puzzled as to why she can't save her family when she's giving it her all. As much as she longed to go out with her family, she and Rosanna always made a great escape. The girl just can't understand why. She can't rewrite fate no matter her efforts. And the repeating key in the sky keeps asking her if she's ready to quit. Now our hero watches as Vettis begs this guy for one last chance. She decides to summon someone who can do the legwork for her meddling with the trajectory of this world. The girl knows that in the rifts of space that show up during the returns, there are many other dimensions, timelines, and even an abyss leading beyond this reality. The relentless time flow keeps rocking her boat. But even though the key is pushing her to stop, she's hell-bent on finding someone she can trust with her loved ones. She needs someone who'd love her family just as fiercely as she does. Someone willing to dive headfirst to save them. Despite the key's best efforts to deter her decision, Vettis breaks through the white void, and there she spots the one true heroine right on cue. Staring at this girl, Vettis realizes through tears that she's found the one. She can't transfer all her memories, but she believes the girl will know about the future she has already lived. Reaching out her hands to the girl marooned in space, Vettis apologizes for dropping such a heavy load. Hugging the heroine tight, she begs her to discover the happiness she herself never managed to snag. As all this unfolds, the girl looks around confused as to where the real Vettis disappeared to and why she's all alone here. Out of nowhere in the sky, she spots the soul of the novel's heroine, huddled in a treasure, just waiting for the girl to deliver some good news. According to the soul, she's now the one who has to step into Vettis' shoes, inheriting all that once belonged to her. Something she herself could never achieve. Watching all this, the girl spins around in confusion, searching for where the real Vettis has vanished to and why she's flying solo. Suddenly up in the sky, she spots the soul of the novel's heroine, which had been hiding in the treasure, just waiting for the girl to bring some good vibes. According to the soul, she's now on the hook to become Vettis, inheriting all the goodies that once belonged to her. Soaring up to the girl, she gives her a big thank you for making her wish come true because the real Vettis has finally found her zen. Now the soul, having lost its physical form, needs to skedaddle since when the heroine showed up in this realm. The girl hitched onto some treasure. She pulled off a fate switcheroo. This world's now wide open, allowing people to start building their own future. When she grill asked if Vettis would be brought back, the soul replied, "Yep, but in a whole different world," wishing the new Vettis loads of luck and happiness in her shiny new existence. As the soul geared up to take off, she threw in a bonus question. When she slipped into this body, she didn't spot any treasures hanging around and was totally baffled about her comeback, especially with Rosanna tagging along. The soul chuckled and leaned in to share the answer to her burning question. With a waterfall of tears, Khalid gazed at Vettis, pulling her close for a snuggle session. Suddenly, she let out a little cough and woke up, realizing she was still breathing. Khalid wrapped Vettis in a bear hug, thanking the heavens for her revival, all while tightly clutching the key she scored. She flashed him a smile and embraced heaven, curious about the crowd's reaction since she blanked out. That happened during her chit-chat with the Emperor. Khalid couldn't spill the beans because Vettis made a swift exit with the treasure, leaving behind the princess in hot pursuit. On hearing that Rosanna was left hanging, she was on a mission to drag Haven back immediately since the Emperor might just swipe her. It wasn't until Ked asked what she'd do with the key that it dawned on her she was still hanging onto it. But now, she didn't sense any power radiating from it. Maybe the mojo poofed because Vettis uncovered the big secret. And at that moment, she fully realized that the real Vettis was gone for good from this realm. Stepping outside, she was shocked to see how dark it had become. She was crossing her fingers for Rosanna's safety. Then, out of the blue, a servant popped over offering Vettis a letter from the Emperor. Gently placed on a plush velvet cushion, the Emperor was chilling on the balcony, soaking in the spectacular view of his kingdom. He felt Vettis sneaking up from behind and turning around greeted the girl. Jiren bowed in response. But the Emperor waved off the formalities. He could tell she had a million questions, but first, he wanted to shower her with thanks. The Emperor expressed his deep gratitude for Vettis, for kicking his nightmares to the curb. He was referring to that key dangling from her belt right now. That mythical artifact from ancient times has been passed down through his family like a prized heirloom. It showed the Emperor a million versions of this world's past and future, helping the Empire stay solid. But now, it seemed more like a glorified paperweight than a treasure. The Emperor chuckled and reassured her not to sweat it, because even though he wasn't exactly thrilled with what that key revealed, he was glad to unload it. Vettis asked if the Emperor ever heard a whisper from the key, but he shook his head. All he got were visions, and while snoozing, he glimpsed snippets of the past and future. Most were as clear as mud and didn't genuinely happen, yet he had to endure them all. Naturally, sometimes the Emperor caught a glimpse of something useful, like the whys behind bizarre relationships between kingdoms and the impending famine. On top of that, he spied a mine filled with those shiny Mosberg magic stones. This talent made the Emperor a bundle, but peeking into the past to see the future was super exhausting, especially when it tied into the flow of a world that didn't even concern him. According to the Emperor, the term flow of the world came from scientists studying his mind-boggling visions. And according to the theory of parallel worlds, there must be a ton of duplicates of this world. Vettis' soul had cycled through 99 returns and was glued to that key. Probably the memories from all those lives were flashing through the Emperor's mind. If everything panned out as he suggested, then Vettis' returns were all scripted the same way. The Emperor was genuinely curious about the nature of these visions and the enigma of their world. To get to the bottom of it, he traveled the entire continent and located Vettis and Rosanna. The girls weren't acting even a smidge like the visions had depicted. Now the Emperor was grilling the heroine if she could shed some light on his question. According to Vettis, it was meant to occur, but not in this run. The next one was the charm. The Emperor perked up, intrigued by her choice of words, calling the flow of the world a go-round. The heroine beamed now, fully convinced it wouldn't happen again. The Emperor smiled down at the girl bathed in golden sunshine. He mentioned he recently peeked into a future where Vettis got invited to an early morning meeting, and it was no casual affair. The heroine couldn't help but ask what he had seen, but His Majesty laughed and replied, "There was zip nada." no future or past. He tried to drift back to sleep, but all he got was a good night's sleep. And that's why the emperor was feeling back to his old self. Now he could live life on his own terms because being a ruler isn't exactly the free ride everyone thinks. He confessed he tried to woo the princess to his empire, but that plan went south. The emperor dangled the prince's hand in marriage in front of her, and if she had said yes, he would have crowned her empress in 3 years. Vettis couldn't believe that Rosanna turned him down flat out right in front of the prince. According to the emperor, Evan also chimed in on the matter. He told his dad not to use the princess's affection for his own agenda and swore he'd upgrade his game to win her over. Vettis chuckled listening to the emperor grumble about his son, who he was certain would be on his knees begging for this later. Looks like Rosanna decided to march to the beat of her own drum as well. The princess is ready to carve her own path in life, smirking that he's planning to use the princess's feelings for his own gain and swore to step it up and win her favor instead. Vettis chuckles listening to the emperor mumbling about his son, who he's confident will be down on his knees begging for this later. Looks like Rosanna has decided to chart her own course as well. The princess is ready to carve out her own journey in life. With a grin, the heroine, he's definitely going to be regretting this choice on his knees later. Looks like Rosanna's decided to strut her stuff her own way too. With a cheeky grin, the heroine declares she's not about to let the princess steal the spotlight. The emperor's tossing around some serious words. He says if Vettis keeps flapping her gums like that, she'll never be a top-notch citizen of the empire. His kiddo isn't quite ready to take the reins yet, so he's got to keep things on lockdown. But thanks to Vettis, the emperor can finally kick back and chillax. He gives her a playful boop on the nose, telling her to live it up too. Because as he puts it, you only get one shot at this wild ride called life. When he says life, it's like Vettis took her first big breath in this universe. Now she's Vettis Adele Ilorado, and this world is her second turn on the merry-go-round, but also her final spin. Haven's snoozing soundly in his room when suddenly someone starts tapping like a woodpecker on his window. He blinks his eyes open and is about to roll out of bed when Vettis springs over to him from the balcony. She takes a mighty leap at Khalid, tackling him to the bed. The girl beams at Haven, saying she missed him like crazy while she tries to hide his unshaven mug from her view. He asks her why she chose to jump through his window like a ninja. According to her, she was just in a mega hurry. Khalid, grabbing her around the waist, tells her to get off him. As he swings his legs out of bed, he's like, "All right, spill why the rush?" And Vettis, bouncing on her feet, says the moment she woke up, her brain thought of him. While she's explaining that crawling through the window beats the stairs any day, he sits her down and announces he's off to brew some tea. But Vettis grabs his hand like it's the last cookie in the jar, insisting she doesn't need tea, she just wants to hang out with him. Pulling Khalid down, she plops him beside her on the bed. Hearing that the mansion makeover is all wrapped up and they just need to shuffle in the furniture, Vettis perks up and asks if they can hit the town once he's done. Haven promises to whip up a special room for her in the mansion and invites her over anytime she fancies. Vettis' eyebrows shoot up in surprise as she asks if he's going to throw in something even better than just a room. When Khalid asks if she knows what this room is, the girl goes, "Nope," adding that it's super sunny in there. Truth is, Rosanna filled her in on all the juicy details, but Vettis is playing it cool. So now she's nudging him to spill the beans, and Khalid promises he'll fill her in later. Haven keeps trying to hide his face from her, but our girl just keeps giggling like a little kid. She says it's been tough for them all this time, and she couldn't have made it through or find joy at the end of the tunnel. But now everything's flipped. She will be happy not living for someone else, but for herself. Grabbing Khalid's hand, Vettis asks him to check out just how happy she is at this moment. Haven says she's the one who brought him sunshine and saved him when he was all alone, so he's super grateful to have met her in this lifetime. Getting all cozy with the Marquis, the girl leans in and asks him to say her name. He happily obliges and she rests her head on his shoulder like it's the comfiest pillow. Khalid repeats her name, confesses he's a bit smitten, and then pulls her in tight. She throws him a curious look and asks if he just admitted he likes her, and right on cue, he plants a gentle kiss on her forehead. Without a moment to lose, Vettis tosses the pillow to the side, yanks Khalid by the robe, and kisses him right on the lips like it's the grand finale. After that epic smooch, Khalid asks if she really just wanted to see him. Blushing like a ripe tomato, she confesses that was her game plan until recently, and she's now ready to come clean about her feelings for him. holding her hand. Khalid swears he'll make her beyond happy. Meanwhile, Rosanna's out on the balcony watching Aventon stroll Dalo out. Looking up, Osherby tosses a crumpled piece of paper her way. Snagging it, Rosanna's jaw drops when she sees it's an application to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Mosberg.